things, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Yo, what's up, Crod? Oh, nothing much. Just getting back on the grind, getting back to streaming, you know, getting back to 2015 debates, as Slope as Dope put it. Hopefully that stops the bleeding. Cut myself shaving, obviously. All right. I have to go through all my rituals. I gotta fix my beard on stream. I gotta light a candle. You know, get relaxed, get comfy, get prepped for the debate. I met my mom's new boyfriend. And and like she like called me out in front of the guy for being super bougie about my skincare. And like I wanted to argue. I wanted to be like, I'm not fucking bougie about my skincare. But like she was just right. So like I couldn't really say anything, you know what I mean? It was just like, oh, you know, whatever. I guess you know, fair. I like felt so called out as a man. It was like, I'm a girly man that takes care of his skin. Dealing with peak season with my job with Amazon, doing 11-hour. Oh my God. Yeah, I never did. Oh, what is up, Rudy? Welcome to the chat. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. My favorite English speaking ANCAP content creator. Dude, I appreciate that as well, Risk. Did Risk get a membership? Risk was not one of the lucky few. I do wish that YouTube memberships prioritize people that were in the chat or people that were like at least watching the live stream. It's a little weird when it's like going out to people that are like just subbed to the channel. I mean, to be fair, if I did more with it, which I might do some more with it in the future for sure. But I just wish that it would give it to people that were in the chat. Like Mantis. But yeah, no, I worked, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. You can donate to the channel as you see. Super chats will always be acknowledged and spoken, no matter what I'm doing on stream. And, join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. Discord is where you get all the notifications. Because even if you follow me, which you should do, subscribe, click the notification bell and all that. Even if you do all that, like you might not get the go lives, especially since so much of my stuff is kind of like, I don't want to say shadow banned. It's just like ad limited, which is a nice way of saying shadow ban. So join the Discord. You'll get the notifications for sure there. But yeah, I worked UPS during the holiday season. First is like preload, loading the trucks up in the middle of the night. The fuck am I drinking? This is Topo Chico. It's just sparkling water. It's mineral water. And then I have just regular water in here. And then here I have Russian Caravan black tea with a thimble of raw organic honey and just a teeny bit of heavy cream. Dude, I have to hydrate. Like, number one, everyone should hydrate. Number two, everyone should hydrate. It's good for you. Number three, I talk a lot. I yell a lot. I'll fuck up my throat if I'm not hydrated. Also, I vape. So between like vaping and like yelling at commies, or just like getting into something and just chit-chatting a lot, I end up with like a raped throat at the end of the night if I don't have like a bunch of water to drink. Especially with the seasons changing, I need to get a humidifier. It's such an old person thing to say. I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely old now. But like I woke up and I had all these like thick booger crusties in my nose and I was like all sniffly and everything. And I was like, oh no, I'm getting sick again. And I was like, nope, I'm just in an apartment in the city, on like the third floor. I need a humidifier. Like I need some hydration up in this bitch. Yeah, like humidifier. Humidifier is definitely a thing. What's up, Mind of Oz? Or Mind of Z? I don't know why I always read that as Mind of Oz. I guess because the O is capitalized right next to the Z from of. So my brain just thinks Oz. Meat and potatoes. Is that another name for a penis and balls? Like, do we have to use a euphemism to avoid censorship? Like, what's going on with meat and potatoes? Maybe I'm doing overtime with Amazon. I wish management was more flexible handling overtime hours, where you should have your schedule accommodated better for time scheduling. I'm not sure that you've adequately explained what the problem there is, but other than like scheduling issues and overtime, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but yeah, working at Amazon or UPS or FedEx or the post office is rough this time of year. Like I said, I started in preload and then I ended up staying on after the holiday season. And then I did and then I worked preload regular. And then the next holiday season, I was a driver helper. And then shortly after that, I was a safety supervisor. And then shortly after that, I was no longer working at UPS. I hope your dinner plates be full this week. Hell yeah, Blade Blazer. Facts. I don't care what your politics are. I hope you have fucking food and family this coming holiday season. Half of my chat's about the subject of Transformers is censored by YouTube. Yeah, it's YouTube really does. I mean, none of them do, except for maybe like Rumble. But Rumble has its own issues. None of the lefty owned and operated sites, they get real fucking scared of the whole trans issue because they're the most powerful lobby. I mean, they don't have enough money to be that powerful, but they have the ability to like galvanize people into freaking the fuck out and creating new legislation for no reason. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Anonymous donated $10. Can we get a quick music review?
Quick music review. Let me see. Why is the message not showing up in chat? All right, I got to go to the dashboard to find it. Hold on. Give me just a second. I got to go through like the text-to-speech shit. Got to find it. Is it under tipping? No, it's not here. Custom website, multi-stream, desktop app, charity, also has merch store, panel made, blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck can I access my touch to speak shit? Tip history, here we go. Let me see what it is first. Mute the tab unless I'm crazy. Hold on. Hold on. Boys. It's on YouTube, so I guess it's YouTube safe. Let me pause the music. Bring this over here. I'm assuming it's YouTube safe. Whatever it is. 73 subscribers, 1.5K. Oh, God. We will see. We will see if I get all the way through this. All right. This is by Stinky Pinky, Dwarf Among Midgets, bringing a dwarf to a gunfight. Okay, well, whatever it is. Oh, I muted the tab. I forgot that I muted the tab. Sorry. In case autoplay. I was like, what? I was like, it's silence. Here we go. All right, boys. Let's. Oh, what is happening here? Hold on. Sorry, I switched my camera to 1080p instead of 720 because I'm streaming at 1080p, and I forgot to resize it. All right, let's see what happens. All right, classic punk intro feel to it. Let's go. Okay. It's giving me, it sounds like two different things mixed. Okay. It sounds like Black Tide, like old Black Tide, which is a teenage metal group that tried to recreate 80s music, 80s metal. Right, so it's giving me Black Tide vibes plus hold on. It's Tanetta. Hold on. Plus Tanetta vibes. That's one of the safer songs by Tanetta because they have an album cover that's literally just an ink blot of the dude's penis. I get a charge out of you. Juice me up. So it's giving me like those two mixed together, like a punk intro with like 80s rock attempt to re-enter like a modern 80s kind of a sound, plus like weird Tanetta vocals. Let's go. He's just talking about the shocker. I'm guessing he's saying 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink. Just screaming stinky pinky. I don't know that I'm going to get through this whole song, my guy. Whoever anonymously donated $10, I don't know that I'm getting through all of this because it's a bit ridiculous. But if this is your vibe, I get it. Poop on your knuckle. It's like I remember when this music used to be edgy to like to rebel, and this just feels like being edgy to be edgy. Like I don't know that you can do, I don't know how old this is. 6 years is when it was posted, but it says released 2013. But even then, it's like you can't really you can't be edgy to be edgy. Right? Like you have to have, like, you can't be a rebel without a cause kind of situation. All I'm getting is discount bin Slipknot. No, this doesn't even sound any, there's no metal to this really. Like this is definitely like old school thrash punk and like, with like a kind of revival kind of feel to it. With of course just absurd and obscene lyrics like 2 Live Crew or something. Does it get better? Does it like, is there a breakdown? What's weird is that it's actually pretty well written. Like it's a shit post here. Yeah, literally. But I mean, like, it's like musically speaking, it's not poorly executed or recorded. I mean, obviously for what it is, like a kind of like a thrash punk, vibes. I mean, like the intro here, like, right. Like coming in with the melody and in the bridge, right. Like, well, obviously it's a bridge, not the melody of the song, but right, like the melody played in one guitar with the less distortion, before the any of the other instrumentation kicks in. Like it's not bad. Obviously the lyrics are stupid and it's not my style of music. I also like the slight syncopation to the second snare hit, which kind of pulls it out of that, like, into that thrash place and out of that like punk, post-punk, like jazz drum style where it's a do-ka, 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 do-ka. Right? Instead of doubling the bass, it's like a syncopated double of the snare. So it's playing an homage to the, to the 2 punk drums. Without going too far away from it, but instead of doing the double on the bass, to be the driving force of the beat. It does like a syncopated snare on the offbeat. And honestly, like it works here. Also, the bass is kind of grooving. Like the bass isn't just copying the melody like a bad garage band. I don't know who these guys are, but this actually isn't that bad. Back into Stinky Pinky. Honestly, not the worst, like from the intro and especially the lyrics and title. Terrible. But like honestly, musically speaking, it's pretty good. Time change right there. You hear the time change as it switched from like referencing the oh god, I can't think of the section of the song it would be in punk, but listen. Yeah, they did almost like a intentional halftime there and then switched right here. It's actually pretty it's not bad. It's hilarious. It's not my style, but like I said, it's actually not that bad. It's crunchy. Somebody kicked up the distortion here too to get any more crunch. I will legitimately give this insane meme song a like. Again, not my cup of tea. But to whoever anonymously donated that, turned out better than I thought it would be. All right, let me get the chill vibes back. Notice the song improves after the talking stopped. Yeah, facts. Oh shit! Let me just check through things. What time is it? 7:24. Okay. I feel like some people probably hopped in and was like, what is this? I'm out. Because we were at like 19 and it went dropped back down to 12. People were like, yeah, no, I'm not listening to this. Because you got to have an open mind. All right, boys, you got to have an open mind. The last half I could take by itself. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like the stream. Yeah, I like the stream. There's 16 viewers, only 6 likes. Ever since I changed to 1080p, I've lost like half my viewers. And I don't know if it's because I'm like my bit rate isn't like quite right. I mean, I'm getting stream health is excellent health. Everything's fine. And like YouTube's not doing it. Or maybe YouTube's sending it out to less people because of that. Or maybe it's just because it's the holiday season. And like people hopped in because I was back, but now that I'm streaming regularly, they're like, okay, you know, they only kind of wanted to see like what I was up to. I'm not sure, but it is weird because like when I came back, we were chilling at like 30 to 40 viewers. And now that I'm like back in earnest, I keep staying like, I keep like peaking at like 30 and then like chilling in the teens, which is rough for me. But ever since I put in a chat bot, asking you guys for money, I've gotten more money. So there's that. There's certainly a make better content. Oh, piss off. You make some, Anson. Dude, I put out amazing content the other day with like I mean, I don't, maybe not amazing, but like I put in a lot of work and effort on James Cash Penny Heroes of Capitalism stream. Problem is the lead up to it was a econ debate, and it was not fun. The lead up to it was rough, and I like the first thing I did when I logged off was put in timestamps so people could skip that fucking debate and just go straight to the other portion, because that guy was like clearly lost, and not I was expecting like a rage debate where I could like go back and forth, or someone that was interested in like engaging, but instead it was just like, what? I was wondering, could you do another capitalist stream on Robert Reed? Is possible? I have a lot of people on the. So here's what I'm looking for on Heroes of Capitalism, right? I am looking for people that have been lied about in history, people that have accomplished amazing things from the perspective of supporting growing capitalism in America, right? So I'm looking for titans of industry, titans of commerce, or people that worked in government. Very few. I think, as of right now, Grover Cleveland, that's about it. Not Grover Cleveland, Calvin Coolidge. I don't know why I said Grover Cleveland, because I was thinking about Pullman. Those are the kind of people that I'm looking for, right? Like, I'm not necessarily looking for people that were pieces of shit and like the stories are true. And I'm not necessarily looking for people that were like, did some cool things, but didn't do crazy, amazing things, right? So like the on my to-do list is George Pullman, Ray Kroc, Sam Walton, Calvin Coolidge, John D. Rockefeller. Potentially, I need to do more research, so I don't know. I don't know yet, but I may be doing one on Jay Gould as well. Right? Like, we're talking about people that have been misaligned as robber barons and thieves and like the worst of the evil. Yeah, I might do JP Morgan, but I need to do more research because like some of these people were legitimately bad actors and some weren't. You could do Elon Musk. He knows how to get the subsidies. Yeah, I mean, also Elon Musk is a contemporary, right? Like I'm more interested in like the lies that have been told, like I said. So Elon Musk hasn't really been lied about in the history books because he's here. Is Lysander Spooner a possible candidate? I mean, we've talked about Lysander Spooner. I love Lysander Spooner, and I mean, technically speaking, what Lysander Spooner did in terms of like the mail industry, you could kind of say like he certainly did great things, and then was shut down by the government, and you know what I mean, and then the Postal Service took over what he was doing. But like he's not really like a titan of capitalism, right? He's just someone that did some cool things. P. Diddy, oh my God, no. Right, like I gave you the criteria. Right? The criteria, once again, these are people, titans of industry, titans of commerce, or people that have done insanely great things from like as a president or in politics that were very, very meaningful to the market. Vanderbilt is another one that I may do, right? Vanderbilt is another big candidate. But for sure, I'm doing George Pullman, John D. Rockefeller, Calvin Coolidge, Ray Kroc, and George Pullman. There are other people that may get added to the list as time goes on, but like I've done some research on these and can confirm that they meet my criteria, right? Like some of the other people I need to dig deeper into the history to determine whether or not they were actually robber barons, right? Like, I mean, for example, Jay Gould, I've seen conflicting reports, and I need to do more research on whether or not he was utilizing the state and like utilizing, kind of state socialism to support his, the railroad industry, or whether or not it was not quite true, right? And he was just using what everyone else was using. Like I need to investigate that more. One of the ones I'm really nervous about doing for sure is George Pullman. I need to have all my T's crossed and all my I's dotted, because that is without a doubt the most vilified titan of industry in American history. I mean, maybe John D. Rockefeller is more because of like the need to break up monopolies, but George Pullman is seen as like pure evil, and we're all taught that he's pure evil, and like he's just not. But he did do some bad things, for sure. Is Henry Ford the same way? Henry Ford is another example, right? Like the main things that you get from Henry Ford is that he was anti-Semitic, much of which is lies. He was anti-Semitic, but like it is overblown, and a lot of the things that are hurled against him are literally just accusations from people, not without any evidence. And the other thing is that he was like involved with the Nazi regime, and it's like, yeah, he had some business in Austria before half of that shit was going on, when everybody loved him. And he didn't maintain control over that once the Third Reich came to power. So it's like, it's a lot of like, oh, he's connected to this person and he said some anti-Jew shit once, therefore he's the greatest evil ever. And it's like, yeah, the dude who invented the assembly line, really? Like one of the greatest, like he's a great titan of industry. William Randolph Hearst, another good one. I actually need to write that one down because I keep forgetting that one. I mean, there's plenty to pick from, right? Like, but what I want to make sure whenever I do them is, you know, I take my time, we do them one at a time, and that like I have a full accounting of what it is that they're doing. I chose you over Non-Fawn. Are you saying you were like in Non-Fawn's stream and you came to hang out over here? Oh, well, I appreciate it. That was not my best moment in the Non-Fawn stream as an entertainer. It was pretty rough. You know, I feel like I should have spoken more to the discussion or the debate at his level. I feel like I was just like bullying him because he's clearly just not that well versed in Austrian economic theory, which is like, I kind of get, you know what I mean? Like I don't expect someone, unless they're an economist, to have a good grasp of Austrian economics because it's just not that common. And even the people that claim to purport, you know, a love or understanding of Austrianism, you know, like you ask them basic questions about the actual theory itself and they kind of crumble. Yeah. Oh, probably. Oh, that Hearst. Yeah. No, I probably won't be doing Hearst. I thought as soon as you said as a pothead, I remembered half of the evil shit that he did. I'll investigate to see if it's bullshit, but I'm pretty sure he did a lot of shiesty things. Don't do this debate. It's gay and outdated. All right. Well, yeah, I'll just cancel. I'll just, you know, there's a person in my channel that doesn't want me to do my weekly panel that I do. I'll just burn bridges and I'll just hang out with chat. And just, you know, change the stream up for you, buddy. Yeah, it's not happening. Some of us are real men, Slope is dope. So when we make commitments, we go to them. I don't know if you've ever heard of a man of his word, but you know, it is what it is. Teasing aside, yeah, it is a very like 2015 thing, but I mean, it's re-entered the kind of the discussion or the zeitgeist, if you will, because, you know, forcibly, like it's not like it's like an old debate that like has no relevance. Like Nancy Mace has made it a thing again. And so it's like, I don't know. It kind of almost feels like, I said this in Discord as well. It's like, it's just such a trap to get so involved in the whole like trans bathroom thing. Like that, like she gets super involved in this as like, this is going to be her big thing, and tries to farm outrage on Twitter. And I get why she's doing it. And I get why people are concerned. More so with the language and the philosophy involved than the actual like danger in bathrooms. Though that isn't to downplay it as if there isn't one. But it's like, it's just a trap for lefties to like farm you as like a crazy person. And she plays into it so well. It's almost like if I was to think of like culture war people that are psyops, Nancy Mace just fits that category so well. Cause it's like, really, this is what you're fucking concerned about? Is like what, like like getting the dunk on the trans people? Like, it's almost like you're designing it to like look like you're a bully so that they can be the victim. The economy is fake. World War III is around the corner, and we're talking about tranny bathrooms. I mean, I feel like World War III is around the corner is like, what does that even mean? Like, around the corner could mean anything. Also, same thing with the economy is fake. Like, these are just like platitudes to be like, I'm woke. Like, your sentence could just be like, I'm woke and better because of it. Like, it's not actually, you're saying a lot without saying anything. Yeah, sure, we're getting closer to World War III. Like, okay. That's been true since the, honestly, since the fall of the Cold War? Maybe a few years after the fall of the Cold War? Every NATO expansion was closer to World War III. Involving ourselves with the Chinese market under Kissinger has been closer. Yeah, but I mean, it's like you just picked an arbitrary date, and then you pick a concept of like you don't know when World War III starts. You don't know what sparks it. Fear of war or different people is how we are controlled. That doesn't mean that the credibility of people who don't know their gender isn't important. The basic unit of culture is an individual. I mean, I mean, like, I feel like you should have a healthy skepticism or you should have a healthy fear of war. And what I mean by a healthy fear of war is that you should be pressuring politicians against actions that lead towards conflict and, allow people to fight proxy wars and money launder and, fighting a good anti-war fight. But at the same time, you should also be leery of like the constant drumming of the war drums and the fear of an impending war as a means to propagandize you into spending more money and giving up more civil liberties. I fear Anson, so he might be controlled. Was indifferent towards transgenderism until the WPATH files revealed how much of it's not science or care. Yeah, I feel like WPATH was probably a big thing, but only for those people that were teetering, but in the know. You know what I mean? Like, if you bring up WPATH, like, normies have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. They're like, wasn't that thing where that guy made TikToks about, like, 21 days since I've been a girl or something spoke? Like, they don't know anything about WPATH. Prime's panels are notorious. Yeah, I mean, actually, I kind of like Prime's. It's the panels, not his questions. I think Prime does a pretty good job, actually, of picking questions that aren't just like, what is the current 24 news cycle? This one, not so much. This is, I wouldn't say it's a bad topic, but this just is just like what people are talking about again and an excuse to talk about trans shit. But pretty often, he'll find like obscure problems so that we can debate them upon like moral means. Like, he's actually pretty good with his topics. Now, his panelists leave something to be, desired. But that's just because he doesn't have the clout to get really good debaters or intellectuals. Prime is somehow worse than Reddit tier of discuss. That's not true. Like the stream, boys. There's 22 of you watching, only 10 likes. Like the stream, share it, subscribe. Admiral Gibbs is the dumbest person on the whole planet. No, Admiral Gibbs isn't the dumbest person on the whole planet. Admiral Gibbs has discovered that he gets invited places and he makes more money when he says over-the-top extreme things that are a caricature of a conservative. I don't know if he's doing it purely to be a grifter or if he's doing it just to be a fucking troll or if he's doing, you know what I mean? Like, but he is certainly invited to these to a certain degree because of that character that he plays that allows him to be kind of a patsy. It allows him to be like, allows him to derail conservative points that may be starting to be picked up in argument and argued for in a very positive light and making sense to the audience. And then he comes in to prove that like Gen X conservatives actually just hate people and are psychopaths and that capitalism is actually evil. For the record, Admiral Gibbs is not on this stream. Our boy Grid Motorsports is on this stream. So our Gen X conservative representative is not going to be Admiral Gibbs, but Grid Motorsports that you may have seen in chat. I recommended him because he seemed like a good I don't know him too well, but from what I've seen of him and talking with him, he seems like a great example of kind of like the typical Gen X conservative that is kind of waking up from a long slumber of like and part of this kind of populist uprising within the right wing. So, I think he's a good example of that group. Cause like I'm an ANCAP and it's like when people get me on these panels to represent your typical conservative, it's like, I don't represent them at all. You know what I mean? Like I am an outlier. I align with the right on a lot of stuff. Slope is dope with the typical fucking chud Jews control everything to ruin his argument. Because the first half of your argument's pretty good. What the fuck is conservatism anymore? I mean, you had conservatism is like, there's this quote from the mission statement. Let me find it real quick. What was that? Was it the National Review? I think it was the National Review. Let me see if I can find it. No, not the National Review mission. God damn it. Where is it? I just want the National Review's original mission statement. Is it the... Oh, no, this is the Institute. Oh, my God. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Where is the original? I can't find the original right now. But like he says that like conservatism and obviously William F. Buckley is kind of the father of neoconservatism. He says that like conservatism or they're like what it is that they're doing in their mission statement is like the conservative is the individual that, when everyone wants to speed along, we are the lone voice saying, to stop, to slow down, etc. And it's like he kind of like reformulated Burkean conservatism. And honestly, like that is what conservatism is. And that is my biggest issue with conservatism, Slope is Dope, is that what conservatism is and basically has mostly meant throughout all time is like is progressivism going the speed limit. What conservatism has always meant in American in the American context has been, we're going to shift the Overton window towards leftist philosophy, towards leftist axioms, towards socialism, but we want to make sure that we do it in an intelligent and methodical way instead of doing it in a quick way. Right? So it's like, so cuckism? Yeah, I mean, like, essentially it's cuckism. It's like, no. Like, don't go so fast. But of course we need and we must, we must accept the gays, but we have to do it slowly. We must accept the trans, but we have to do it slowly. I mean, but it's bore out of a kind of structural functionalist perspective of social structure, right? From like Merton, right, who's a functionalist, from the Durkheimian school, but he created like Merton is famous for broken window theory, right, in criminal justice, right? It's like, it's that structural functionalist perspective of like, we're going to introduce something slow, and then if it doesn't upend society, then like that's good. But if we introduce it fast, then who knows what happens. But the problem is that like you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like sometimes when you introduce things slowly, the effects of what you introduced in your culture, within your society, they don't manifest instantaneously. It doesn't matter that you introduced socialism, bad axioms, leftist philosophy, etc., slowly, and it didn't cause a problem, so it must not be a big deal, because like the system of our society and our culture is based upon so many other things. Like, it kind of reminds me of Franz Kafka. He wrote a letter to his father, and it's really just a bitchy kind of gay letter to his dad, being like, meh. But he made this really, really good point in it, right? Which is, he talks about how his father, as a Jew, never went to synagogue and never took his children to synagogue. And he was kind of like an authoritarian, abusive asshole, but he didn't really beat the kids that often. He was just like never happy, always angry, screaming. And he had these expectations of them being like good Jews. But like, it's like, hey, dude, you grew up going to synagogue, and I never went to synagogue because you had us like in the store working. You were already living an atheist life with the veneer of Judaism and the cultural values that were instilled in you growing up. And like, you don't realize that none of that shit passed down to me because I didn't grow up with those things. Right. And it's like, so the culture doesn't change instantly just because we tweak it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't change. So, I mean, like, yeah, conservatism as a political force and ideology is a complete and utter failure as far as I'm concerned. Like, that is one thing that I absolutely agree with you, Slope is Dope. What I disagree with many of, like, the trad cons and, the groypers and of course, obviously, the legit fascists, is the means by which we fix it. Because, they think that we can turn the clock back with oppressive authoritarian force, but the consequences of that are worse than what we already have happening. It's just a simple game theory, right? Like, if you need force in order to change culture, well, that force comes at a cost. Not to mention the unintended consequences and the backlash, kind of the whole yin and yang thing, right? Like, where does spontaneous chaos erupt in that order, etc. It's just I agree often with fascists and communists alike at identifying some of the problems. They're often like the far end radical people in politics are often able to see problems that other people are literally just completely asleep to. But on both ends of those spectrums, their solutions are horrible. Yeah, the collapse is like, well, what comes after the collapse? And if you don't instantiate any systems to replace the systems, and you don't instantiate any philosophy or values in the people, or at least in the people in the reins of power in terms of like wealth, then like all you get is a worse version of what you already have. Your body, my choice. Yeah, all right. I mean, I think the your body, my choice meme is fucking perfect. As much, like I said, like as much as I'm not like a fucking Nick Fuentes fan, it's such a beautiful meme because it strikes right at the core of the delusion of like, especially but not specifically white women in America that were like, this election, they're taking away my body and my choice. It's my body, my choice. And it's like they have horrible fucking logic on it anyways, because it's like such a dumb fucking argument to begin with. But their complete fucking denial of reality that was kind of like whipped into a frenzy by the Democrats that had nothing else. They had nothing. They had nothing to run on Kamala. Right? Like I put this tweet out. I'll read it to you guys real quick. Let me just find it. Because I think it kind of explains just the sheer fucking stupidity. Let me move this over here. Move this over here. And right, like this. So I tweeted this out earlier. And it was like, this person was like, Democrats didn't lose the election because we lost touch with people. We lost because we're up against an elaborately orchestrated effort to mislead and gaslight, funded by billionaires who essentially purchased a president as though buying a new car. Right? Yeah, of course, there's certain topics you avoid, Slope is Dope, because that's what you do when you're on YouTube and Twitch. It just kind of is what it is. But I just responded, I was like, the billionaires you claim to hate so much funded Kamala Harris. The DNC is the pro-corporate party. Corporations want high taxes and more regulations to price competitors out of the market. They want green energy they're invested in, like solar for their ESG scores, but not nuclear deregulation. They want massive immigration to import cheap labor and prop up, I put property because it was autocorrect on my phone, prop up Social Security. They want big infrastructure bills full of overpaid government contracts, continual wars to fund with taxes that can be laundered, or shore up weapons manufacturing that their small competitors can't benefit from. And lastly, they want massive spending and debt that leads to inflation. Inflation that protects the wealth of property owners and stock portfolios, but not the working class. Love him or hate him, Trump promised the white working class to fight against these things. The same white working class the Democrats love to sneer at as uneducated simpletons, while the radical leftists of your side blame their skin color on half the world's problems. No, you absolutely have lost touch with the people, and that is why you lost, no matter how many celebrities you hired to give concerts, TikTok influencers you bought, ads you ran, lies you told, or propaganda you spread via the legacy media. Right, it's like the left is really just like a pro big government corporate party. They're one and the same thing. It's so hilarious too to watch people be like funded by the billionaires. It's like literally Kamala Harris got money from billionaires at like almost a 3-to-1. And if you take out Elon Musk, it's like 10-to-1. Like Elon Musk put in $100 million almost. You mean the left is turning into a vanguard? I mean, the left has been a vanguard in politics for a long time. I don't know that like billionaires funding the left is necessarily vanguardism. That's more like dual power theory. Right? Like that's like separate institutions outside of the state that are like utilizing their force and power to influence what the state does. Right, like I would say that's more like Lenin's dual power theory than necessarily vanguardism. Obviously, vanguardism is a part of Lenin's strategy, but yeah. That tweet was like going to someone having a bad acid trip and going booga booga booga. I hope you mean the original one, not mine. I feel like mine was succinct, if not maybe a little wordy. Maybe not succinct is probably not the right word, but But I mean, I said a lot in there, I feel like. Nah, didn't mean the billionaires, more the left being fine with losing the working class and moving the voter base to educated elites. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I mean, like, if you wanted to look at it in like a historical comparison as opposed to a strategy, you're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, but the conservatives are just wrong. Like, you will absolutely change culture if you use authoritarian force, right? Like if you, for example, if you ban pornography, right? You will absolutely have positive effects on the culture. The problem is that it costs money to ban pornography. It costs resources to ban pornography. And then what you're going to have is you're going to get black markets. You're going to get individuals that, like, you're going to have all kinds of unintended consequences to banning pornography. One of those unintended consequences is while pornography isn't banned and we have not Silicon Valley, oh my God, what is the porn industry in California called? It's, you know what I'm talking about, that area of California where they film so much pornography. One of the deleterious effects of banning pornography is going to be a massive uptick in sex trafficking. Right? Like you're going to get sex trafficking going up through the roof. Why do I need to check my Discord? Oh. How do I make the Discord sound work? Dog, I have no idea. I mean, go to your user settings at the bottom and go, so like at the bottom of like where wherever your server stuff is, click user settings and then go to voice and video. And then that is where you'll find all of those settings. Make sure your output device is the correct output device. LOL, no, through StreamYard? Oh, well, you don't need to worry about StreamYard. We mute in StreamYard. He does Discord for the audio and he does StreamYard for the video. So you don't like it, we get muted in StreamYards. Porn is ran by them. Oh my God, dude. The stupidity of having people just talk about the Jews constantly is so fucking annoying. It's like it's just a dumb axiom. Like, give it up. It's just like no matter how many times that stupid axiom is showcased as just obviously not true. Like I understand the people that aren't willing to engage honestly with it, but I've engaged with you multiple times on it. I literally have denied it and explained why Jews. Yeah, yes, Jews are nepotistic. Duh, everybody is. Yes, Jews have a matriarchal society that is based upon power of the feminine and are very feminine. Yes, that tends towards communism. That tends towards leftist activists and subversion. Yes, their culture, educates boys in literacy as opposed to traditionally masculine roles, which pushes them into places where they have more political power and they have media power as opposed to places where you're not going to see a lot of them fucking working in construction. Yes, because of certain industries are predominantly Jewish, but they're very, very, very few and far between. The only one that really you can say is absolutely predominantly Jewish is Hollywood. Every other aspect of power is not predominantly Jewish. It's overrepresented Jewish, but it is not predominantly Jewish. And then people make lists where they're just constantly wrong about who the Jews are, that overblows how many Jews actually are in those places. It's like in banking. Like banking is like 20 something % Jews. It's like, yeah, there's only 2% Jews in America. So the fact that they're like 20 something % Jews is like a fuck ton. It's absolutely an overrepresentation, but they're not running the banks. That's just dumb. Like, and also, like, and again, you can have natural causes to individuals that have a culture that is that promotes degeneracy and promotes subversion and promotes leftist philosophy, right? You absolutely can talk about that. No, it's not a straw man. Your argument is presented without evidence and is factually incorrect. And yet I still engage with your argument in a good faith way by steel manning what you could potentially mean, which would be factually correct, which is overrepresentation and the fact that those that are there engage in leftist causes, victim, oppressor dynamics, and subvert the functionality of the systems that they're in. But it's like, but that's as far as it gets. Anything beyond that is literally just nonsense. It's not backed up by any factual evidence, and it's an insanely strong claim. Wenzel, don't fucking do that. Don't try and skirt fucking the TOS and make claims like that. All right, I deleted that one message, but don't try and respell it so that it says things like that. Besides, there are things you could do. You could become a channel member and get a helicopter, which is in no way, shape, or form associated with Pinochet. Oh shit, I'm late. I gotta hop out of here. My bad. I mean, it's fine, but like I got distracted. Let me hop in here. Hold on one second. Gotta do that. I'm still here. Nothing broke. There we go. Mute myself. Enter studio.
Was some video circulated on social media of like a couple of people, like on video saying, oh, at this pro-Palestinian, protest. There's pretty much all throughout the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, videos like people saying, oh, we're looking for like the final solution, and like saying like the final solution over and over, and doing like little salutes there that are maybe symbolic of some not so good things. And then today, a news story came out that they tracked down the identity of like one of this person. Turns out they own franchises to multiple cafes, and like they have lost their franchises. Of like they own like 2 cafes through this Second Cup franchise. That's
okay.
I don't know if it's like local, and like they terminated like their contract. Like they're pretty much out to I think 2 franchises. Like they were shut down like pretty much overnight, and like they're whatever I guess being canceled in some way. I'm curious if anybody has any objections to that, or how do they feel about pretty much a company doing that?
I'm just mad that the one time I was 2 minutes late exactly, fucking everybody is already here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm always early or on time, and almost always early.
I backed you up. I said Scott's not usually late,
and we
I was
commented
2
on
minutes
that
late.
too.
I got distracted from like some Groypers got in my chat, and I got distracted arguing against the JQ, and then like I was like, oh fuck, it's 8:02.
You know what? That's a very noble reason to be late.
Oh, you probably wouldn't like my answer, but
I put the story in the group chat. Or pretty much like this person, I think, owned multiple franchises or locations for a franchise, and like they were canceled as a result of them attending these protests.
But yeah, so that's actually anyway. But we made sure to comment on your tardiness, Scott. All right, it was a big topic of conversation here. But I wanted to say, I think it's a good question, right? Like, how do I feel about this?
And one of these, sorry, just to add maybe a little bit more, whatever, interesting context. So it's 2 cafes, okay, and one of the cafes is located in a local. It's the Jewish General Hospital. Just FYI.
Well, there's that. Well, I mean, the Jewish General Hospital can decide, who they want to have, do a contract with.
The Jewish General Hospital.
Yeah, like I think like they don't have to just accept anyone to do business with. But beyond that, like I think,
although in Canada, that is a public hospital. Well, pretty much virtually all hospitals are public in Canada.
oh,
Like
it's good to know. Yeah. But then why is it Jewish General Hospital? Then
oh, there's some historical. It's not like it's not like only Jews go there. I don't.
well, yeah, I know. I understand that. I'm saying like I would assume that like that would be a name given by like private owners.
Yeah, there's
So-
like historical context. Like it's not super relevant, but like it is strange. Like I don't know how. I'm pretty.
See, back in the day, before Canada turned into the socialist nightmarescape hellhole that it is, there was this thing called private hospitals, and then they didn't kudos to them when they brought in the socialist hellscape that is socialized medicine. They didn't just bomb those hospitals, like the Jews tend to do sometimes, right? Instead, what they did is they just took them over.
Okay. All right. So let me try to get this answer out. I'm not a fan of Nazis. Fuck Nazis, right? And I have no particular
You heard it here first. PrimeCayes really wants to have sex with a tall German Nazi. He believes that his dick can cure her mental illness.
I would actually give that a try. No, you have heard it here first. No, I'd give it a try.
You might as well exhaust all
college try.
At least run the experiment. That's all we want to do here.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Right.
It's like we want to gather data, right, and see what happens. How would I know if I didn't try?
We might need
mute yourself
for
and-
scientific rigor.
You're echoing.
Sorry, me.
Ali's
I think sociologic is.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he might just need
Yeah,
to cut off his.
I'll mute you in StreamYard. Yeah. Don't worry, I got you, buddy.
I didn't even know you could be unmuted in StreamYards.
Yeah, because I usually mute you when you come in because you don't mute yourself. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But so my only problem with this is that like I imagine part of the reason why it's canceled, is for anti-Semitism. Well, being a person like me who's like deadly critical of Israel, right? If I owned a 2-cup franchise or whatever it was called, right? If I owned that as well, and I went to a pro-Palestinian protest there in wherever, like I could also lose my franchise as well. So I don't know what the right answer is. I don't pretend that it's easy. But then again, I guess part of it is to also understand that political speech does come with a risk, right? Like I don't know if we can eliminate all risk, and if we want to eliminate all risk with giving your opinion. Like if it wasn't,
if you
hard,
eliminate all
then,
risk,
like,
then that means no one has anything important to say.
Yeah.
You literally can't have anything. If there's no risk to speech, then whatever you're saying is gobbledygook. It's nonsense because everybody agrees with it. Like in order to be able to think, you have to be able to say things that are risky and offensive and bad.
Spicy.
So is the question?
Also, someone in my chat
own her
thinks
coffee
I
shop,
won't
or-
say fuck BLM, which is hilarious. Fuck BLM.
Yeah, what?
like you do not know me if you think I won't say fuck Black Lives Matter.
Maybe
I mean, I'm
they
sure
think
you
that
would say
they'll
like
offend me.
most things.
No. Sorry. What would you say?
No, was a question? Should that lady be able to retain ownership of her shops, or what was the question?
I more or less asked just pretty much how do you feel, as in you're this is permissible to you, as in whatever that you say these things and you put yourself at risk of having that outcome, or and also again this happened pretty quickly of protests were Saturday and Sunday, and this story came out today, Monday morning, of there was no thorough investigation. They ID'd the woman, they reviewed the videos, and it's but the videos I would say are pretty incriminating. That salute is pretty unique, but maybe it was just a flip of the hand in a certain direction, and the final solution, and the final solution words
to an algebra problem. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I used to say that
crazy.
I used to say that very, very quickly. I used to say that in I remember when it was in high school, right? I was like, oh yeah, the final solution is right. Like, and my algebra teacher's like, you gotta stop saying that, right? Like,
Yeah,
but
somebody
really
just
crazy
asked,
is, like-
somebody just asked her how high the grass grows in Germany, and she answered,
really high.
Yeah.
They always peak at this level right here.
Dude, I don't know how old some of you are, right? Like, I know Grid will totally understand this, right? I don't know if everybody else will, but like, I remember when I was in high school, you used to be able to say things like white power as a joke, and everyone kind of assumed it was a joke. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knew you didn't really mean white power, and it's like, it's wild that like there is, I mean, I don't know how much, to what degree there's more of them versus to what degree is just like the media and social media latching on to like a relatively small group so that they can kind of like blow that group out of proportion so that they can then push. Because I mean, like, you see the ADL, right? Like, the ADL is probably one of the most like corrupt and disgusting organizations in existence, right? I mean, like, their goal is to limit freedom and limit liberty by finding ways to pretend to be offended so that they can attempt to ruin careers and ruin markets' ability to be able to speak with free speech, right? But like, this is the same group that used to defend Nazis' right to free speech are the same people that are like, oh, you have a conservative that said 3 things that are conservative. Oh, well, we put them on our website as, a hate speech purveyor that's, alt-right adjacent. And like, we targeted, we contacted Twitch to talk about why they haven't gotten rid of this hateful speech on their platform. Like, they're cretins. Like, anybody that at the ADL, whatever word you think is racist, I'll say that fucking word to you. You want me to call you like subhuman in German? Like, I will. Go fuck yourself. But like, at this, so like, I don't know which is more. Like, but it is certainly true that there are more, right? Like, it is certainly true that like when I was a kid or when I was in high school, like, the concept of being a white supremacist was not only culturally anathema, but it was just, you were just laughed at. Nobody would even talk with you. You'd be like, oh, you're a white supremacist? Oh, you're a fucking retard. And then they'd walk off.
Yeah, that's true.
And like, now it's like a part of the conversation. And it's just, it's crazy how the pendulum swift, like how the radicalization of the left has pushed so many people into that space on the right.
It's always the radicalization
I didn't grow
of
up in
the
a
left,
white community, so I have
allegedly.
no idea if it was a joke or not. I grew up in an Arab community, so like,
Yeah,
So I grew up in an area in which it was, it was usually a joke, but not always. But it was still something that people said. I mean, even though like I know I'm the youngest person here by a lot, but it was still kind of, you could say that stuff as a joke, but some people did not mean it as a joke.
Yeah, you live in the deep south. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
That's such a fucking lie. I'm sorry. People say that shit all the time. Like, the deep south in like fucking 2011, it's like, ooh, but there was an underpinning of deep racism. It's like, no, you heard like food jokes and you internalized.
Literally the deep south, right? The South in terms of the North and South in terms of the Confederacy, right? Like the echoes of that still manifest today, right? Like that's where we draw our political lines there, right? We those states are going to vote a certain way, right? And it's not because like I don't know by just random chance that happens. Like there's a reason why they do that. Now I'm not saying that like everyone there like votes Republican because they're racist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are political forces, political outcomes that have come out from like a continuation of history from that point. These things are all connected. But anyway, that's not the important
That's
part.
not the same thing as like people acting like there was like where I grew up, there was this subtle, racial, and sometimes they meant it. You did not meet a single fucking person in your life that meant legitimately white power and was pro white power. Come on. You're bullshit.
Okay, so
and if it was,
how do you know who I've met? Like,
in the county that I used to live in one of the counties I used to live in, the last time that there was a legitimate, honest to God lynching, was around 2010. And literally, I have literally seen a cross burning in person from afar. People up there were fucking doing
what
it.
percentage of lynchings throughout the entire process following the Civil War up until it was made illegal in each state were black? What percentage?
That doesn't really matter because you said that it doesn't happen at all anymore anywhere, and I guarantee that nobody in any of the places that they don't actually mean it. And then I refuted that, and now we're talking about percentage of races. Like, that's not relevant.
No, right. So just answer the question though. Like, right, you use lynching as an example of something that is inherently racist. Now you snuck in that
It was a racist. Yeah, it was a racist.
So I'm asking you.
The event that I'm talking about.
I'm asking you to tell me what percentage of lynchings were black people.
I can't tell you. I know the first ones were not,
I'm
but
curious.
I can't. No, I don't feel comfortable. I do not feel comfortable.
It's roughly 30%. Roughly 30%, which is lower than violent crime.
The winner is
statistics.
Well, there
right?
you go.
Okay.
Lynching isn't an inherently racist thing.
Yeah.
It's a lie to say that it was.
The swastika isn't
cool.
a Nazi symbol. It's originally a Buddhist.
Exactly.
With these things.
Yes, absolutely. Left-wing people have been in charge of education for a long time in this country, and they have told you this sordid history as lynchings, as this racist part of our past.
We get you, Scott. Right? Yes. It turns out white people have necks too, right? And if you squeeze white necks as well, they die. No, that's absolutely the case, and it might have been used against white individuals. Holy crap! Like,
a majority of them.
My mind
a majority of lynchings were used against white people.
I don't care. This is not my. So
yeah, you're just yelling over top of it because I'm making a point.
I can.
So don't meme, engage.
Nice. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care about this. I'm moving past it. The thing I wanted to examine.
So refusal
is
to engage.
I literally never wanted to engage with it because I don't care. I literally don't care about any of that. Anyway, back to the point that I was trying to engage with previously. Is what you talked about like
let me say my bullshit.
Pendulum has swung over to the left, right? And that has made people that's made people move over farther to the right. And you were doing this in terms of like how people react to when high school kids say the words white power. I was wanting to dig into that. Could you explain more about what you mean?
Well, when I say I'm relating them, I'm not saying that like there's a causation like effect here, right? Like I'm just saying like I remember a time, right, where racial division and tensions were much, much less. And the amount of people that would come out and legitimately say like, oh, I am a white supremacist, or like, we need to keep America for the whites, was like this completely whoa.
1 second. Yeah, there you go. We're good.
Is it working now?
Imperial
it's working.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
There we go. Fucking, I started sounding like the God Emperor there for a second.
So it very much was there. I mean, even at that time,
nobody
generally.
Listen, I make it look. I hate when people do this. Okay. Anytime I say men do this, we're not saying 100% of men. When I say women do this, we're not saying 100% of men. When I'm speaking in colloquial language and making generalizations, obviously there are outliers, and obviously we are saying a majority of, or this was the situation.
Right, I'm not saying that you're saying that there were zero. I know that you're not saying that there were zero, but I don't think that there's been this increase in visibility, maybe visibility in comparison to kind of the Overton window kind of baseline of where generally the average person is. Those people are a lot more far out compared to where they used to be. That might be the case because, I mean, when we're talking about a time period in which we had segregation and stuff, like somebody, going full white supremacy isn't as different. But then we go after that, right? And we're talking about, I mean, like even, in the 90s, militia groups were a huge thing, even more than today. We're talking about that.
That's not.
And there was a lot of like Confederate situations going on there where a lot more people were kind of reminiscent towards the Confederacy in a way that was, we need to return for racist reasons.
The idea that I'm trying to illuminate here is that the general culture amongst general people, right? There was a sense of, racism obviously has always existed in every culture, in every society to certain degrees. Obviously. What I'm saying is that I grew up in a time in the 90s and in the early 2000s where racism was essentially anathema to everyone. And what we live in today in the school systems and in culture and online is where the schools are inherently anti-white racist, and there is a growing portion of people that are racist against black people or Jews or Hispanics. Not so much Hispanics. It seems like, weirdly enough, that one has just kind of died off. They've somehow, from a CRT perspective, you might see they're inheriting whiteness, right? As they've kind of they've latched on much the way the Italians and the Irish, etc. But what I mean by that is something that anybody that lived through those times will tell you. Like, anyone that is a honest actor will say, yeah, when it was the 90s and the 2000s, yeah, I had a racist uncle, but you couldn't say openly racist shit in school without everyone being like, yo, you're a piece of shit. And that is completely different today.
It felt
okay. Hold on. Sorry. I want to engage with this. I would say that, one, this idea of when I was a kid, things were different. I don't know if our views of when we were children, about the state of race relations in the country writ large, right, through the lens of our own high school experiences, might be the best judge of that. I don't know, right? That may not be the case.
Yeah, I don't discredit the concept that individual anecdotal experience is something that shouldn't be weighed as a large piece of evidence. But of course, if you accept that proposition that evidence shouldn't be weighed in view or in lieu of data and statistics, then you also need to adopt a similar position when black people talk about the black experience and say, look, your black experience doesn't match the data, so you're just fucking wrong, and I don't want to hear about your black experience.
Sure.
You don't this concept of I'm white, so I can't agree with you, but when the data disagrees with you. So I'm okay with that so long as we remain consistent on that.
Sure, that's fine. My point is that to say that back then, the term, saying the term white power had a certain result, right?
Right.
That is dependent on the region. That's dependent on the group.
Can you guys hear it pretty good? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Sure. Yeah, we can hear you. That's dependent on a whole list of things, right? And
yeah, it's a generalization about
a
typical high school experience.
I hear you.
Not in a fucking podunk place in Alabama, or in a New York City public school.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. Interesting places you picked there. But I'll leave that alone for now. So yes, these are generalizations. We're making generalizations here. I can play on that territory. That's fine. But to say that things are radically different from then, I'm not actually sure that's the case. I'm not sure if anything's changed, right? One thing, we don't know the ratio of how many times people have said white power to negative of a negative result, right? Irrespective of what the speaker actually meant by that. I think we have no idea. I think that what we're seeing is we're having a bit of observational bias here, and that we do have more incident. We have more evidence of these things happening, right?
Right. That's what I was saying. I said it was two things, right? I said I don't know to what degree it's gotten worse.
Let me finish my point, please. So I keep seeing articles about or sorry, let me not be hyperbolic, right? Every so often, I see articles about high school kids doing something wildly racist, right? A group of white kids, right, like doing a thing, right? Like whether, well, I don't have to list them all, but like it's like pretty fucked up. But this is shared because we have camera phones now and we have social media, and so we have these things all over the place. Right now, what is the response to that? What is like that to that versus, of course, like instances where kids are just being kids, right? And they're trying to be edgy. They're making an edgy joke, and they say the phrase "white power." Like, what is the response? Has that changed in light of these like very real incidences that are being publicized? I'm not actually sure, like at all. And I don't know how the left may be acknowledging these things. I don't know. Or doing anything has pushed, was it high schoolers to react differently? Maybe high schoolers who are like very out of tune with politics in general. Or like I don't see that relation. So that's why I'm trying to get you to elucidate.
Not anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, like what I was saying before, right? I said I don't know to what degree it is the incidences. Like I want to stay away from like hate incidences, right? What I was speaking to was like the culture, in the sense that when I was a kid, if you said white power or like, you know, we want to keep America for the whites, everyone would have just assumed you were joking. You didn't have to go, hey, I'm joking, by the way. And what I'm saying has changed is that if you were to say that today as a high school kid, if you were just to be like, hey man, white power, right? People would be like, what? Like, are you joking? Are you not? Like, what the fuck is going on here? And that's what I mean is like, I absolutely could conceive of the concept, right? That we have all grown more sensitive to the concept of racism because of social media, cell phone cameras, and also the fact that if it bleeds, it leads media that will take like one fucking isolated incident. I mean, there's 350 million people in America, right? And it's like every, 3 months, an unarmed black man is killed in like a really bad way by police. And then they're like, see, this is why cops are all virulent racists. And it's like, dude, there's literally like 60 million police interactions per year. And like you manage to find the 1 or 2 stories a year that are fucking awful. And it's like, that's obviously not the fucking status quo for police, right? There are issues that we can talk about, right? And so like, again, like, I don't know if it is like maybe it is just a sensitivity to it, but it feels, and again, obviously, put whatever weight you want behind that, but it feels like there is an obvious growth in terms of individuals on, I guess you could say, the right, such as that is, right, that are growing and growing towards a concept of like, we have to take our country back. We have to reestablish rule. We have to enact racial or gender based discrimination in some regard. And obviously on the left, that is like part of the DNC platform, right? Is racial segregation and discrimination. That's not even in question. Anyone that attempts to question that is just silly. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, is it the left causing it to be on the right, or is it the same kind of thing that's occurring? Like, that's up for debate, and I'm interested in that conversation.
So, go ahead. Sorry,
you go.
Okay,
I'll wrap it up quick because I do want to. I'll let you all, jump in on this.
Introduce ourselves or whatever.
We'll get to that. Yeah. Because I'm sure everyone has something interesting to say here. Yeah, like I don't see this as a response to the okay. Let me everything is multifaceted, right? And to try to reduce anything to like one input in society, right? Like greater cultural changes. Yeah. And I'm so like, I want to give you grace on the other side, and on this side, right? I'd like that as well. So yeah, it'd be weird to just reduce that, but I don't think that the left, like maybe taking this more. The problem is I'm not sure there's been even much of a change on the left when it comes to race relations. Like if you're talking about with trans individuals, well, I think there might be a market shift, right? A market focus on that, right? Along with the greater LGBT movement. Fair enough, right? But on race relations, I don't know if there has been the left. A lot of the conversations that we had during the BLM protests, right, that we're having today, were had in the mid 2000s, right, the aughts, right, and they were in the 90s and the 80s. These conversations were happening, whether they were actually making a cultural impact or not even a cultural impact, whether they were effective in changing policy, I guess is where I really want to go there. That's a different story, right?
Right.
But
Judge Clarence Thomas during his confirmation hearings, one of the things that was a big part of that was his stance on affirmative action, right? So it's what you're saying is the race-based political policies that have been pushed by the left in terms of trying to correct for, to be his steel man the position, trying to correct for the inadequacies that they believe are remaining from, a history of slavery, or et cetera, et cetera. You're saying that is something that is a consistent, that isn't a change over time. From a policy-based position, I don't know that saying that the left has always been openly discriminatory and racist is the hill I would want to die on. I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. I would say that the rhetoric has certainly changed in terms of in academia, in terms of media and television, right? You would not find in the 1990s, right? You would not find major news publications bringing on someone to discuss policies and them just openly being racist towards white people. Right. But that is something that has just become common practice in today's culture.
So I'm not going to adjudicate the well, I just want to say I'm not going to adjudicate the whole anti-white thing, right? So I got to push past that, right? It's just that I think there has been a big change. I'm not sure if there has been a massive shift within academia. As well, right? I think
there's tons of data that
more and more of academic research or academic the public is exposed more to what academia is thinking,
right?
Rather than before, right? Through all the same channels. So we're getting all these things.
That has been measured. We have data that shows that sociologists used to be 60% self-identifying as critical theorists, and now it's sociologists are upwards of 90% critical theorists, right? There absolutely has been a change, especially in the humanities, whether it's so English, history, sociology, gender studies, women's studies, etc., where they have gone from predominantly believing in Marxist ideology to being overwhelmingly Marxist in their philosophy.
Okay, so that's not exactly what I had meant, but I will take on what you said, right? And I haven't fact checked this, but I'm just going to assume you're correct there, right? That's actually not what I meant. What I meant was that whether those ideas were new, right? That what's being talked about today, right, in the general public, are these brand new ideas that are?
Yeah, I mean, these are repackaged ideas that have been around for 200 years. The difference isn't obviously are the ideas new. The difference is how much power do they have within and cultural influence? How much do they dominate our day-to-day conversations or institutions?
And I can say that has increased, maybe, right? Mm-hmm. But again, that's my point, is that we're now exposed more to these things rather than these ideas are brand new in academia, and as they come up in academia, they are just filtered out into the public. I think our relation to academia has shifted quite a bit, and that has increased our how many times we these words get out into the wild, and then oftentimes when these terms.
I know I'm dominating the panel, but let me just finish with this, right?
The real change.
Let's look at sociology, right? If you got a degree in a standard, public university 20 or 30 years ago in sociology, right? yes, a big portion of your professors would be critical theorists, and they would focus from a critical theory lens, right? But you would also get it. You would also meet professors and have engaging conversations and debates with your professors that were structural functionalists or dramaturgists or the other domains or lenses that exist. As even C. Wright Mills, who was a critical theorist first and foremost and a Marxist without a doubt, right? He wrote in his article on the sociological imagination that it was important that nobody just look at things from a critical theory lens, because critical theory obviously misses information and doesn't give us a telling of anything in and of itself, that you needed to look through these other sociological lenses in order to have a more full picture of society and culture. You're not getting that if you get a public education in sociology these days. What you are getting is overwhelmingly all of your professors are critical theorists, and that is the lens of which they teach from. And then they give you a quick little snippet about structural functionalism and like how Robert Merton gave us window broken glass theory, and then they just move on to teaching all of their classes from that lens.
I just feel that you are overestimating the power of academia in that way. But I'm going to leave it there and let go jump in.
No, I'm just discussing one institution.
Okay, so let's go to Katya's been waiting. Ali, I think you want to jump in. Lactoid, anyone else? Okay.
I think it really depends on, as well as which part of sociology and more sociological subjects that you're in, because obviously ones that are more identity focused or whatever are gonna have people that lean way more on critical theory. But I mean, it's not necessarily like a strict sociological thing, but when I know I'm doing a bit of an anecdote. When I got a degree in criminology, there was talk of obviously stuff like broken windows, obviously stuff like structural functionalism, obviously stuff like that beyond just critical theory, and there was a kind of more diversity among professors as far as those types of sociological theories.
So what's the most right wing? What's the most right wing field of sociology?
Hey, that's a question.
Well, you should know, right? Like, you have a degree in criminology. What is the most right wing field of sociology?
I mean, I'd say that that's probably one of the more right wing ones, but
that is it, right? Like, you're saying I had some structural functionalists in the most right-wing field of sociology. Like, sociology proper is 90% critical theorists.
I guess.
That is obviously a shift.
Potentially.
A shift of obviously I wouldn't use gender studies, women's studies as the example, because that's going to be like all intersectional feminists that are critical theorists, right? Like, but to use criminology or criminal justice, which is a subcategory of both law and sociology, as your example here, to say that you had some structural functionalists is actually just kind of highlighting the problem in and of itself.
It's not like we had majority critical theorists going on here either. Like, I honestly didn't, but you're right.
Where'd you
now
go
that
to
you
school?
put it that way.
Come on.
Where did I go to school? I went to school in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go Ali, and then
it was like a right wing university or anything, but yeah, I guess you know what, if you're talking in the mass scale of things.
Ali.
I'm just gonna derail Corey to answer your question. No, it's not fine that the lady did that, but I think if business owners want to do stupid shit and get caught, I mean, fucking so be it. Lactoid.
I appreciate the answer. Truly.
Yeah, so I posted some stuff in the group chat, just looking at specifically race relations. There's also a lot of different graphs on different measures, a lot of it having to do with mental health. But everything started changing around 2014, around that area, right? There was a major societal shift. And it just so happens that around 2014 was when social media really started to take off in terms of the percentage of the American public that uses it. I think, academics is absolutely, to be frank, I think academia has always been not always, but for a long time now, at least since the 70s, been captured by
60s,
a left wing. Yeah, probably even before then, the 60s. But I mean, the 70s, you start getting some real wacko stuff, like John Money and stuff. But in terms of a lot of the societies, the common people, right, the common change, I think you see a lot of that in 2014. And then in 2014, I mean, race relations relatively were stable before this. Now, obviously, you get back to the civil rights era. There's some changes as well, but they're relatively stable between that era and 2014 when you start seeing a major drop again. And I think that again, this is I think a problem, kind of like Prime said, with exposure. Right, this is a problem where everybody can go on social media and just start saying shit, and you have a lot of people out there that are highlighting specific instances, and this is why Americans have a dramatically overinflated idea of killings of Black Americans by the police. They have incredibly overinflated ideas about injustice around the world generally, and so when you begin to develop these sort of overestimations of all the bad shit because it's just exposed to you on social media all day, of course you're going to become radical. It's pretty predictable, actually. And of course you're going to start hating other races. Race relations are going to drop. Of course you're going to start harboring terrible feelings. And I think this is really what you see a lot, especially from the left, I think. But it's unfortunate. But I don't know how to combat it because social media is not going anywhere.
Well,
so.
like to it. Would you also say that on the right, right? That everything that you've said would count for the right as well.
100%.
We hear about. Okay, well, sure. But for lactoid, right? We have people who live in places like New York, and like New York City, and then San Francisco, and then maybe Springfield, Ohio, and all those places, right? And then they have relatives in other places, right? And they hear from their conservative relatives, and they get texts like, "Are you okay? Right? Are you safe right now?" Because they get these messages from right wing, in terms of traditional media and then alternative media, that tell them that these places are hellholes, right? That they are crime infested, that you're gonna get mugged by a homeless person, right? Walking down the street, you know what?
It's only true
your
in
relative who
California.
lives in New York City probably has already been raped. Just assume so. There is we have instances where these individuals are afraid to come. Right, these conservative individuals in other parts of the country who've never been to these crime havens, crime vortexes. Right, they've never come, but they're afraid to do so. Right, and then we have incidents, and these are all anecdotes, of course, but where they actually do show up, and they're like, oh, it was normal. But all my media that I've been ingesting have been saying otherwise. Right, that these places are extremely dangerous. Lactoid, would you say that this also exists perfectly well on the right?
Last 10 years.
It probably exists to some extent, but I don't know because, for example, the police killings of Black people, right? Conservatives tend to be wrong on this, but they're actually wrong in the way you don't think. They overestimate it pretty dramatically. Now, do they overestimate it as dramatically as left wingers? No. Left wingers, I think it was the far left believes it's tens of thousands. The left believes it's thousands. More center people, they believe it's 100. Conservatives, they believe it's hundreds, and the actual number is a max of 34, as per 2019. So everybody's overestimating it, but conservatives are the closest to reality when it comes to their overestimations. I think it probably could be true that one thing, and I don't have stats in this, so I hate talking about it, but if I had to be super charitable and just give estimates, I think conservatives probably overestimate crime from illegal immigrants. That would be my estimation, right? And that's just given
we don't have good data on that.
Well, the problem there's a problem that we don't have good data on that. And recently I've seen some data where in certain areas it seems like crime actually is higher among illegal immigrants than the native population.
So I would say,
for example, I thought that was crazy. I didn't believe it until I just recently saw it.
But on the point that you're making previously, right? I would probably also say that liberals also overestimate the crimes in those areas I was talking about, right? That people who would if you hit them with a poll, right? Or a survey, right? If they were
hit them with a
doing
poll.
Survey, hit a poll, that they would say, "Oh, I am on the left, right? Or I vote for the Democrats, or whatever the fuck, right?" And you ask them, where's the crime level? I would imagine they would also have an overinflated sense, right? But lower than what conservatives have, right? That these things aren't separated evenly.
Yeah, it depends on how you word it. If the wording identifies a certain political thing, then they're going to tend towards
that also changes.
Moving away, right?
Sure.
Like,
I hear you.
But I mean, for example, and of course, this happens as well. Kind of, I think it points to the fact of it being such a social media and media problem, right? I believe it was on your show. It might have been on He Who Shall Not Be Named, the Ukrainian streamers debate panels, but I think it was here, where like Jay Chow was on here during Trump's president, or no, was it during Trump's presidency? I believe maybe it was during.
Yeah, I only started in 2020.
Okay, so okay, but he was blaming Black on Asian hate crimes in New York, saying that this was Trump and like COVID fear, and like how he knew that he had to go out and get mace because they were giving out mace for people so he could protect himself from like white rednecks that would come out and like potentially attack him violently. And it's like, and then I just mentioned, I was like, dude, the rise of hate crimes in New York City have not been Trump COVID fear hate of Asians with white people. It has been overwhelmingly Black people that have been attacking Asians in New York City during that like increase in hate crime. And he refused to believe it because he had read online and seen the media and absolutely knew. And this is someone with a college degree who's in grad school. Maybe at the time he might have been finishing up his bachelor's, to be fair. But like, this is someone that was almost, at the very least, almost finished his bachelor's in political science, right? Like, this is someone who is educated, is a politics streamer, at least sometimes doing gaming and coding. But is mostly what he talks about is political science and his education in political science. And he is living in fear of random white people committing hate crimes against Asians because of COVID, because of information, like complete misinformation and hysteria that he got online. So I think yes, I absolutely agree that right wingers, especially like your Graham, like people that don't know how to use social media the same way, like the older generation that taught us, ironically, not to believe everything online, and then all of a sudden they're like, I got a Facebook meme.
Believed everything.
And like
Yeah.
right, and it's like fucking what, right? Like, especially against that generation, certainly overinflate things, but it is absolutely true that it's happening across the board, that like our ability to be informed has led via social media has led to a selection bias so fucking strong that most of us have become uninformed or misinformed.
Right, I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah. I want to say something, and I don't know, this could just be a feeling that I have that's not based in reality, but I do strongly feel it, especially when I watch commercials or television shows from the early 2000s, before 2014. Like, I don't know, like Scrubs or something, right? I feel like race relations were better. I feel like gender relations were better back then. Like, people, like women weren't so terrified to not play into gender stereotypes, and like race jokes were more like common and accepted, at least on Scrubs, and at least on every TV show that I've been able to find and watch since before that time. And especially when it comes to gender as well, I've noticed that, where nowadays it seems like women in particular are almost like hyper vigilant to not come across as feminine sometimes. When prior to 2014, that was not the case, right? They were absolutely willing to play into femininity and make that part of their personality on the TV and on the internet.
That seems like a weird metric, though, because like, let's go back to like
I said it's my feeling, right?
No, I hear your friend, and I believe, and I'm not trying to be harsh on you or anything like this, right?
It makes me nostalgic.
I'm just like. But like, if we went to, I don't know when this, was airing, but like, in whenever television was first appearing, right. And we talked about like, the type of shows that were on there and how they portrayed Black people. And they had like, some Black people, like, was it Amos and something? I'm forgetting the name.
Amos and Andy.
Amos and Andy. Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah. Like how like race was portrayed there. There was a lot of race jokes there, right? There were more race jokes there, right? And the black people that they hired to be a part of that, right? They seemed to be okay with it. And so you
They
could say,
thought
well,
race relations were better, according to the stats. Everyone was happier with it, Prime.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Statistically,
all the TV
but-
shows, and we'd be good.
Yeah, I'm so like I'm saying that like yeah, they could be more race jokes, right? Like there what was it? Breakfast at Tiffany, where there's that famous actor who did
we have not watched the same shows.
The Breakfast at Tiffany is
a
not
movie.
well, it's a movie.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, so I thought
It's a very famous movie. It's okay.
It's a very
fine.
famous movie.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It doesn't matter.
I'm
It doesn't
culturally
matter.
inept. Sorry.
And I'm not trying to make fun of you here. The point is that like it
You just
is
have
a
to watch
famous movie.
Scrubs.
The point is that like, and then there is a character there, and I forget the actor's name, but he's a white guy, and he's like doing like a very awful like Asian stereotype. He's like doing yellow face and like the accent and all that. I won't repeat it myself. But you could say, well, yeah, race relations were great between like whites and Asians, but the Asians just didn't have a voice to respond to it, right? You could say the same thing about like gay individuals, right? Like, well, we used to make all these gay jokes, right?
I know your point, but look at the graph.
Sure.
Like, black people thought race relations were a lot better in the early thousands, right?
Yeah,
by massive margins. So black people, like it was like 77%, and now it's like 33%.
I hear you. My mother, my father, right? They have had interesting experiences, especially being immigrants, right? To this country, and they've had some really bad experiences. They had some really good experiences, but overall, I think if you had asked them that, race relations were overall pretty good, right? But they would warn me against certain situations. I guess there's no point going too deep in there. The point is that like their attitudes have shifted as they have seen like more throughout the country, right? Like, hey, I am now aware of these other things that don't happen in my personal life. Now, my parents did experience racism personally. That actually did happen here in America, especially, and they were taken advantage of because of their, citizen status and all that. That did happen.
I mean, we all have. Literally everyone on this panel has experienced racism, right?
Sure, yeah, and I mean, but I'm saying that like it's okay that like people have a different their attitudes on race relations has shifted because it's a bit more inclusive. Now it's skewed. Doesn't mean it's like we have a perfect view of it, right? But we have a wider lens, and I think that's actually useful. I think that everyone's experience is actually quite limited, and most people won't suffer with like massive like racist experiences that'll like color their entire lives. That's true, but that doesn't mean that these things aren't happening.
Can I say one thing about this, about why the graphs look the way they do? So a lot of the reason why it seems to me why it's like, okay, the race relations, like, people thought it was so great back then, is because I feel like back then, people were looking at their immediate area now versus their immediate area, like via stories and via what they've heard from, older generations or what they've experienced in the past that was worse. Especially, when you go back further, there's like a bigger difference, right, between, the actual lived experience of people as, obviously things improved over time. But then, when we've got the internet, we've got social media, we've got mass news, TV news as well, stuff's going to go down because people are going to be looking at not just here's what happened to me now or is happening to me now versus what my parents said happened to them when, they were my age. Now we're looking at here's what's going on now, here, there, in a city, in the country, in another nation, over there, over here, and here's the worst of it, right? Because that's newsworthy. So, I mean, that's the way I kind of see it, is it's not exactly like you can view it on the same landscape.
Before October 7th, people would have
not really sure what all that meant.
People would have said that like it's peaceful in Israel right now. A lot of people would have said that, but it wasn't peaceful in Israel at the time, right? Now they're being exposed absolutely people said that. Absolutely people said that. 100% people said that.
I mean, there may be people that
and they think the violence started on October 7th. Oh, now there's war. Now there's an attack, but there was peace before October 7th because I wasn't hearing about violence, right? Every so often I hear Palestinians threw rocks at the Israelis, right? But overall, it must be peaceful. Yeah, people have unless it's it's made aware to them, it's brought up right from the ether and put in front of their eyes. People are going to have their ideas are skewed and their perceptions also skewed in the other direction, right? Because of ignorance.
Were you just saying more people would have said it was peaceful back when it was less violent? Duh. Right, you know,
I want to respond. I want to respond to something
because there's more race relation issues.
I want to, there's more race relation issues, and I think a lot of it. I really do think a lot of it's because media focuses on things that are tragic. Media focuses on things that are exciting people to click on it, and oftentimes that gives people a warped image of what actually is. Prime, you're probably right to some extent that a hyperfixation on crime gives people the illusion that there's way more crime, despite the fact that crime has been going down since the 90s. Perhaps in the 90s, people weren't appreciative enough of how dangerous things were. But I also think this is, and probably in line with this, we talked about race, but I think gender is another thing we can talk about here. There has been a major shift on this too, especially since 2014. Again, going back and watching any of these old TV shows. I mean, can you give me an example? And I would love to be proven wrong because I'm sure maybe one exists. Can you give me an example of a modern film or show in which there is a feminine character, traditionally feminine character, and not a boss bitch, not one of these characters for every single woman character?
But any rom-com modern?
Wait a minute.
Probably.
You say any rom-com. Sorry, you saying
even then the character's still a little bit
I mean, come on, guys.
Dominant, a little bit assertive.
Sorry, nothing but boss babes. Come on, let's just be honest.
I think
all
it
right, well, two
depends on
things.
what kind of media, right?
Even hold on, even the new Snow White is talking about how Snow White's terrible and how back in the dated era where this.
I saw a post.
The new Snow White that hasn't come out yet.
The interviews. There's interviews of the actress,
of the writers and directors.
Point. I did see a post today, so anecdotes and whatever. But it was talking about how Sydney Sweeney and Sabrina Carpenter brought back being okay to be a white woman and just a feminine white woman because that's their whole shtick, and they don't seem to ride any ethnic trains or whatever it may be. I think to Lactoid's point is we've seen through movies the girl always the female character seems to always have to have her own kind of strong story for every single movie.
Yeah,
it used to be a little bit equaled out, whereas there were some strong feminine roles, some weak male roles. It would equal out, but now it's every single one is.
I don't remember Avengers when ovary power happened when all 5 of the women got together. Whoa, it's ridiculous.
Sorry, hold on. Two things. One. To Scott, the reason I was saying previously is that it wasn't peaceful before in Palestine, right? Or
be careful, Prime.
I don't what I do. I guess I do need to be careful. Yeah, and this way, not gonna stop me ever. But yeah, I would say that the point I was making was that it wasn't peaceful. There were land confiscations. The settlements were expanding. These were violence, and individuals were being arrested for indeterminate amounts of time without being charged with crimes. All those things were happening. But people would have said, "Hey, this era is peaceful," and then all of a sudden there was some sort of unprovoked attack. Even though because they simply aren't aware of the issues that were happening. That's the point I was making. But back to
I agreed with you. All I'm saying is that a bunch of Americans are stupid. Duh. Right? And a bunch of Americans are uninformed on a whole host of issues. Duh. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that your comparison kind of actually speaks towards our point, because you're saying when a conflict arises, when there is, media attention, right? You're saying, well, it's the media attention, but it's yes, media attention might bring awareness to an issue that didn't have as much awareness, which is to your point, but also the conflict that broke out and war coming out and like the tragedies on both ends that occurred is also a clear and direct escalation. And that's why more people would have said view. And what we're saying is, yes, I agree that like the left's obsession over race and gender issues has brought light to issues that many people might not have even been aware of, and thus, given them a greater awareness of issues of race and gender in this country. But it is also similarly coincided with a whole host of new fucking issues that have been drummed up because of their obsession with race and gender, that has new forms of discrimination that were not common, right? Especially within universities and schools, right? Like we have seen a shift in the culture and the way that they treat, whites in the media. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen politicians being like, in 20 such and such, whites will no longer be a dominant, be the majority race, and I celebrate that, right? And that was Joe Biden, right? Like, like you're seeing obvious change in rhetoric and culture, and that's what race relations is, right? That is what the whole initial conversation of this was about. Is not about the level of hate incidents, but about the culture and can people speak freely? Can people be comfortable? Can people easily bridge the gap in their interpersonal relationships?
So I think what we're doing is we're coming to a consensus is what's happening here. But like moving back to what
that was my original point. So I'm glad the consensus is just my original point.
I just want to return to Andy Griffith's America. Okay, that's what I want to do.
I know you do. You're gonna take this place black and white. But hold on, Lactoid, I want to understand your original point because maybe I missed part of it. Right. So you're saying now that we have more aggressive females in media, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I really do feel it. Like I watch, like you try watching like old, especially fucking Scrubs. Okay, just watch Scrubs. And you're like, wow, there's none of this.
I love Scrubs.
Yeah, it's a great TV show, and there's none of this fucking woke shit. All right, that's what I'm talking about. There's none of this woke shit, this woke bullshit that's like constantly in everything new. And it's like I don't have to have those cringe moments. No, not anywhere close. Right? We have an example like again, the women in Scrubs didn't mind like playing into the feminine stereotypes that exist. Like, of course, women are going to be like talking to each other in the fucking hospital about all like woman shit. And look at Lord of the Rings. There is only in Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings, the best trilogy in all of the world, and in my opinion, the best movies ever made. There is only like 15 seconds of dialogue between women. Like the rest of it is just like men, right? And it is. I'm just saying, like. We go from this. We go from this. We go from the greatest movie series ever made, and we go from that, by the way, to now like the Avengers, where they have to make a special moment, right? In Endgame, they made a spoiler. They had to make a special moment.
How long did that last?
Too long, because I was cringing the whole fucking time it was happening. I was cringing the whole time it was happening because all the women get together and they're all walking forward, and it's like. The estrogen. It's like it's so embarrassing because you can tell what the hyperfixation is. The hyperfixation
testosterone.
Like they're strong women. There's like just like South Park, right? Strong women. There's strong women. Oh yeah. Every new TV show, and it's getting embarrassing.
Your only complaint,
it's so forced.
You're just complaining about the parts that you don't like.
Some things are forced in like shitty corporate media. Wow, we don't like shitty corporate media.
Amazing. It's some person on the fucking director's team that's like, hey, you should put this in to get people really snapping, right? It's like bullshit. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous when they had it. It's ridiculous when they have it in the future.
The reason why they did
and stop talking shit about Snow White too. The actress.
The reason why they did that in Endgame was to simply do a test. That was an audience test. Hey, do you want this? Do you want us to spin these actors off into their own franchises? Like, look what we could do. We could do this female thing, right? Wouldn't that be fun? Right? Yeah, that's what they were doing there. Whatever. Yes, they were testing to see, hey, would the audience be into another property that
they were pushing.
Amazing,
no.
Right?
They were
pushing on you. Yes.
This is a cultural. This is a manufactured cultural. This is a manufactured cultural. It is.
All movies and TV shows are manufactured.
And Blackwood barely made it out there alive, right? Like, I mean, like he was.
But how hard I was cringing, I'm surprised I did make out alive.
Yeah, I know you were cringing so hard you were going to fold into.
What a snowflake!
You were going to implode.
It was horrible. I felt like I was going to
I feel like
puke.
it really depends on the shows and stuff because I feel like there's media from 40 years ago that y'all would be like, "Oh my god, the woke."
The thing that.
Well, I want to hear what Grid just said because I think he's on the right track. It's an agenda, right? It is an agenda.
It's okay to admit that there's an agenda to what's going on. It's okay to say, look, they want to promote women looking better than men in all of these situations. And you know what? It's okay to just admit that. Just admit it.
Women looking better than men? No,
I would say women looking better than men in all situations. No.
Did you ever watch? My kid and I had this conversation today. Did you ever watch a cartoon called Inspector Gadget?
Yes.
Where the little girl saved the
Penny.
grown ass man's life all the time.
Yeah,
because he was a complete bumbling fool. It's okay that there's an agenda there. I don't agree with
that.
That
was like from the 80s, though. The original
80s media.
Yeah,
it was ahead of its time, Prime.
That's nothing is new here. Like,
no, it is new. No, there's like around 2000
of Norbs. That's why it's funny. That's why it was
the
in
example
there.
you gave is from a cartoon from the 80s. Like, I don't.
That would be deemed sexist today because we were making fun of it, and then 2014 happened, and now we can't have same race couples in commercials, right? And then on top,
we have this in the 80s, and that's kind of
we had a bit of.
It's just there's
we had
it's creep, guys. It's just feature creep.
I can agree with you, right? And this is what I've been trying to get to is that there was a period of a resurgence of white feminism, right? That happened within
not just white feminism.
Yeah, well, I know, but you don't understand what that term is, right? And so you were reacting to the word white, and you don't know what I mean by that, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. But just hold on, right? White feminism, in that. To make it very clear to you, it just means like non-intersectional feminism, right? Just leave it at that. Not about white people.
He's talking about like yellow wallpaper and like feminine mystique.
You can be a black, white, you can be a black, white intersectional feminist, right? Like that's so. Don't get too focused on that. The point is that we had a resurgence of that, right? We had like the whole lean in thing by that book,
I don't want to lean in. I want to lie down.
Yeah,
fucking
lean in. Yeah, there was a resurgence of this, and this like a boss bitch mentality, 100%, right? And there is a backlash that on the left that's happening at this moment. But yeah, you don't because you don't know about that. They make that face because you don't know about it.
You're saying there's a backlash on the left. I must not see it because again, currently, right now, you have the actress who's going to be playing Snow White talking about how terrible that story is. Before, like, she's playing the fucking role. And why is it that every remake has to have like a woman?
I say there's a backlash on the left. And then his response is like, well, there's an actress, right? An actress who has a PR team, right? And is like filtered through
where's the backlash?
This corporate package, right?
So
this person, right? Well, that must be the left. And I don't see this backlash on the left because this corporate packaged actress, right? She's not representing that.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't see, and maybe you're in a very specific like circle, but I'm not seeing like the left like push back in this to any considerable degree. Hold on, like I mean, seriously, we have that. We have again, every woman character has to be like a boss now. In fact, it's become a tire meme. I disagree. I think it is. We have black elves in Rings of Power, which is anti-canonical, by the way, but they push it anyway. And
black surgeons and scrubs too. You know that?
Yeah, that is canonical because black people can be surgeons. But Tolkien wrote specifically that the elf skin was fair. So it was not.
But here's the thing. No, that's the thing that you care about, right? And so, like, I find it interesting that you're calling the present media woke, right? But then you're saying, well, Scrubs is not woke. But other people, right, of your ideological ilk, right, farther right than you are, to be fair, right, but would also look at that and say, like, well, why isn't there a white actor being the surgeon, right? Like, it seems a little woke to have chosen a black actor. Now you aren't like that, Lactoid. I'm not trying to put this on you.
For the role of a white person whose skin was white is
Also,
part of her
all the
character.
surgeons were also ethnic.
Yeah, like,
And
like
literally, you cannot
the head doctors
cast
and
someone
the
as
normal
Snow
doctors are all
White
white
that
in that
isn't
show.
white without it being an intentional choice to try and
yeah.
erase the whiteness of the character.
Anyways, all I'm gonna say about this is if they like word for word, exact same strips, exact same like characters and stuff like that, remade every episode of Star Trek: The Original Series, people would go, "Oh my God, the woke!" Even though it was
They would
made like fucking 60 years ago.
No.
They would make it woke if they tried to remake it today.
No. I said if they made it identical to the original series, they would say, "Oh my God, the woke."
Exactly,
That's
Corey.
not
I love
true.
yes, exactly because
That's
you
not true.
Lactoid. It literally was.
Yes.
It was the wokest thing at the time. They were pushing. Yeah,
It was natural. It wasn't forced.
Oh,
it was
wasn't
natural.
forced?
There
It
wasn't an
wasn't forced?
agenda.
Oh, I would love. I would love. I would love it. I would love
Not
it.
like there is
Take a
today.
Lactoid. Let's just take a Finn Lactoid.
Here.
on a trip,
Look at the movie
No,
Alien. Look at the movie Alien. She
Lactoid,
was
I don't
naturally
get
a
it.
strong character. It wasn't forced down our throats.
Lactoid, we got to focus on this because this is so telling, right? I would love it.
Maybe
If we could just take a
better
trip. Hold on.
women.
Hold on. If we could take a trip a few decades in the past, right? Like you and I, right? And we go talk to the individuals while like Star Trek was airing, right? Star Trek, which had that black communications officer, right? Uhura,
I know, the
right?
first
Star
interracial
Trek,
kiss, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no. But
I'm
it's
talking
more
about
than
the
that.
themes as well. People
Sorry,
would
hold on.
say.
I'm definitely gonna get through this. So, Star Trek, who like specifically pushed by Gene Roddenberry, right? Like a leftist, right? Probably a Marxist, right? Who actually absolutely a Marxist. Actually, the world he designed is 100% Marxist, right? Like that, the world that he was pushing and the lessons on not just like direct race relationships, but like he hid lessons within the show, right? To get it past the censors. I would love if we went back and talked to the individuals at the time, because remember, Star Trek when it was originally airing was a flop, right? It didn't actually last very long. It had middling ratings, right? But we talked to those individuals, those and white America and the white suburbs, what they thought of it, right? Would they have called it not woke, obviously, right? But whatever the equivalent was, but at the time, absolutely they would have. Absolutely. But you don't care about this.
Let me just...
No, I'm
yeah,
not done.
the amount
Because
of hate mail that was received by the network
you made the
was
point.
insane.
Normalized to you right now.
PrimeCayes makes 10 points so that you can engage.
You don't call it woke. Yeah, sure, whatever.
I want to respond to that specific point because look, so look, if we want to go through now, I don't. If you're saying that this, I haven't watched the full series, so I'm going to be, I guess, a little more tepid with my claims. If you're saying in this particular, of course, I've watched series.
No.
See,
next of Star Trek.
I've seen it before. I've seen every episode of Voyager. And I don't think Voyager was nearly as woke as the average TV show is today.
It was not as woke as the original series.
I find it funny that we're grading on levels of wokeness.
You might not be old enough, but that was the first female captain. That was a big deal.
No. Hold on. You're missing the point. Again, what I'm trying to say is like you're describing the initial Star Trek, which we're talking about the era of Gunsmoke and Gilligan's Island, right? Like it could be that this was like particularly woke, which I thought was kind of hilarious again compared to the other shows of the day, and also compared to what we currently have. I'm serious. I'm still waiting for an example. Can you give me an example of right now in any TV show or movie released within the past 5 years, a contemporary female character that does not have like the boss bitch persona, that does not have a like overall dominant personality type? Just one.
Sweeney's character in Euphoria. I don't want to give you like Euphoria would be like the thing.
Okay, I'll watch that. And I'll let you know if I agree. I've never watched it.
Euphoria has a bunch of.
Scott's saying it's trash. So do you have a non-trash example so I don't have to close my eyes?
Is woke as fuck, but and degenerate. It's all just degeneracy and.
Wait, somebody's saying somebody's saying she's not a main character. Is she a main character or is she not?
She's absolutely a main character.
Well, they're all. It's a bunch of characters.
It's an ensemble cast. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a bunch of,
can you give me an example of a main character being like not?
She is a main character, so
like the lead role,
the
like
top
is a
bill,
lead role,
the
lead
like Snow White is a great like the traditional Snow White is a great example of a non-boss bitch main character, right? Is there any equivalent to that today?
Hold on. I'm gonna
Wait, give us one. Give
in
us one that you
passing.
think is good from like the '90s or early 2000s, so they can have a comparison. Like, do you have a better one that isn't a cartoon?
Scrubs.
We love
That's
Scrubs
an
today.
that's an ensemble cast. That's an ensemble cast,
When they're
brother.
off screen,
I'm
it's
talking
usually
like
like
the-
15
like the
seconds.
same-
Wait,
guy-
what's her face is absolutely a main character in that
They're
show.
all main characters. That's the problem. I'm saying you're giving them the same given the same guidelines. A main character who's the lead role, right? Who isn't a boss bitch, because that's like your Snow White references. Like she's the lead role. Those stories about her. So can you give like an example like from early '90s, 2000s where lead characters kind of play into femininity?
Hold on. So
The lead
if you're saying ensemble cast, like I didn't
Pam
mean to
from The
limit main
Office.
character to one person.
We'll just Pam from The Office, right? Like she's not a boss bitch the entire show.
There you
Right?
go.
Like she's clearly a feminine.
Or Friends, right? Is another example.
There you go. You could yeah.
Or was she a main character?
That's our
Like,
standard.
Phoebe,
I mean,
Phoebe was pretty feminine in Friends. She's kind of crazy.
So was
But no,
Rachel.
So
was
while
Monica.
we have this little bit of a pause.
Do we have any
right, I
examples
think-
today?
are we talking about the main,
So while we
main
have this
character?
little bit of a pause, right?
'Cause I have an example.
So while we have this little break, there's a problem in the way that you guys are, where the left is interpreting woke, and the problem, I think, also, to be fair, stems from the right's difficulty to adequately define woke, right? Because it seems like what the lefties are doing here, right, is they're saying that woke is when a character is representative, right? And like we can use that analogy, which is fine, right? Like if you care about, representation in media, which you do, and you say it matters that blacks were underrepresented in media, right? Then you ought to be with the conservatives in saying that LGBT people are overrepresented somewhere between 2 to 4 times than they actually exist, which by definition is underrepresentation of white characters. So by your own logic, you must support white people in limiting the representation of LGBTQ people in media in Hollywood.
Black people are also overrepresented.
That's one of right.
Can
Black
be
people are also
white and
overrepresented as Asians.
didn't want to say,
Asians as well.
Jewish people
Asians
are
as well.
overrepresented.
Right. Yes. Everyone except for white people, for the most part, are overrepresented in all of our forms of media.
Careful.
So if you care about representation, then what you need to do is push for more white actors and more white voices in Hollywood, because it's racism that they don't exist. I don't care about direct proportional representation. And the people that are against wokeness don't either. White people are not fucking concerned that there's not enough of a majority of white people, that there isn't exactly 62%, or 55% straight white actors. What they care about when they say woke is not the existence of a skin color, right? What they care about is twofold. One, is it a skin color is pushed there for an ideological reason that subverts the story and entertainment value. I'll give you an example. Not a single fucking anti-woke person gave a fuck that Samuel L. Jackson played Nick Fury, despite the fact that that Nick Fury was white in all of the comics. No one cares that he was a black guy. You know why? Because Samuel L.
Why did people?
I didn't hear a single person
the
complain about
internet.
that.
You didn't hear it. I did.
None of
He didn't make me feel lectured, okay?
Well,
That's
hold
what
on,
it was.
Pause. No, you're interrupting with some bullshit. You look at any of
I'm
these
asking
fucking
a question.
you look at any of these fucking anti-woke YouTubers, right? Like Critical Drinker or Geeks and Gamers or any of those. None of those people cared that Nick Fury was a black guy now. Why? Because Samuel L. Jackson was a badass. Because he fit the fucking role. It didn't matter that the skin color changed. People are mad about Snow White. Well, why? What's the difference here? The difference here is that Rachel, I can't remember, it's like Ziegler or whatever the fuck her name is. I can't remember. I apologize. She, not only was she disparaging of the story and said that it didn't fit her morals and values, they talked and celebrated how they changed the fact that when she came in, she was celebrating her femininity by cleaning up the house and by straightening things and by cooking dinner for the dwarves, and then she fell asleep. And that was what endeared her, because there was a motherly figure in Snow White that was an icon of femininity. And what she did and what they did is they changed it where she was lecturing them about being a boss bitch and about how they all need to clean up themselves. And it's like, bitch, they've been in the mines all day. What the fuck are you doing? It is forced, doesn't make sense with the story. And the only reason it is there is to push the ideology of wokeism. And the very quick and easy definition of woke is the cultural instantiation that represents critical theory, oppressed oppressor dynamics, anti-capitalist narratives, and intersectional feminist narratives that are all designed to subvert society and subvert Western ideology and subvert liberalism in favor of equity and inclusion.
So,
That was amazing.
So it all started with Ghostbusters.
I went.
Why
Before you go on the question,
people have a
before you
problem
go on
with-
the question, before you do the question, right? So, like, we've been going through Netflix, to look up shows. Kim's Convenience, right? The main characters, there are two Asian leads. There's like, because it's a family dynamic thing, right? None of them are boss bitches or whatever, right?
She
Glow,
literally is. The main character of the show is the daughter, and she constantly argues against her father, against cultural tradition, and is going out to be an artist and a photographer. She constantly bullies her oppa. Like, no, she's a boss bitch throughout.
How is that?
How
is that? Hold on. Then okay. Then this term immediately. This term means nothing.
If a woman's just like, okay, I'll do whatever you want. Okay, we'll be submissive. That's not a story. That's boring as shit. Nobody wants to watch that.
That's literally, if that's what you mean, right? That like she has an opinion that's different from her father's, right? And she has conflict with her
now
father
you're cherry picking
about her
what
own
I'm saying.
destiny. Then okay, sure, whatever. I'm moving past that, right?
No, she doesn't represent femininity in any fashion, other than the fact that she's female.
I mean, hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. The mother who fully embraces being a homemaker and being embracing her family and all that, right? She fully embraces all those traditional things. But like, would that count?
The mother does. The mother does, absolutely. But
Okay,
you use
great.
the
There we
daughter
go,
as
the
an
mother,
example.
right.
The daughter was a
Sure.
powerful feminist icon breaking tradition, who's the
I
main
don't know
character of
about
the
that
show.
part.
Yes, she has an immigrant mother who is a butt of several jokes and made fun of all the time because of her inability to understand the culture
Everyone
and
is
inability
made-
to fit in. She's the butt
everyone
of
is
the
made
joke
fun of.
for her femininity.
It's a comedy
It's
where
the
all
boss
of them are made
bitch
fun
is
of
the
for
hero.
all of their choices, right? Like the son is irresponsible, right? Because of the choices that he made, and it led to his life. Like whatever. So
Maybe him being irresponsible is subverting masculinity
It's
about men
subverting
being
masculinity,
strong and
maybe, might be,
capable.
right?
Ooh.
There's Glow, where there's plenty
By
of
that
women.
criteria, like Phoebe from Friends doesn't qualify. Neither does Rachel. Like,
Exactly. Yeah, and he would get. No. Monica doesn't count, right? Monica would be. Yeah, she's a boss.
No,
bitch,
they
right?
play women.
Stories are about conflict.
We have
Their relation to men isn't like hidden. It's like it is part of the show.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do people have a problem
I'm
with
not done. Hold on. I want to finish
Okay.
this.
Yeah,
I
after that
had
kind of-
Interview with a Vampire, right? It's a recent show. With the main characters, there's three main characters. Two of them are male, one of them's female. And like her entire storyline is in relation to those males and how they make her feel, right? And so there's that, and it's very feminine.
Doesn't pass the Bechdel test. I'm sure the writers will be in trouble for that one.
Sure, whatever. Ratchet. She, I don't know. Maybe.
She's not really like traditionally feminine, but I think
Well,
there was more issues going on there.
Hold on, Scott. That is exactly what I'm talking about. No. What I'm talking about, we need more women to fail the Bechdel test. That's what we need. Okay, in more shows, we need more women, at least some percentage.
American Horror Story.
30%.
American Horror Story has a bunch of different characters, like, and they like rotate like each season.
The witch season was woke as fuck.
Listen, I was just addressing before you talked, right? Hey, they change it up, and so there are some times where they do have those characters, right?
Yeah, and then it was a shit show after that.
I haven't seen the witch season, so I can't tell you.
Oh,
about that
it's
one, right?
awful. It is so hyper
I'm not
woke.
judging that one, but I'm saying that like in different seasons, you have characters who like perfectly represent like traditional femininity, whatever the fuck you want to describe.
I bet you those are before 2014. Let me look it up.
I don't. Okay, do that. Do that, please. Right. There is a whole list of these shows, right? just going down Netflix that are recent, that have characters that do all these things. Bridgerton, right? Has those. It does have one who would be like, I guess, a boss. But
Bridgerton is a
she's one of
historical piece.
Oh my God! Whoa,
It's not- it's not historical
wait,
piece,
Prime,
it's all-
Prime.
Now it's a historical piece that
Wait,
don't
wait,
count.
Prime.
Well, it's
Prime.
okay. It's meant to mock. Okay, sure, fine. Go ahead.
Wait, Prime. Can I want to address something? American Horror Story. So this is, I think, encapsulates my point almost perfectly. Okay. Murder House aired October 2011 to the between October 2011 and December 2011. Okay. Asylum 2012 to the beginning of 2013, and then Coven, like the fucking hyper woke one, the end of 2013 into 2014. It was 2014. That's when everything changed. And American Horror Story changed too. This is literally in line with what I'm talking about.
I probably did see Coven, and I don't remember it. I remember because I got to the circus one, and then there was one after the circus one that I started.
You must have skipped Coven, and that was like the one where
I think,
it's like, you know, the sexual assault happens, and then she flips the bus.
I have a
I
question
don't remember.
about a piece
Go
of
ahead.
media that people did have a problem with, that by y'all's definition of when stuff is inserted or whatever and it's bad, being like the bad type of woke that people have problems with, and I don't understand why exactly people had problem with it. A lot of people online, like these right-wing media, you know, like talk about it, YouTubers, had a lot of issues with the Fallout series. And I don't understand why under that framework, because like generally, I mean, if you're talking about characters that were of other races, it wasn't really shoehorned in. It was just kind of they're existing for the most part. And I mean, like, I just don't understand how in that framework there was such a big problem.
Yeah, I don't know about Fallout. But
I'm sorry. The ham-fisting of politics from the leftist perspective has been so destructive towards all Western media that for the most part, I've just stopped watching TV and I watch like anime or read manga and manhwa because it's literally insufferable to watch 95% of TV these days.
True.
Okay,
No,
you're not a
that's
leftist,
true.
you can't
But here,
identify
can you?
That's
here's the perfect example where I think
I mean,
it's
like, look at
it's
Star Wars,
it's
right?
directly
Star Wars used to be
ham-fisted.
good. Now it's
Hold
full
on,
of
Scott.
like shit like the Acolyte, where
okay,
like
all right.
evil white man is, you know, evil.
Yeah,
Jedi.
like
I see.
Fallout
Prime.
Through that lens too.
Fallout's a really good example. Hold on, but hold on. But Fallout's a good. Have you seen Fallout? Lactoid?
Oh my God, I have not seen Fallout, but I wanted to bring up Rings of
Fallout's
Power.
really good. So
it
yeah,
is really
Fallout's
good.
It's a fantastic show. You should definitely check it out, right?
I love it.
But it starts out with this woman who is like classically feminine and pretty much every way, right? Now she is forced to be the main character, like by plot.
Where she becomes a bad bitch, right?
She has to because people are getting fucking murdered, bro.
Yeah, she like.
And she comes and saves the day. Sure, I get it.
No, because her
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Lactoid. But then here's what I want to ask.
Oh, the man's murder, so she has to step up. Yeah, okay.
Oh my God, stop it. Lactoid.
Her father was
Typical.
kidnapped.
You gotta help
Nobody
me
else
out because this is like.
Oh, the man is kidnapped, so the woman's gotta come. Mario and Bowser. Yeah, sure.
Lactoid, you gotta help me out here because like. As our friend, hold on one second. Because as our friend Scott here said, this is very loosely defined, right? Your idea of like a boss bitch, like I'm trying.
That's
to
why I
like,
gave you a
work
definition.
Wait. But I want to know what Hitler Lactoid thinks about this because
I haven't seen the show.
There has to be a plot
I know
reason.
you haven't seen the show. I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Hey, define this boss bitch thing, right? Because what I was trying to give you an example. I know you haven't seen the show. You don't have to tell me you haven't seen the show. I know you haven't seen the show, right?
I haven't seen the show.
There was a character who is fuck you, who is classically like feminine, right? But because of the plot, like she has to take action. She has to she has agency, right? And has got to go do things out in the world. And
she doesn't really love doing it. Like,
yeah,
it's
she doesn't want to do any of it stuff, right?
But she's just good at it, right?
She's overcoming hardship.
She's overcoming hardships, but she's
and
doing
it explains why she's.
What is a bad? No.
It explains why she's good at some of those things because
Yeah,
she
I know,
like
you're
literally
proving
spent her
Lactoid's
entire
point.
life
Yes, you're
locked in
proving
a vault
Lactoid's point the more you
practicing,
speak.
which
Wait,
makes
wait,
people
wait,
good
wait,
at
wait.
things.
No. You're proving Lactoid's point. The point of Lactoid's thing is that like the fact that in a post-apocalyptic world, whatever the fuck it is, that like the woman's gonna go save her dad because her dad's kidnapped is kind of like annoying to him because that's
Well, it's just
not a typical
far-fetched.
story that would actually happen. It's just being forced. Kind of like when I watched the Mario movie.
Why is it just
when I
being
watched the
forced?
Mario movie and like the movie
doesn't match
the movie's
reality.
supposed to represent like the game.
Oh, I hope
in
not.
The game,
Jesus.
In the game, okay. So when Mario goes into the world, Peach teaching him how to like navigate and run the world and fight and do all of this, but then she gets kidnapped immediately. It's like that's not how that would work. The person who controls the world and would teach the superhero of the world wouldn't probably get kidnapped. And so like that's I think to Lactoid's point is that like there's this girl who's supposed to be feminine, but then they change her up instantly. She has to go through all this hardship, become a hero, do all this stuff, and he's saying it's forced because like that's just
I'm just
Quick,
curious.
is there a plot reason why it makes sense in the plot? Because there is, and it's literally
was she given a genetic like change? Was she genetically enhanced? Because that makes sense. If she's not genetically
would
enhanced,
she have to be genetically enhanced?
Well, because she's a female. The moment any female, like even Ronda Rousey, the moment she goes and tries to fight like 2 or 3 dudes at the same time, she's gonna die. Right?
Yeah,
One of the dudes in the show,
is gonna fucking die.
there are multiple episodes where she's literally like she has a rope around her neck and he's dragging her through the desert. Okay, I'm not even lying.
I haven't seen the show. I'm just asking. I'm asking.
Yeah,
is there any? I'm just saying.
No,
like,
there's
is
a guy
beat up a bunch of dudes.
love being a right winger, being part of the Second Amendment death
with a
cult,
gun, which
right?
I mean
you should
happens in real
know.
life.
Yes, that's a forced
The Second Amendment
equalizer.
death cult.
There's a lot of forced equalization within the show. But
No, you didn't answer my question. You threw that in to avoid the question.
I'm not focusing it on the show. The thing I'm trying to get to, that's not the point of my question, because he hasn't seen the show, right? It seems that what Lactoid actually wants is, right, the original Princess Peach, right? That a woman who didn't have any agency, right, who just get kidnapped, who is very feminine, right, because she wears a dress, right? That's all we know about her, right? She wears a dress, right? And she kisses Mario, and she says, "Thanks, Mario," right? But then never fucks him ever. Kind of weird. But
we don't know that.
No, we do know that man has never gotten his dick.
No, that's the opening of a porn scene. An Italian plumber. Come on.
But the point, that's a good point. But anyway, like that she doesn't have any, she doesn't actually do anything, right? I try to present to you again the story you haven't seen, and that's fair, right? But I try to present to you a character, describe a character to you, right? That's just a woman who has agency, and immediately you start deriding it, and that becomes the boss bitch. If it's simply that she has agency and does stuff within the plot, right, on her own, well then yeah, I guess everything is.
No, it's not. It's not. Let me give you like I guess a couple examples. The first example is where I don't think it's forced is the gay episode of The Last of Us. I thought it was actually like really well done, and that it wasn't like again. Okay, well, fair enough, but it is really well done and kind of an example of I think a way to not force it and not make it feel artificial, but also just simply have gay characters.
Right,
and
which is why gamers overwhelmingly love Last of Us, and then they overwhelmingly hated Last of Us 2 because it was forced.
Sure. I mean, that could be. I don't know about Last of Us 2. I'm talking about the TV show. There was I think I forget which episode, but
it's
a character
pretty strongly off.
Yeah,
of the game.
There's a character who is canonically gay, and like his relationship is in. Although I don't think the relationship is nearly as gone into in depth in the game as it is in the show.
Yeah.
But it's done incredibly well, and it's done in a very natural way to the point where hey, it's just like the relationship. And a lot of people I've talked to, like even on the left, like the super left ones, will say like, yeah, like I think it's a super effective episode because it doesn't feel forced because of the way they're able to do it. An example of a TV show where I think it feels incredibly forced is Rings of Power, in which like canonically it doesn't make any sense to have like the Black Elves or the Black Hobbits. And then also like biologically it doesn't make any sense if you're having like an insular group of forest dwellers that apparently have been inbreeding for the past 1,000 years. but yet they're different races. Like that, it doesn't actually follow. But
okay.
yet that's just like is what it is in the Rings of Power. And of course, they have the gender shit in the Rings of Power as well. In fact, Rings of Power is so fucking bad. Them and their British accents is so bad that I can't even watch that show anymore. And I love the Lord of the Rings franchise, right? The trilogy is the best show ever made, or the best movies ever made. But this show is so bad in the accents. It's like 80% the accents, 20% the woke shit. But it's still, the woke shit is a major factor. An example of a video game that I thought was like really good that had traditional gender roles was Resident Evil 4. And I specifically remember, my grandmother was like a big feminist or whatever. I specifically remember playing Resident Evil 4, my grandmother coming in. And for those of you who haven't played Resident Evil 4, right, you play as what's his face, dude with a weird haircut, Leon, yeah. And you're going around kicking ass, and then you have like this woman who's like pretty useless, and she's just like following you around and like being the feminine character, right? That's the whole time in the game.
Way of representing women. Exactly.
And she's pretty, yeah. And I remember her saying like, I remember her saying, because she's this big like feminist person, feminist advocate, and she was saying, well, like she was getting upset that this character wasn't doing any fighting, right? Like why can't she have a gun? Why can't she do the combat? And I think that is sort of, I think that is kind of like that mentality that she had, I think is the mentality that is driving this agenda that we currently have. Whenever women are not seen in a position of power, the immediate left-wing thought is, well, why not? Why don't they have a gun? Why aren't they a total badass?
Yeah, why don't they have a gun to combat situation? Why are they just sitting there with a perfectly good trigger finger? What are you doing?
No, she helps you unlock doors. She's very useful, but just in her own way. Let me just finish.
Saying this is a good representation? Hold on,
it's an authentic representation. It's an authentic representation.
What about Wong?
What about Wong?
You mean like the sexy femme fatale, right? Who's always good, like the super spy?
Yeah, she was
who's
fine.
Always good at doing everything, and
she was fine.
She's fine. I mean,
you're right. Hold on. Wait. Prime. This is why I asked you for an example of a show with any one of these like main characters that has like a submissive, like kind of feminine type, because what it seems like is, despite that video game having a pretty like badass female character, the fact that there was one feminine character who played the role and was part of the main story bothered her, and it bothered her for the same reason that it bothers you, and it bothers like the left-wingers. I think subconsciously it does. Well, hold on.
No, it doesn't.
1 second. You can give your example 1 second. The reason I liked the Resident Evil 4 and I hated Rings of Power, and I liked The Last of Us with the gay episode, and I probably and I hate this word, it's hyper fixated and hyper forced, and they have to lecture us. And remember that one NCIS episode where they did the gamer girl like sexual assault? It was awful. And then you have Witch Coven. And there's so many examples.
In general.
Yeah, I can give you examples where it's just absolutely awful. If it's you can tell, we're not stupid. We can tell when it's authentic and when it's the writers wanted to like give an agenda. They wanted to. But again, the question is, why do they want to push this agenda?
But I agree with you. Hold on. But dude, I agree with you, and we've talked about this before, right? Hey, corporations put out messages that they think will earn them profit, that will give them some sort of advantage in the marketplace, right? And for a time, at the very least, I'm not sure if it's still the case now because there's been a lot of backlash, but at least for a time, they thought that putting out these really lefty messages like would be profitable. Like that the Nike shoe deal with what's his face, the kneeler football player, like that was because Nike thought, hey, this will make us more money than it will lose us, right? We understand we're taking a risk here, but we're making a calculated risk.
It's not the market. That's not why they do it, though.
They're creating the market.
They hold on, whatever. Corporations, yes, cynically use these messages, and they don't actually mean it, and it's forced, right? We talk about that on the left all the time. We talk about gay pride parades, and I brought this up to you before, that how the quote unquote like gay pride parade, New York gay pride parade, is taken over, is now totally corporate. We have Bank of America and
Rainbow
name an oil company, Exxon Mobil, right? like who got their names all over it. Do these people, these corporations give a fuck about
No.
the gay pride? Absolutely not. A lot of them had the DEI initiatives. A lot of those corporations, the DEI initiatives, and as soon as it wasn't useful to them anymore, right? As soon as they were getting backlash, they're like, yeah, we're gonna drop these. And now DEI departments all over the place are disappearing. Yes, corporations cynically use messages.
Can you hear me?
To their advantage. We
Testing,
agree
testing.
on that.
Seems like it's
If
working
that's
fine.
your only point, we've
Great.
always agreed on that.
Well, then I'm on your show talking shit about corporations. You should love it. I think a great example of what you're talking about is how they got women to smoke cigarettes is this message. They said, look, like men smoke cigarettes. Don't you want to be like men? And I think
they
that this is
said
a
you'll
common...
get thinner. You said they lose.
No, wait. No, that was part of it. That was part of it. They were playing into that as well. But a major, and this is, you can look at the initial ads. Like the major part of this was they were calling them torches of liberty, because this was like sort of in line. Cigarettes like were becoming popular. Yes, around the time that like a lot of this rad fem stuff started happening in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. And I think that there is a trend of like marketing. I think where there's a lot of marketing that it's trying to market this idea probably for cynical purposes, sure, for like, you know, the badass woman, like this forced kind of like, you know, this forced racial diversity, like in Rings of Power, for example, where you can tell if it's authentic or it's not. And then there's like two analyses. There's the base level analysis where you can disagree with me and say, yeah, it doesn't feel authentic. You're right, that sucks. But then the follow-up question is kind of what Scott was trying to hint at, which is, why is it being forced? Right? Is it just being forced to like play to a new market? And if that's the case, why is the market so receptive to this?
Let me step in here, which is like, you know, I think a better example where we're able to like directly see the difference is comparing Sony America to Sony Japan, right? Like you can see the difference in culture. And Sony America is a corporation that wants to make games for profits. Sony Japan is the same fucking corporation, right? Now, obviously, they have different voting shares. So they're tied together in many ways, but they do have individual teams. And what you can look at is you can look at what Sony America has done. In order to be able to get their ESG score higher so that they can get access to loans, because if you understand video games and you understand they require massive amounts of investment, and then you hope to have a return on investment that is like triple, quadruple, quintuple what you invested in the initial property, right? And so when we look at Sony America, what has Sony America done? Sony America put out Horizon, right? And then they put out the second one where they made her chunky and they brought in Sweet Baby Inc. to get them to make her look less feminine and more powerful. And what they did is they undersold the original by 44%, despite the fact that many PlayStation 5s shipped with the sequel. But it doesn't stop there, right? Every failure of wokeness that has occurred within
Perhaps
Sony
these were just bad games too.
has every portion of wokeness that has come that has had Sweet Baby Inc.'s stain on it has been from Sony America. Concord that failed and is the most expensive developed game in all of human history because not only did it cost them
what game?
100 to yeah,
it was also a crappy game for other reasons.
It bombed so bad. It was
it bombed so bad. Yes, it was absolutely woke. They didn't have a single white male in the entire game. The art design it was specifically designed to not have white males. It was
the green guy was kind of white.
The green guy was kind of white. Listen to that statement over again. The green guy was kind of white.
The green guy with they them pronouns.
Yeah,
in
well,
the
you
game.
can be white and have they them pronouns. So I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. Got it. Roger. Right. So
you don't know
listen.
I still haven't given my example, believe it or not.
No. The Spider-Man.
I'm saying
listen,
he was
the Spider-Man dialogue. The
Don't make it
Spider-Man
weird.
dialogue that was ham-fisted in that like with people like side quests where they were talking about pronouns and
saying he's
gender
white
diversity.
passing.
Right. Every single one of those games has come that have had Sweet Baby Inc. involved in them, where Sweet Baby Inc. goes to them, asks for millions of dollars so that they can make their game more inclusive and fit left-wing positions so that they can get ESG loans, so that they can get loans from these corporations, these other corporations, these hedge funds that are trying to push push stakeholder capitalism via ESG scores so that they can get cheaper money has come out of Sony America. And when you compare that to Sony Japan, where they came out with Ghost of Tsushima, where they came out with where Ghost the Ghost of Yote with the female lead role that had like the voice actress that like is trans but like not because they're clearly fucking feminine.
Yote hasn't come out yet. I don't know.
Trans,
right,
but
they
not
announced
they're
right.
feminine.
They announced it, and there have been this part is whistleblowers, so we don't actually know if this part is true, but it seems like I'll just leave that at that. Right, I want to make that clear.
Okay.
Right, whistleblowers from Sony Japan are saying that it was originally Yote was supposed to be a sequel with the same main character, but that once Sony America got their hands on it, they had to make it a prequel. They had to make it a female character. They couldn't make it the male character. There's also been reports that they want to do Wolverine as an old man so that they can have him lose his healing factor so that he can die in the first game so that they can have Subject 23 or X-23, the female character, be the lead for the next. It's like over and over again you have literal corporations whose job is to wokeify your shit so that you can get ESG scores so that you can make your games quote unquote. They're not doing it for a market.
The most
anti-capitalist the green guy was Latino.
Scott, like that's
it was Latino.
Again, I feels like I kind of feel like fat woman, in some cases that we are like yelling at each other, like agreeing each other very loudly. Because like what I just talked about was like a corporation cynically using these messages for an advantage, right? And what you said, right, is that I'm going to ignore the Sweet Baby Ink thing because wow, all right. So I'm just going to ignore that. That's a whole nother conversation. But still, right? You said is that they're wokeifying their games, right? And I'm gonna go with your framing. They're gonna wokeify their games so they can up their ESG scores, so they can get access to loans, right? So I'm just gonna assume that's exactly what's happening.
Last of Us 2 with Naughty Dog was also Sweet Baby Ink pushing, which is why they had like masculine fucking person.
I just looked at this company.
No. So
the whole company is aimed at this shit.
So ESG. So I was gonna know that, right?
Yeah, Sweet Baby Ink. That's their job. Is to make
I don't care.
Game woke.
Don't care about that. But look, but the point is that I'm gonna take your framework. They're wokeifying their game to get access to loans to produce to produce the project, right? So it sounds like they're cynically using these messages that they may not believe in whatever. I don't know if the heads of Sony Corporation of America give a fuck about any of these things, right? Like it seems proven over again that they actually don't care about these things, but they're using these. It seems like cynically, right?
Just correct.
So
it seems like Concord was an exception. Like they legit plenty of people within the development of Concord said I heard one individual that worked on it say that it was a culture of toxic positivity because it was so woke. Like if you said anything bad about it, then you were the bad evil white guy in the workplace. So they couldn't even critique or make a good game because it was so full of leftist politics within. No.
I took it too far. They did make that toxic positivity comment. That is the case, right? But they were talking about like whether this project will succeed or not, right? So it's like toxic positivity.
You couldn't talk shit on it because it was the baby of the CEO of the chairman.
It wasn't about being. Hold on. I haven't seen any quotes, right, about it being because they were white, right? Because you couldn't say as a white person, hey man, this doesn't seem like a good direction. It's that
nobody would say that in corporate America. You'd be fired instantly. If you said as a white person, this is a bad direction. You'd be fired instantly.
Yeah, fair enough. This project will work out, right? Even though there are major problems with the project. That's what the toxic positivity was about, right? Like, hey, it's going. Like rather than take on critiques about what's happening with the project, they're saying, no, it's definitely going to work out. And if you're saying it's not going to work out, well, then you're not a team player, right? We've seen that, and not just here, right? We've seen that but was it Bethesda? Was it? No, I'm thinking of maybe is it Bethesda? Maybe it might be Bethesda.
What's the game?
Whichever one made Mass Effect. It wasn't Bethesda, was it?
That's BioWare.
BioWare had the toxic positivity there, right? With Mass Effect Andromeda, That was talked about as well. People will say like, "Hey, man," this, and I don't know if people think that one was woke. I have no idea. I haven't played that one.
Well, they had someone that they had someone do the art design of the faces where they made some of the characters ugly, and she was a radical feminist that was bragging about on Twitter about how she had made the characters ugly intentionally.
I'll have to take your word for it. But the point is that like that's what they meant by toxic positivity. It wasn't about being white or anything, right? It's about like whether the project will fail or not. That's what that was discussing. And fuck, what was the other thing I was going to say to you? Shit. Because yes, because all this seems like cynical messaging. We've been agreeing. We agree on that, right? Hon, let's check. Hey, Katya, do you agree that corporations use cynical messaging, right? Whether from a maybe a left perspective or right perspective, I don't know, right? But cynical messaging to get some sort of advantage for their product.
True, and when they, see that like a certain demographic is like, becoming a bigger share of the market than they were, prior, then they play into that in a way that is a lot of times tacky and poorly done. And a lot of the stuff like the toxic positivity makes it good to make, or makes it harder to make a good product, and it's shitty, and I agree, and we all agree.
That's not an argument against our claim.
Corey,
That's not an argument that goes against the intentional push to wokeify.
I just said we all agree.
We agree, hon. So Corey, do you agree that
it's not.
Corporations and
you're beating a dead horse for a non-argument?
You sent.
Yes,
I'm saying there is no argument. I agree. I'm saying that we are agreeing.
You're hyper fixating on like a specific point of agreement as opposed to looking at the broader like.
Right.
You're
the claim is the industry is being taken over by left-wing philosophy, and you're saying, but the corporation itself is doing all of this shit at the behest of leftists, but they're doing it so that they can make money. Well, it's like, yes, I agree. We agree on that. What we're saying doesn't change the fact that when you look at, let's say, the gaming industry or media or whatever, that leftists have inserted themselves into these positions and been able to force and change media, not because the story evolves that way, not because the writers have this great idea and it comes from the natural expression of trying to tell a story, but because they need to hit these check boxes and that they need to push an ideology. It's no longer about the story, it's about pushing things onto people, and people are reacting negatively to that. That's the claim, and you're not disagreeing with the claim by hyperfixating that it's not necessarily Sony America's vision to make the game woke, but that it's Sony America's vision to get a high ESG score so that they can get loans for games, and then they let a bunch of leftists come into their fucking company, and then those leftists end up rotting the game from the inside and not being able to make a good product.
No, it's also there's another element to this.
Wrong direction here.
I get it.
Yeah, but we're kind of doing it the wrong direction here, because we're talking about how, so there's people who have kind of, become a larger, share of the market, or who have been very loud and vocal, sometimes disproportionately so, like obviously starting, at these certain times that we mentioned, the 2014, 2015 times, blah, blah, blah. And then, after
critical
that,
mass hit. Yeah.
That's great. So, and then after, and then as stuff has, gone on, there's this demand for this. So there's more that plays into it. And now after a while, after stuff has gotten more and more tacky and, not very good, people are having a backlash against it now. And obviously people, who are representative of this, demographic or opinion or ideology that they were trying to play into, obviously those people are going to be behind some of the stuff that does indeed play into that. So now people are having a backlash against that, and things are moving in a different direction. Yes, that's how it works.
Yeah.
No, I want to address the chicken and egg, because I think it's when we're talking about marketing, there's people are following trends, but then there's also a question of people can make trends, right? Companies can make trends. And I think there's a genuine question as to what's the balance here? What's the actual split? And I don't know what it is, right? I think that there is probably some amount here, probably a large amount, based on my intuitions of the matter and how I feel on this. Is that a large quantity of this is being manufactured? It feels manufactured. It feels very much manufactured to try to push this as being a new thing that we have to get on board with, we have to accept. And again, it just makes for bad media, and it makes
Yeah,
for also
nobody-
it makes for
nobody
not just bad
naturally-
media.
Out
And
as
it's not just bad
manufactured.
media. It's not just bad media. It's also media that has a very specific social agenda to
nobody
change society in a particular way to fit like the mold that the left-wing creators on these, and Sweet Baby Inc. and these.
Nobody naturally wrote Dragon Age Veilguard to have literal fucking struggle sessions where they take away your player agency to even be able to respond to it in any way other than we love the trans. Nobody wrote that because that was an important element of the fucking story. Right? Like they wrote
Sorry,
it.
what are
to
you
ham
talking
fist
about?
it
I've been
into-
playing. Hold on, no, don't go. It's not point. I'm pointing.
Just
We'll have to
go
go
on
into
YouTube.
that.
You'll see it.
So
They got like 2
Blackwood,
minute
I never
struggle
gave my
sessions.
example. I never gave my example. My example.
Go ahead.
To answer Prime's question.
I'm listening.
when
Go
he
take a
asked
Well,
me-
I just want to hear an example. Just say it real quick. I want to hear the example. So we'll
Example.
go.
I'm gonna actually. I thought of this after we did the like of like a character that's female that has more feminine traits and isn't necessarily girl boss, blah 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 all the time.
A main
or at
character.
least in I'd say a main character, one of the main
Okay.
characters. At least I'm saying not as much of like this boss bitch in relation to all the other characters that are in the universe.
Look at all the
in
caveats.
setting.
Look at all the caveats. But go
That's
ahead.
great. I've used fewer than y'all have. Don't worry about it. So in the most wokey McWokerson fucking Star Trek series that people say, oh my god, woke about Discovery, Sylvia Tilly is pretty feminine compared to the other characters that are in like the main cast of characters that are obviously going to be a bit more like boss-like than the rest of the everybody average person because they're all on a starship. But you know, if we're talking about within the universe, yeah, she is more apprehensive about doing things, not too into fighting, you know, like shows being afraid, shows being, you know, like needing guidance or whatever. If that's what we're considering stereotypically feminine, then here we go.
So
I'll look into this character.
Lactoid, and I think Scott has his headphones on, right? I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see.
I'm sure he does.
Okay. Scott, fuck you. How about that?
I'm always listening, bitch.
Okay. So like my problem is like, what do we consider natural, right? And what is accepted? So like you don't like me like trying to agree with you on the corporate cynical use of left-wing talking points. Okay, right? So I'll find disagreement. My disagreement is that like before 2014, any of these stories were like natural in the way that you think they're natural, right? That like is it natural to have a white main character in all of these stories, right? In so many of these stories,
Obviously,
is it natural,
is.
especially when we're talking about like for instance, a white savior story that like a white person would come to a new environment, right, with these another culture, and that they would see what was wrong here and then fix that problem. Is that natural?
Obviously,
right?
yes.
Or
The
there are
context of the
messages
show
being
is-
pushed, right? There are messages that like some people find acceptable and non-controversial. When a white man is in charge, right? When he is the person with the most agency, when he is straight, certainly, right? And cis, and when he interacts with women who generally need his help, right? These things are uncontroversial, and so we don't question them whatsoever. But then once there's a change, right, that some people dislike, right, then that's a problem.
Me.
Then this seems unnatural. This seems like a message is pushed. But what about the message beforehand? Were those always natural? Were those always the best stories to be put out? Always the stories that culture would have interacted with the most, that would have expanded our minds in a more unnatural in a better, that would have told a better narrative, right? A superior narrative. Are these the things, or was it? Was it? Hold on. Let me or was it some sort of cultural consensus among the class that had the means of creating media, right? That among that group, right, we have like a very homogeneous cohort that all agreed that this was fine, right? And so it doesn't appear that no one's pushing any sort of messages, right? But these are all messages that they agree with. These are all, hold on, you can wait. These are all messages that they agree with. These are all messages that they seem as natural. When someone else comes in, now it's a problem. Right now, it's unfair. Now we don't like those things.
No,
I'm saying that these are all. So the last thing I'll say. Don't worry. I'm saying that all art, all of it, like has a message. Is a medium for a message. That message may be to sell you products, right? That message may be to tell you some sort of fascinating story, but it's a message created by individuals, and they're trying to tell you something. I think before those messages were invisible to you, because they fit what you thought was normal. But now they don't. They are different from what they were before, and now it seems like there's an issue. That's it. Go ahead.
So, here's the thing. All art represents the values of the artist, right?
Yes.
So we've had this debate before. You know my argument, which is that art is objective, and art has, even just because we can't necessarily measure it, that it is true that art represents the values of the artist. Now, it is
often not necessarily in all.
Yeah,
cases.
that's fine. That's fine. Just go along with me. Yeah, we've done this before. It becomes a whole other thing. It represents the values of the artist, right? Either as they wish the world to be, as they think the world is, who they think they are, and their experiences, right? And I agree with you that there have been left-wing philosophical narratives and right-wing, obviously, philosophical narratives that have been pushed throughout all of media in American history, right? Like, I mean, I Love Lucy, going all the way back. Yes, she was traditionally feminine in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways, she was seen as a feminist icon and representation of feminism in media because, you know, she pushed the boundaries of, you know, the stay-at-home mom that was forced to just like be the dude. She wasn't Leave It to Beaver's mom, right? Like she wasn't just there to be at the foot of her husband, and it was an interracial relationship where she was pushing those boundaries, where she was stepping out in the workplace, right? So these narratives have always been strung throughout, as especially Hollywood has been kind of a place that is more left-wing, you know, since World War II, right? Like since it's been around, it's been predominantly left-wing. And so like so we go, well, where does the issue start, right? And Lactoid brings up 2014. And so you go, well, obviously all of these things were here before 2014. So what's the difference between post 2014 and pre 2014? And the difference is critical mass. It is one thing when stories have themes and they adhere to reality, or they adhere to the culture, and then within those stories there are new and interesting subtle ways that the stories change and represent things that not everybody has been exposed to. And then there is a certain point where every single form of fucking media that you watch always has to have a message that goes away from the story, that isn't a natural consequence of telling different stories, but is instead trying to push ideological presuppositions onto you. And you can't even get stories that even the stories begin to break down to where so many of them are full of like plot holes, full of like continuity. They constantly break the fourth wall. You can no longer consume media and be like, I'm watching a story and I'm watching a character develop naturally, and it's okay that that character's different than me, and it's interesting that that character's different than me, right? When I was in grad school, I had to do a multicultural competencies course, where, you know, we were specifically supposed to find a demographic group that was out of our domain, and it was an entire research project for the whole graduate course, right? I chose gay men, right? I interviewed a ton of gay men. I went to gay clubs all throughout Richmond. I sat through, I went through tons of research, right? And one of the things that I found that was so interesting is there was a ton of gay men that were talking about the value of Love, Simon, the film, right? Because throughout all of their life, they were separated from a community until they turned 18, right? They were gay men, many of them in the closet at home, many of them in Christian conservative homes, and they weren't able to connect with this quote unquote gay community, other gay people, until they finally left home. And the power of Love, Simon, of a traditional kind of, romance story of a secret admirer being a boy who had a boy as a secret admirer made many of them break down in tears, because they were like, when I was 15, when I was 14, there was zero representation of the fact that it was okay for me to be gay, and it was okay to feel what I'm feeling, and it felt like everything was forced onto me. So don't say that that this shit's all invisible to me, or that I don't have empathy towards, lacking representation and what that can do for a community, what that can do for an individual to see themselves represented, to see their stories told in a way that makes them feeling belonging to the predominant culture. But the shift in 2014 has gone from stories into a deliberate push that is at a corporate level, that is at a political level, that is coming from every fucking institution to tell white straight men, you don't belong. You're not a part of our culture.
True.
You're the fucking problem.
It is
switched from a lack of representation,
it's a fundamental anti-white male message,
into a constant attack at whom these people collectively believe is their oppressor, despite having nothing to do with their fucking oppressed narrative or any oppression that they may or may not have had.
Yeah.
True. Wait, Prime, that is true. Do you have a response to that?
You want a response? I was going to leave it off. Give you
I
guys
mean, we can. Okay. Well,
I do love when I give a little quick speech and it stun locks everybody, because I'm just so fucking based and right.
I think the last several words.
Long,
well, okay, but the last words though were based as hell. It's true. This shit. There absolutely is
I need to get a
we can't pretend. We can't fucking pretend. We sit here and pretend that like the metric that they're using in their heads, whether or not they're going to say it or not, is like. Does this take away from white men at the expense, or does this give to other people at the expense of white men? If yes, then it's pro diversity. Then it's good. Then we're going to push this message. And if it doesn't, then it's not ESG enough. Then we got to hire Sweet Baby Inc. or whatever to come in and fix it to make it more anti-white men, because that's the problem, right?
Again, I'm going to ignore the Sweet Baby Inc. thing, because that's the right wing freak.
I just read the Wikipedia.
I'm sure you did. Yeah, the right wing freak out about this tiny ass corporation that just goes over these scripts, right? To clean them up for them, is hired to do that, and that no change that they make isn't approved by the corporate, by the publisher, right? The game studio yourselves, on all levels, they approve all the changes that happen.
It's a company,
and they don't have any sort of executive decision making in the process whatsoever, right?
Yeah, they hire them to provide a service.
So you agree with me?
Yes.
So you're mad by agreeing with me?
Can I say one last thing?
It's not Secret Inc. isn't important, so I'm moving past it. So, but you can have that, right? You can be very mad about that. It's very funny.
Can I say one last thing?
I'm saying you're agreeing with me.
I don't. I literally don't. But go ahead.
Okay. One last thing. I just wanted to say, I think that it's more than just looking at what the company does. It's looking at what's the environment that something like this can thrive. I said that Jussie Smollett is what you get when the demand for hate crimes exceeds the supply. And I think Sweet Baby Inc. is what you get when there becomes a demand for woke and diversity beyond the natural narratives that exist within these shows, and there becomes an actual market to push this within shows and within our common culture. Yes, anti-white male. Yes, absolutely.
Natural narrative. That does so much. It does so much. It does so much work.
If it was natural, you wouldn't have to hire a separate company to come push it on it.
Everything was natural. Guys, don't you remember Ali? Ali, don't you remember back when it was natural?
Okay, you're right. I'm gonna remake The Wire, and Stringer Bell's gonna be white. Okay, and Avon Barksdale gonna be in a wheelchair. And she's gonna be trans. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that'll be a great TV show.
Before, when when Hollywood was known for its authenticity, right? Hollywood producers
No,
Oh,
you're just
come on.
memeing. You're just memeing because you got nothing in the tank, brother.
Hold on, I'm definitely dealing with. And first of all, a lot of this needs to be meme because it's
so much of
ridiculous,
this is
so funny,
subjective
right?
as
Yeah,
well.
you dismiss it instead of argue it because you're being an intellectual coward.
I'm not. Don't. Yeah,
It's
sure,
hard to
whatever.
argue
That's
when
fine.
it's so
I won't
subjective.
rise to your bait. No, it's not a problem. But like Lactoid, my point still stands. My point still stands.
The bait, by the way, being contend with the argument.
Ignoring you, whatever. My point still stands. That it seems like you're saying that there's this time period where these stories were natural and just kind of make sense to you, right? All these stories make sense, right? And these just happen to be the stories that coincide with your general view of the world, right? That women need to act a certain way, right? That it just kind of makes sense that it would be helpless, right?
And it's always the best and most popular things of the past. When the
women,
shitty stuff from the past, nobody remembers.
The women are feminine in the way that you like them to be feminine. That's when it was kind of natural. That was a natural point in time, right? Where there was like that lack of agency, right? I'm sorry, you don't want me to characterize
this is so
okay,
fucking insulting, right? Like, you're not contending with the argument, and I gave an entire fucking thing.
I don't care. I don't care
the importance of representation.
Hold on.
You're just
I'm not
running
talking
away.
to you. Hold on, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not addressing
this is
anything
just a bad
said, okay?
faith gish gallop of
great,
memes.
whatever. And then I will do it. I will do it. I'm gonna gish gallop away. Watch me do it. Enjoy it. Any which way, back to Lactoid. It seems to me, friend, right? And I mean this in the kindest way, honestly, right?
I'm
and
sure.
almost non-judgmental way, right? And not accusatory. That it's simply that point in time that pre-2014, right? The narrative, the media utopia of pre-2014,
Returning
right?
with views.
Like it seems that those are stories that like
great.
fit very neatly into how you were raised, right? And it didn't challenge you in certain ways that you are uncomfortable, right?
It didn't lecture me, yeah.
Yeah, it did. You didn't feel lectured, right? But there's nothing to lecture if you already agree, right?
Right.
If you already agree with the message,
I wasn't
there's nothing-
demonized. It's great, yeah.
Yeah,
I wasn't lectured and told what I have to think or believe.
I'll say
in.
yes. White men demonized, right? I'm gonna work with you in your framework. White men demonized, right?
Thank you.
And that's okay. But other people would have said, right, in other demographics that they felt demonized in the media back then.
By
right?
Scrubs?
And the yes, specifically Scrubs is the only media pre-2014.
Well, give me an example. Pre-14, like what? 2000.
I'm about to give an example, right?
So, go ahead.
Gay individuals.
Yeah, and it had such a good theme song.
Yeah.
When
And
shows
it's a
had
really
good
good theme song. I
Yeah,
agree. Right?
without mentioning like Birth of a Nation, can you give me one
I'm not
TV show you're
mentioning
talking
Birth
about?
of the Nation. Oh my God, please. I'm not mentioning. I'm saying gay individuals.
Birth of a Nation
Gay individuals.
was a prophecy about New Zealand's parliament. That's
Which show hated on the gays? Tell me.
Gay individuals.
Which show?
Many shows, right?
Which name one?
Oh my God! Shut up, Black Dude, and let me fucking tell the story. Sorry, Black Dude.
I don't think you're able to find one.
Sorry. Well, let's see.
What was the question? Gay people? I'm confused.
We haven't. She had
a show that demonized gay people and black people.
What do I even mean by demonized?
Well,
Because I haven't told you what I mean by that. But you didn't tell me. You didn't tell me, right, Lacto, what I mean by that?
You're not going to be able to find any show that demonized gay people. It's Hollywood.
I'm trying to get the words out my mouth, and you won't let me do it. Okay, all right. So I'm saying that, like,
Grid, why are you so quiet? I can't hear him. He's speaking.
I don't know. Grid, are you speaking?
He was speaking.
Grid, were you speaking?
Just now? Oh, you're muted now.
Grid's been saying his mic is low, so.
Yeah,
sure.
Or maybe he's
Grid. We can't hear you at all, brother.
Yeah.
He's deafened himself on Discord.
Okay.
So he can't hear us either.
We just don't know it.
Yeah. So
it's actually kind of a boss move. Just to point that out. That's pretty Chad. Yeah.
Yeah. Any which way. Like, last thing. Hold on. Fuck. So yeah, the thing I was trying to say was that like the way gay men were portrayed, right, like as always being effeminate, right, and sometimes it can be a danger to kids, right? But just like an effeminate portrayal of gay men. Like if you had been in those communities, they'd say, "Well, this is an accurate representation of us. That this is an issue." Right now, you're saying on the other side,
gay men not effeminate?
There are some
Not
individuals who are
necessarily.
yes,
Oh,
some
disproportionately, they're effeminate.
Hold on. Okay. Do you think that all gay men?
I've met a lot of bottoms, Prime. Okay.
Yeah,
You're taking notes.
You want to make a homophobic joke about that? You want to make a homophobic? Go ahead.
When
make
you
the
look
joke
in the mirror, yes, I'm sure you've met a
Make
lot
the
of
joke.
bottoms.
Sweet baby ink is gonna come and take you out. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
right.
no,
My
Sweet
point-
Baby Ink is gonna get so mad that we say, yeah, I like to look
I'm
in the
saying
mirror. I know.
okay, look, black people had would feel differently about like the media, right? There was a point in time where black people felt like unseen by the media. And that the media wasn't getting a proper representation of all it is to be a black person, right? So yeah, sure. Maybe white men are being demonized now. Okay, great. I won't push back against that. White men are being demonized now. But like you can. My problem is just with you saying that before things were perfect because things were natural.
Literally
I would
no
say
one's
that
ever
it was not simply. Sorry. All right, let me ignore the perfect. Yeah, I'm going to take back the perfect. I'll take it back. That before things were better at the very least, right? Things were better in the pre-2014 era because things
they
were
weren't
natural. I'm saying it wasn't so natural. There was a message being pushed then, a message you agreed with, so it wasn't a lecture to you.
No,
But for
I
other people,
can I give you an example?
It's
was
a problem.
playing
Give me an
into
example, right? Like,
stereotypes that
there
weren't
was-
always the case.
There was absolutely media where a message was being pushed, but it wasn't at the expense of someone else. So like a great example of this would be the film White Men Can't Jump, right? Like it was playing off of the cultural clash between black Americans and white Americans, and how sometimes there can be a racial divide between those people, and stereotypes about both of these individuals. And they had racial issues. They got into arguments. They almost got into fights throughout the movie. And then throughout the movie, there was a healing process where both of them began to understand their cultures a little bit better, come together, and be able to have like the classic sports movie ending, right, where they were able to profit and be great friends because of this. Now that is absolutely a message that is like that. Even if it came out today, because there's so much of it, I think probably a lot of people would say that it was woke, right? There's no doubt about it, because people have become so hypersensitive to. Well, that's hold on.
They did a remake.
Prequel, making a remake
With
where
Jack
you
Harlow.
change the fucking story. Pause. Making it where you put in today's political messaging, right, is making my point, not actually going against my point, right? The reason that but you didn't see conservatives then. Maybe there were some that were like, how dare they try and push black people existing now? Next they'll want fucking race mixing with my daughters, right?
But we are
because
the Titans.
But it is right. But it is not at the right. It's not at the expense of white people. It's not telling white people that they're problems because of their existence. Instead, what it is it's telling stories of other people and putting them into the cultural mainstream. And it's about this concept of getting rid of racism, getting rid of focusing on skin color, coming together as Americans, even though we have different backgrounds and we're different people, that's okay. What we have today is a push where it is ham-fisted, where you must accept my identity and you're the problem.
I can agree that like the messages today are not balanced. Great. I agree.
They're all
right.
we believe in this house yard signs, right? Every show has become that.
Sure. Let's move on. So
right. It's about time to do the topic, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the totally non-woke topic that we have coming up next.
Absolutely, the non-woke.
Okay. Yes, we are going to move on from DEI here in just a second.
My mic is okay. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, we can
It's
hear
actually
you.
louder
Yeah,
now.
you're fine.
You may have fixed it to be a little louder,
Yeah. Thanks so much. Okay. Hello all. This is our roundtable, which you have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. Yeah. Hold on. I think our other person is here. Let's see if we can let them in. But yeah, so thanks all for being here. That was
Oh, Ghosty's in a different room of her house.
that was
Crazy.
intense. But
Seventh room.
We yeah. So let's move on. But first, guys, if you like that discussion, right? Consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. We do need your help, right? There's an ad breaking process. So I'm gonna repeat that in like 20 seconds. Well, while are we doing it? You know what? We'll just do introductions. Hey Lagtoid, stranger. How are you doing today, friend?
I'm doing okay. All right. I'm angry at the system. The system has been keeping my people down, Prime. Okay. And I'm here to speak up and speak out. That's what I'm here to do. So I really appreciate you lending your platform to me to do such things. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. Thanks.
I'm looking forward to creating a space where white men can finally get their say. Finally.
Finally. It's been long enough. Thank you.
It's been since 2014. It's been since 2014, actually.
Well, I mean, probably since 2014.
For his life since 2014.
It's probably since 2014, since white people may have been like either overrepresented or at a representation, because now it's underrepresentation. But
okay, thank you. All right. Well, I'm here to change that. Right.
You're doing your part. You're an ally, Prime.
I'm an ally. Look at all the white men I have on screen, right? Okay. That's just the way it should be.
Is Ollie white? Ollie, what do you?
This is a more
I'm half white. I consider myself, white in the winter.
Are you half white?
No,
we're not half white.
According to the census demographics.
Look at everyone's heart stopped. What?
Look at all the white individuals here, right? This I think is a more natural balance. Right, the way things used to be, right? But I appreciate you, Lacto. Shout out to you, friend. Scott, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I am. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube or X, predominantly. I'm just happy to be here, and to kind of echo what Lactoid said. I'm happy that we have a safe space to be who we are, or as the cast and interviewers of the Wicked show said, I'm happy to be here and hold power here and find my voice in holding my power here and capturing that and maintaining that, as a proud member of the white community. So definitely come check me out. If you want to learn about libertarianism or politics from a white person's perspective, because politics from a white person's perspective is so hard to find these days, especially bearded, overweight white men, very underrepresented in the YouTube, Twitch politics community. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, shout out to you. You don't look. I don't know. I don't see you stand up, so I don't know if you're overweight. You look like I don't know. You look good. Is what I'm saying. I don't know.
I mean, I'm on the cusp.
Okay. Scott, how many pairs of cargo shorts do you own? All right, I want to know how white you are.
I don't own any.
Wow.
What?
It's mostly sweatpants and then jeans and khakis when I need them.
Okay, that's pretty white.
Yeah, that's American.
He's ready to buy a t-shirts. A lot of t-shirts from the same company because I'm 6'5" and 270 pounds. So not a lot of clothing that fits me.
Thank you, friend.
Definitely ready for your first Corvette.
Go on.
You need the New Balance, bro.
Our friend Corey's where the wokeness begins, right? Because half white, half Chinese, right? That not the way it used to be, like before
it's
we
not
just had
natural. I'm kidding.
Exactly. You used to have things used to be more pure. Things aren't pure anymore, and the way it used to be. I don't know, right? But
back when the only media representation of hafus and happas and what other term there is for it was just the women, right? Like whatever happened to the half white, half Asian men, right? They love a hot half Asian, half white woman to put on fucking camera all day long. But like whatever happened to the representation for the sons instead of just the daughters of those interracial relationships?
This is where the woke begins. But we still love you anyway, Corey. Despite your sins, right? We love you anyway, Corey.
Yeah,
How are
my
you?
my inborn sins. I'm doing well, and I'm always grateful to be here. And I'm already super entertained for a variety of reasons. I do find it interesting, at least for me. It's a lot of talk about masculine and feminine. I do find it interesting that a certain someone sees a woman with like a job and opinions, and they're like triggered, and like they act like a snowflake. That seems pretty feminine to me, but that's just my opinion. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84,
True.
Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah. Already having fun and looking forward to even more.
Well, you see, you get to have that, Pam, because you're a man, and we can accept that, right? If you're a girl, then you're like being awfully you're kind of boss bitchy here, right?
Well, hold on. He's still half Asian, right? So he's still got to confine to the model minority, okay? So you better fucking pipe down and fucking get good at math and piano, or
don't worry,
we'll have issues.
Okay. Let's go. We're gonna go clockwise this time, right? So, we're gonna go to our friend Katya. Katya, thanks for being here and being fantastic. Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be here. As representation for the masculine women with opinions and high testosterone, I guess. So I mean, if
you're gonna
everybody
beat me up the entire time, yeah.
Yeah,
Calm
absolutely.
down. You're
Through the
anemic,
screen.
all right? Pause, all right? Like, you're definitely as feminine as it comes. There you go.
That's true. I actually, I do have a genetic reason why my body does not keep iron. So, yeah, I am very anemic.
Shout out to you. Let's go to our friend Ghosty. Thanks for being here, Ghosty. From her disco room, right? Like
rave room or something.
her rave room. This is her. That's a better word. Her rave room.
This is her
that
roll
she has,
room,
right?
is what it is.
She, but we appreciate you being here, Ghosty.
Can you hear me okay?
It's okay. It's okay. Is
Your
what
mic,
I would
your mic,
call it. Yeah.
you might be using your laptop mic.
Yeah, you might be
I
using.
think it's definitely
yeah,
your
it's
mic,
probably
mic.
it. Yeah, yeah.
It's like it's not even plugged in.
But you we still hear you. So get your opening.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I fucked up, and I'm sad I missed the beginning of this thing because it sounded like a really fun conversation. But I'm stupid, but I'm here now, so thanks.
I'm glad you're here.
Hi.
Our friend Ali, right, who catfished me, right? I thought he might have been half white for a second, right? Very much disappointed. Been trying to get my numbers up.
Bro, he's Lebanese. It's same difference.
So I mean, like,
right?
yeah, I'm about to say I'm Lebanese, so there's French in me somewhere.
I'm significantly Lebanese, and you don't notice. You know why? Because it blends in with all the other white.
Yeah, so I go by sociologic. Yes, Lebanese, Muslim. So yeah, the French had to help, had a little help with the white. Although I do fill out, check out the little white form on all taxes and loan papers because I am using whatever
That's a
white privilege
mistake.
comes with it. It's coming to
You'd
my
be
benefit.
better off not doing that.
It's been to my benefit.
It has.
No, it has not been. You don't know what you've been missing out on, buddy.
Middle Eastern's not a category on a lot of those forms.
That part too.
Asian is.
I'm white by proxy.
by proxy, boy. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like the place I used to live in.
The term you're looking for is actually called white adjacent. That would be the CRT term for you, buddy.
Yeah, the place I used to live in, the census was like, yeah, everybody here is white, but like there was like mostly Palestinians.
I've told you, Fabian, I'm too dumb to be indoctrinated into these ideologies.
Last but not least, we have a new friend here, Grid One, who comes to us by way of Scott's community, and Scott, very kindly, very very nicely asked me to hit up Grid One, who's been trying to contact me, but I'm a mess. Anyway, to get him on, and we had a nice conversation, Grid and I, previously. Very happy to have him here. Grid, please tell the audience about yourself.
Yeah, I am just started streaming about a year ago. Well, about January last year, and I've been doing pretty okay, I guess. I do mostly political commentary with some lifestyle sort of things going on. It's an erratic show sometimes. I had Scott on as a guest. He was really great. Hadn't had an ANCAP on before, so that was great. That was really interesting.
Very much an
but I've had an
experience.
anarcho-Christian on. I've had all kinds of. I don't really care. So it's a. I know that you want to have another token white man. Unfortunately, I'm only mostly token white man. I'm also Cherokee as well. So unfortunately, I break your streak yet again. So I do apologize, but I do play a white man on TV. So,
okay. Well, thank you for that.
You can find me on YouTube at An Unreasonable Man, which is a Grid One Dash Motorsports on YouTube, and that's pretty much. And I do the other stuff too. I just don't take it as seriously as YouTube.
Fair enough. Thanks so much for joining us. We're very excited to have new people on and to hear their opinions on these stuff. All right, and just because you were on commercials before, hey guys, consider supporting the channel. Seattle supported by giving us 300 bits like an hour ago.
You said it so passively, I don't know, like an hour ago, whatever.
I could say you're slipping. You're slipping.
Oh my
God. The man.
Well, he's saying he hasn't re-upped in a while. It's been an hour now.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, consider supporting the channel. So you don't get any more ad breaks, right? So you get our emotes. We do need your help. So if out there, we got a lot of you out there who aren't subbed, consider subbing to the channel so I can bring you this content. If you're on YouTube, you can, of course, you use a super chat and read the super chat. I've been looking out for super chats, but yeah. I guess super chat and we'll respond to that super chat. It's a huge help to the community. So if you're out there, you haven't subbed, or you used to be subbed, haven't subbed in a while, consider subbing to the channel, supporting us so that we can continue on, right? But we do need your help out there. The month is almost over. We don't have many subs at all, so consider supporting the community. All right. Let's go. All right, yeah, the topic is Republican U.S. Representative Nancy Mace has proposed a rule in the House that would ban trans women from using congressional female bathrooms. This rule has been approved by Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. This comes after Sarah McBride, the first openly trans person to be elected to that office, has garnered media attention. After all this time, are trans women in female bathrooms really an issue still worth discussing? Have you seen significant evidence that would make you believe that these people are a danger to cis women? And how would you enforce such a bill? So, yeah, I mean, the story is pretty simple. Nancy Mace, she has gotten quite a lot of media attention now because she's put forth this bill, and it's we've had back and forth with AOC about this and others in the media, but yeah, like the Sarah McBride will still be able to use some bathrooms, like there's like a bathroom in her office that she can use, but like the general congressional bathrooms, apparently she can't. They're marked female, and does this make sense? So let's start with Lacta, guys. Let's keep the opening statements quick because we got to jump into it. So
yeah, I think it's fine. I think that if you're going to have gender segregated bathrooms in the first place, it would make sense to have them be on some kind of basis. Otherwise, you should probably just get rid of them. My understanding is the building that is in reference to, everybody has their own bathroom, and there's a lot of unisex bathrooms. And so if you're going to have like a few of them that are gender segregated for whatever purpose, I think it makes sense to have them be cis exclusive. Makes sense.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. So this is an incredibly minor issue in terms of the consequences of the policy itself, whilst a major issue in terms of the culture war. And that's why I think it's such an interesting position here, because from a standpoint of like the people involved in this bill, it affects essentially no one, right? There's one representative that it affects, and she has her own private bathroom, and they also have unisex bathrooms there, right? So it is purely a political statement. And so the question becomes, well, why is this political statement being done? I think that there's kind of two things going on here. One, obviously, there is a fight that needs to be had at a cultural level on what is a woman. The left can't tell you, and the left cannot define it in any possible way. And they are doing what they can to subvert gender and subvert language itself, most of whom kind of don't really know it. But queer theory is ultimately a Marxian destructive philosophy that is designed to help bring about revolution and destroy capitalism. That is what it is at its core. And so these little culture war fights become kind of back and forth places. The second thing, and a big problem here, is that I don't agree with this strategy in any way, shape, or form. One, it gives massive amounts of ammunition for left-wing activists to just go look at this person who's freaking out over nothing. Look, she looks like a demon, and she kind of does in some of her photos. But also, she just looks like she's being a cunt for no reason over like one person that is like trying to govern. And furthermore, the moment you start saying the government ought regulate bathrooms is the same problem with Title IX, right? It's that when they wrote Title IX, obviously they didn't see the issue, but Title IX is the very same legislation that is being utilized to force trans women into sports, is because they gave the purview of bathroom policing to the government. And it's like, well, what happens when the left gains power in that regard? Well, then they just reverse it and they make it illegal for you to be able to stop trans people from going in one bathroom or the other. The only appropriate answer to this is to instill private property rights so that private businesses and people can enforce whatever rules they want on bathrooms. And then what we can do at that point is we can boycott and get away from places where, you know, they have decided to create these spaces that should be safe spaces for women, but instead are places that predators can simply walk into because they say so.
Thanks so much.
It's a government building, though, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we should get rid of government, right? Like public property.
Okay. Right. My bad.
Yeah. Public property is unjustifiable.
Theme yet, Blacktoid?
Did you forget I was an ANCAP because we were talking about right-wing media shit? Public property is a contradiction. That's why we have these.
Okay, sure, yeah, fair enough.
The Capitol building owned by Exxon, which not too far from the truth already. Let's go to Corey.
I'll try to keep it actually brief, but I'd say it is funny. Lactoid now finding out why maybe Scott calls him a socialist. True revelation. But I do agree with elements of what Scott said of like this seems to be, from what I could tell, like a person trying to make an issue because they could probably like gain some sort of like traction or clout from it, and it seems to be largely targeted, almost literally or actually literally at like one person. And all that to say is like, yeah, this is like a non-issue. I'm not in favor of like passing that legislation. I'm largely in favor of solving this problem architecturally. Of like, you know, my former institution did it. University, it's a hallway of like singled stalls that anybody can use. I don't see why that can be implemented on a wider scale. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. And we'll continue going out, I guess, clockwise. Katya?
Yeah, so I feel like this is, as you know, we've all kind of said, as far as like Corey and Scott, that this is kind of like a big, like, well-to-do over nothing, and Nancy Mace is being a bit ridiculous here. But I mean, I think this is just a continuation of a long line of like this trans obsession coming from the right that's been absolutely crazy, where we've been, you know, creating policies and talking day in and day out over shit that affects only a few people, and, you know, kind of taking up airtime that could be used on things that actually affect the majority of Americans. And I mean, that kind of is a good like analogy of the whole situation with this congresswoman in question, because you know what, she's there for Delaware. She said that very well, that she's there to represent her constituents in Delaware, which is why, you know, she said that whatever, I guess, the rules are, she'll go along with them because she is there for her constituents. Which, I mean, I feel like is kind of the attitude that, you know, we'd want our congresspeople to have, that first and foremost, they're there to represent us. But it seems as though a lot of these ones, such as Nancy Mace, are more concerned about this political game than they are about their constituents, wherever they may be. I don't know where she's a representative of, but you know, I digress.
Ghosty.
Okay, can you hear me better now? Too loud, too quiet?
No,
Good?
good.
Okay. So yeah, I think the predators in females' bathrooms thing is absolutely ridiculous. If somebody wants to harm you, whether it be a man, a woman, a trans person, a little sign of a like a stick figure of somebody isn't going to stop them from hurting you. No matter what gender person you are, when you're like in a bathroom or somewhere private or somewhere where you're like more vulnerable, you should be careful around all people. I've been robbed in a female bathroom from another female who wasn't trans. So I don't know. I just think this is really silly. I don't see this as like a big issue of like trans women attacking women in bathrooms. I agree with like Corey's idea. I think it would be safer, especially like for children, like family and children, for bathrooms to have just like single stalls, like a whole row of like single stalls for people. I think that would be safer for everybody in general. But I don't see the danger of like trans people in bathrooms at all. I think it's really silly.
So much. And social logic.
So passing legislation and her doing that is it's a political it's a clout grab. We've all been saying it, whatever. I don't think it has to be a danger. I think people can like just be honest and be like, hey, they don't believe that trans women are women, and they don't want men, like what they perceive as men, in the bathroom with women. It doesn't have to be like so deep as like predatorial or whatever, because you're like, to Ghostie's point, like she's right, saying that like trans women can't go into the women's bathroom isn't going to prevent a predator from going in there and like fucking straight up like doing whatever they want to do. But like there is something to be said that like there is a whole side or a whole half of people that feel uncomfortable and their voices aren't being heard. So as an ally to the LGBTQ I plus community, like it is like, it's still like, you need to understand that like for cisgendered people, for straight people, like, yeah, there is a concern for them. They maybe it's just uncomfortability. And it is something that like we do need to like allow them to say without it having to be predatorial for it to be like a reason that they don't want someone in their like locker room or the bathroom or with their children, whatever it may be.
Good one.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, I had a bunch of discussion about this today with a few people, and it's an interesting conversation to have. First of all, I did not know this, but there are actually unisex bathrooms in the government building that they are banning trans people from female bathrooms. So that makes it a non-issue, other than just a political one to put out in the press. If there's a non-gendered bathroom, that's where the people who are confused can go. And so I don't have a strong feeling anymore about it. To me, the issue's moot as far as whether or not I feel like it should be allowed or not allowed, because there's no clash here. There's no reason. As far as the danger aspect of it, I can absolutely understand why any woman would not want to be in the same room with a male of any size, shape, and or form. While they're doing their business at their most vulnerable, I could absolutely understand that. I'm not a woman, so I can't speak to their issues better than that. But you're never going to be able to convince me as a man that if I walk into a restroom, regardless of what I look like, being a male with a swinging dick is not going to be a problem for that woman. I just got to be honest with you. What happens if, whoops, I slip and my wedding tackle comes out? Well, all of a sudden, I'm sorry, he's cracking me up. Lactoid, come on, man. Some decorum.
When you're in the bathroom and you're just like genitals just come out.
Never
I'm
heard
sure
of that
we've all
before.
been there.
Yeah,
that
that's a new
was
one.
great.
Sorry, go ahead.
God bless.
It's okay.
It's a
just
compliment grid one.
I thought he was going to die. At any rate, I feel like that. Unfortunately, Katya, that's actually happened. People have had that happen where a female who they thought was a male has gone into a restroom and turned out to, or pardon me, a male that they thought was a female has gone into a restroom and shockingly, their penis was exposed, and that has resulted in
random. Or are we talking about a scenario in which it was one of the rare
Let the man make his
instances
opening
in which
statement.
somebody was being predatory? Are we talking about?
I'm
okay.
sorry. I thought I was really clear. It has happened. I'm not aware of the circumstances. I didn't write down a dissertation on it. I'm just telling you it has happened. It's you can go look it up if you feel the need to.
Did they survive?
My question was on accident or on
It's the opening.
I'm sorry. See, I didn't think survival was necessary to get out of an SA charge. So the next time a man's SA is a woman, we can just say, well, she survived. No harm, right? No harm, no foul. Come on, Katya, get
indecent exposure. I didn't say that. I never said that.
No, just one second. We'll go back to you. Katya, we'll go. Katya. We will go to you as soon after. But we want to make sure that Good One has gotten through his opening statement. Did you get everything out? Good One.
But yeah, and I think what was the third part of the prompt?
And would you be how would you be able to afford such a bill?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think there's a need for the bill per se, because there are unisex restrooms, and also they have restrooms in their private offices, so it kind of becomes a non-issue. Do I think women should be concerned? Yes, I do. And do I think that? No, I don't remember what the third prompt was. That's okay. But I don't really I don't see a problem with it, and I don't see why it's a big deal. Other than that, it's a way to get some press, and that's okay, because that's what people do in modern times, is they like to troll the internet, and they've created a massive troll for all of America.
Thank you. All right, Katya, you can respond, and then Ghosty and anyone else who wants to. Ollie?
No, okay. So I'm just basically, what I have to say about this is just a lot of kind of I like to give, kind of more logistics arguments on things sometimes. Here's my big question is, how are you supposed to, if we're talking about bathroom bills in general and not just this one exact thing that affects one person of whom everybody knows who it is and knows what she looks like. If we're talking about bathroom bills in general, how do we expect to kind of enforce this upon random people? I mean, it seems kind of real difficult here, unless there's something that's out of the norm and people go, oh my gosh, other than that, if we're talking about enforcing this, I just don't know how that's going to happen.
It's really simple, right? When, for example, in the state of Virginia, it's a felony charge if you have drugs plus a gun together. Right? Well, cops aren't going to every single fucking car on the highway and being like, you got drugs and a gun? You got drugs and a gun? No, they pull you over for speeding, right? They pull you over for failure to yield. They come up with some bullshit to pull you over, whatever, right? Or you were doing some other illegal act, and then because of the investigation into that illegal act, they discover other things. The same thing could absolutely be said about a transgender bathroom situation. You wouldn't have police officers checking the genitalia of every single fucking person that goes into a bathroom. I understand that, but you would make it a law, right? So that when, let's say, like the Wee Spa controversy, right, where 4 women and a very young underage girl were subjected to a man that flashed his penis at the spa and was enjoying flashing his penis at the spa, but it's like, but I'm a woman, even though they had already been convicted in 2002 and in 2003 of indecent exposure, and they were a registered sex offender since 2006, and then again convicted for failing to register in 2008, right? When you pick that person up, you go, oh, okay, well, there's this other thing, right? Like you stack additional charges on it because it increases.
If I may,
it doesn't make anything quote unquote safer.
Right, but that doesn't. No, that's not true. That's not true. To say that making something
if I
illegal
may.
only prevents it if you have cops enforcing it in that moment is bullshit. There is a deterrence aspect to all forms of crime. Number one, and number two, this concept of like, oh well, see, it doesn't actually prevent anything because if a dude in a dress comes in, that a dude will go into a bathroom
somebody's
anyways.
assaulting people
It's like,
or
no, it's
flashing
bullshit.
in bathrooms.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, that's illegal.
No, it's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit.
How are
And the
they
reason
flashing in a bathroom?
listen, it's bullshit.
If you walk
because
into the bathroom
it is
and like
bullshit.
somebody's in there and
It
start
is
whipping
fucking-
it out, no matter
No,
what
it
you
is-
have, that's
yes,
indecent
right.
exposure.
Pause. Yeah, here's the thing. If I am a female in the bathroom and a guy that's clearly a guy in a dress walks in, now because of this forced social acceptance, I have to be okay with that. I have to be in this space and do what it is that I'm doing. And now, instead of me immediately screaming and being like, hey, get out, and other people hearing and being like, hey, there's a dude in here. This is the girl's bathroom. Get out. Now, all of a sudden, a dude can just put on a dress and immediately the woman is like, ooh, should I say anything? Will I end up on Facebook or Twitter as like a Karen if I say something? And now a man gets to go from the doorway all the way to right where you are, potentially right by your stall. Now, yes, is this as bad as gun violence in Chicago? Fucking no. Is this a thing that's happening all across America in droves and thousands? No, but the concept that there is no safety issue whatsoever because predators just do predatory things could literally be utilized on any form of laws that you have in the country. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's an argument that people use
one
as far
hold
as
on,
gun
one
laws.
thing.
A lot.
So one
As far
thing
as
that,
that people are
that
gonna break
the
law
laws don't
anyways.
work because the UK, I looked into this, the UK actually has a law that says you can go into a transitioning male that is presented as female for X amount of time and has been interviewed and gets a card can use a female restroom. However, men that don't have those cards still use the restrooms and they still have problems, exactly what Scott is describing. And it is a problem. Even
they're
when
too
you
busy.
make
talking about
the
a social-
They're
extreme.
too
you're not
busy.
talking about a legal
That's
issue.
because they're too busy locking people up for mean tweets against the Islamic community, right? Like the police have a job to do, and that's breaking down doors at 4 a.m. and saying, "Oh, it seems on Twitter you said that these Pakistani flags are
They've been
disgusting. Off to
wild.
jail with you," right? Like the police are a little busy protecting.
They arrested a
protecting
mentally
rapists, not going after them.
They arrested like a mentally challenged 18-year-old for posting Snoop Dogg lyrics. I mean, they are absolutely like off the hook after
Right,
like the
so
past couple of years. It's been crazy.
Off the hook,
Right.
dog.
And so, did Lagtoy get to do his opening? Did I just miss it? I'm sorry.
You missed it.
Mine was really short. I think I'm the only. I think I'm the only one here that like. I mean, I understand it's probably mostly for political reasons, and I think it's probably more to like send a message of like,
100%.
this is more of a standard of, we stand against the trans gender question. I think that's probably a lot of it. But like, again, on principle here, if you're going to have gender segregated bathrooms, like it would make sense to, as long as there's alternatives, which there are, right? There's a unisex bathroom for anybody, and every person has their own bathroom. Just generally, are you guys in favor of abolishing gender segregated bathrooms? And if you're not, okay, we got one person. Are the rest of you? Because
for the most
you're saying,
part,
you're saying it depends.
I'm not
how
for
can you be in favor?
abolishing, but I am.
Right,
but I do think that is the right solution: is to just switch to unisex bathrooms. I don't want to
I think that would be the. I think that would be the only, like, for somebody, if you're in favor of allowing trans women to use men's restrooms and vice versa, the only solution I think that makes any sense is just abolish gender segregation in bathrooms entirely.
I think they've
Otherwise,
been
you're
doing so
gonna
the entire
It's
fucking
not-
time.
it's not just
and
limited to bathrooms.
People just
That's
didn't
like
make a huge deal out of it because here's the thing: a lot of the times you can't tell. People act like, I mean, Nancy Mace specifically did as well. Act like you can always tell, and everybody knows. Everybody's whatever from sight. Yeah, that doesn't really. We can name outlier cases all day and night, but that's not it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't.
Wait,
but
we can name outlier
trans
cases.
people, right? But
That's a
trans
really
people 10 years
open-ended,
ago,
We can name
trans,
all
trans
cases.
people 10 years ago are not the same thing as trans people today. And to act like those
a lot
two
of them
that's
are, yeah,
comparing apples.
absolutely.
No, yes, yeah, absolutely. 20 years ago, if you were a trans person and you were taking hormone replacement therapy and you were in this category that you say, which is a typical person that passes, right? Then what you went through, right? And I've interviewed plenty of them. I've spoken to plenty of people that were around during that time. I've looked at the research. I've gone through it in depth, right? These people had to have persistent non-desisting gender dysphoria for years and years. They had to go through a minimum of 20 sessions before they could make sure that they ruled out anything. There was not a push by the ACA, the APA, and the AMA and WPATH to completely abolish standards around gender dysphoria. They treated it as a mental disorder and made sure that they went through every avenue of being able to help these people before they went through transition. That is not the same thing as a boom in people that are just self-IDing, that are gender fluid or 700 other, xeno fucking pronouns.
So
like this is not the same
to do
thing.
with what
Sorry.
I'm saying.
I talk,
You're
but,
talking
but,
about a different thing.
I want.
I'm not talking about a different thing
Sure,
at all.
but let's. I do want to give other people a chance to quickly answer Lactoid's question. I don't know if abolishing gendered bathrooms would be like very feasible, only because right, like I don't know. There's probably a term for, but I don't know. Yeah, it seems like
it's a lot of
the group bathrooms with like that's segregated by the stalls, right? That's gendered the way we have it, right? Male and female. That's like a very efficient use of space and plumbing in a building. And like replacing them with individual like doors, like that would be difficult to get the same throughput. That'd be very difficult. So I don't see how we could do that.
Well, let me.
The left magically becomes fiscally conservative all of a
sudden.
Well,
no, hold on. So I think this is actually a kind of a strong point, which is that like I'm sorry, but like the existence of urinals is more cost effective and more space effective.
Though.
I think they're fine.
I don't know why the fuck
You're saying they're gross. I think urinals are fine. Why are they gross?
It's extremely masculine.
You think a lot of things are gross that other people don't agree with being gross. So I mean, you know what?
Oh, sure,
I feel like
sure.
everybody
Maybe you guys. Yeah, you're right. Maybe you guys just have this thing where you just think it's gross. That's understandable. Whatever. I don't think it's gross.
Lacto, when you enter and exit a public bathroom, do you touch the door handle?
I wash my hands before I use the bathroom, and then I use the bathroom.
Urinal's fine though. You
well, hold on. No. Hear me out. So I go and use like I wash my hands at the sink first, and then I usually go to the urinal, right? And I'm not touching any. In fact, I'm having less contact with like a stall door or like a toilet lid or anything when I'm using the urinal, and so I don't have to touch anything. And then I just pee in the urinal, and then I wash my hands again, take the paper towel, and then use the paper towel to open the door, and then keep the door propped open with my foot while I throw away the paper towel and then leave. That's what I do every single time.
King.
That's solid.
Sure. That's what I do every single.
Before you touch your dick.
Yes, I wash my hands before and after. Yes, I don't want to touch I don't want to get like STDs in my hand and touch my dick or whatever. Because people are touching their dick when they're using the bathroom. Maybe it's like herpes or whatever. I don't fucking know. But that's just my thing.
Useful here.
Okay, wait. Again, it's a lot of it has to do with a lot of it's also like feeling and all.
I've seen
people,
two
my dick's
pivots
clean,
and nobody has said why or how people are supposed to tell.
I want to finish my point to Prime real quick. I think
kind of painting.
I already answered your question.
Wait. We can
most of the time can tell.
Yeah, I mean we can. Yeah,
you're painting them into a weird space, and
that's one discussion where it's like 95% of the time or whatever. But when we're talking, I think the broader question is like
not if you're factoring in false positives.
Oh, guys,
real quick. I wanted to say like the efficiency argument aside, I think the reason for the pushback, and I think there's especially been much more of a pushback as of like the last couple months, even like maybe the last year, to the trans question specifically, as opposed to like all of 2023, 2022, and 2021, and probably even before then too, is because I think that there is a inherent march towards gender abolition that comes with the question of transgenderism. And there are people who see gender as like some kind of like socially, as a social structure that has some utility, whether it be for like cultural or religious purposes. And they have sort of learned, like as time's gone on, they've sort of realized that the end result of this is gender abolition. It's the complete like breakdown of like gender segregation and gender definition. And they don't want that. And so this is part of reinforcing that separation. Like that's why this has become a big deal, and this is why people have such a big deal with it, right? This is why Mace is getting protested and heckled at like her talk. She just recently gave a talk in like technology, for example, and she was heckled by a trans person in the audience, right? The reason people care about it is because, very specifically, because she's trying to reinforce this distinction and reinforce the concept and the existence of gender, which I think that a lot of the people against her don't like the concept. They want to abolish the concept of gender and want to abolish the segregation entirely.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say the bill doesn't matter and then protest her against it.
I want to go to Ghosty, then Ali.
A lot of those people aren't saying that the bill doesn't matter as far as like social consequences. They mean it doesn't matter literally.
It'll go.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Sorry, we kind of
the Ghosty of Florida.
Yeah, that's my point, Katya.
Sorry, Ghosty, please.
You just repeat what I say and then like act like you
go Ghosty. Ghosty.
It's hilarious.
Guys, Ghosty. If your cuddle, your room doesn't look like a brave, then I want to hear from you. Go ahead, Ghosty.
Well, that.
So.
Nope.
And now she freezes on us. Ghosty.
So
is that worst timing? Worst. No, it was for all of us.
Okay, Ghosty. Sorry. Try it again, friend.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Fuck. Hold on. What were we? Oh my god. Now I kind of forget what we were talking about.
It's whatever your point
trans
was. You had a point to
bathrooms. Nancy Mace.
I know, you were agreeing with me. Just go ahead. You'll be good. What was the last? Just keep going. I'll jump in when I remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. No problems, friend. Ali.
So like, this is gonna track back to Lactoid's point, so we will get back into it with Katya. So I think the problem with the left, and like, I typically have leaned more left. The problem with the left is this small group of leftist progressive like atheists, right? And honestly, it's just like, no, not everyone is that minority group. Not everyone is that. I think they forget that there's a group of people like within the left, within the right, that are just like normal, average kind of like religious people that don't believe in the whole like abolition of gender thing. So like I work in a spa, I'm a massage therapist. I've done yoga. Like I've had a session like yoga, like teachers approach me where they want to do like a woman's yoga class where it has like massage involved. But because we live in like Dearborn, Detroit, there are a lot of like Muslim people, and so like Muslim women coming in and wearing hijab, it doesn't matter if you're a trans woman or you're like identifies woman, whatever it may be. In their mind, it is male, and it is a male that's viewing them, and then they can't now they're omitted from the space for being females that can't be seen by males. And so it's more than just like the bathroom or predatory. It is like cultural. Like there are people who believe in gender, have like purposes for gender, and then they can't just have it be abolished just because a small group of people want it to be.
Doesn't transgender stuff kind of like reaffirm gender more?
Yeah. A lot of gender abolitionists actually kind of go against what many may consider to be quote unquote transgender ideology or whatever the heck, because they feel like it reinforces gender, as Ghosty just said. So
yeah, that like before I was like educated and like talked to like trans people like about this shit, I was kind of like, it kind of bothered me because I was like, oh, you're kind of reinforcing gender more. Like what about like looking like a woman or acting like a woman makes you more like a woman? And then I like talked to them and realized it was like much deeper than that, obviously. So, but like, I feel like it kind of like reinforces gender more. You're kind of like separating
except it eliminates the fact that like you're looking at the person and
but where's the argument there?
I'm sure the
right?
psychosis goes really deeply. However, just because you can cross-dress convincingly doesn't make you a woman. That's not how that works.
Hilarious.
I like.
Now we're going into the definitions and stuff.
I liked what Ali had said, though. I don't think you can hear me now.
Grid's hilarious.
I like what Ali had said because it's interesting. I think, and I'm surprised our conservative friends didn't latch on to this, because this is like the exactly type of conundrum they like to put forward to liberals, right? Identity politics liberals. What he said is that, within these spaces, right, there may be Muslim women who want to like participate in the activities, right? And maybe like get a massage or something. But if they have a trans woman individual working on them, then they're going to consider that being a male, right? And so, like, I feel like this is a perfect thing for
You're Islamophobic.
say that. Yeah, like either you're Islamophobic or you're transphobic here, right? And so, which one do you want?
Well, I'm gonna take it even deeper though. Like, I think it's crazy. Like, I think it's wild. I think even though it's sort of a meme, I think the Islamophobic argument would have way more traction than I think another very like would it also not be Christophobic or whatever the equivalent is, right?
Yeah,
like I'm sure. Like, look, I mean, the Bible's pretty clear about this. Like, the gender thing is like dictated by God. It's not like something that we come up with, according to the Bible, right? And
Does
so,
it say against
like,
trans individuals? I don't think the Bible has anything to say about trans individuals.
I'm sure I could find something.
They did exist at that point.
I mean, they existed, but like,
I mean, okay, Adam and Eve, like, wasn't the whole thing like the woman come from the rib, and that's like there's like a specified order to things. I'm pretty sure. Like, I haven't read the Bible in a very long time. I'll go back and see if I can.
Eve is
find
transgender. Learn that there's a lot of shit in there that nobody follows.
Yeah, like,
sure. Look, I'll ask like the head of the Catholic Church and the Orthodox. I'll look at all the leaders of the various religious institutions and see what their ideas are on trans politics. I think you actually might get more tolerance from like Iran and like the Shia Muslims on this, because I'm pretty sure Iran
just 'cause they're
mandates
homophobic.
that if you're gay, it's like they're so hyper homophobic that they've crossed into like trans acceptance.
So
which is
how so? What?
So in
So
Iran,
you
if
won't be
you're
stoned
gay,
to
they
death if
make
you're
you become a
trans.
woman.
If you're gay, if you're a man,
In Iran, if you're gay, the only acceptable way to do that is to become a woman. So they force you to become trans.
They don't make you, but they don't force you. But basically, here's the thing: if you're caught engaging in a homosexual relationship, right, then you very likely could be publicly executed by the morality police. But they, for whatever reason, don't feel this way about trans people. So there are people that are gay that transition in Iran because they know that they can engage in what would essentially be being
in a gay
homosexual
relationship,
sex,
hetero,
right, and things like, and they don't have to worry about being like thrown off a rooftop or stoned to death because, like, for whatever reason, Iran is somewhat willing to accept that they have transitioned to a woman and that they're willing to fulfill the role of
that's wild. I did not know this. I don't know how.
It's wild.
But
regardless.
Iran, this is why Iran, for two reasons. This is why, one, research from Iran shows that over 80% of all transgender individuals in Iran have cluster B personality disorders, whereas like in every other place, it's somewhere between like 35 to 60% are genuine narcissists or ASPD or usually covert vulnerable narcissists. Right, like, these kind of, really, really, really bad personality disorders that are extremely destructive towards anyone that they meet or come in contact with. That's a slight majority in the West, but in like Iran, like all of their research is like 80-85%.
I'm gonna call
it's interesting.
Bullshit on that.
No, he's right on the cluster B stuff.
No,
I wouldn't say because a lot of those, here's the thing, a lot of those you have a really difficult time even getting diagnosed with those unless you're, you have a criminal history. And if we're going to say that
false. Nope. Just look into the research yourself. I've gone through it in depth. There's tons and tons of research, and trans community
There's a lot of
is
research
actually the easiest demographic you could possibly study of all demographics. And the reason for that is in many of the countries where they do these, Italy is one example, right? In order to be able to legally have their socialized healthcare pay for androgen therapy or hormone replacement therapy, and then like maybe later progesterone if you're male to female, right? You have to go to these clinics. So it has a 100% catch bias for anyone who medically transitions because there is no like selection bias, whereas in most research there tends to be some level of selection bias, like it's college students or it's people that needed $20 that weekend, or there's like it's very, very difficult to get a true random group of individuals from demographic, whereas with trans research, it's actually the easiest research to conduct in terms
You don't
of things
think
like
that they might be more likely to diagnose people with those personality disorders, at least
No,
in
no, it's
certain
not a post
countries?
hoc. It's not post hoc study. I'm talking about studies where they subjected individuals to assessments that are designed to catch cluster B personality disorders, right? And then compared them to the control, and they came in, and there is no selection bias, right? It is essentially
Can you
the
send me the
perfect
study? I
psychological.
want to see it. I need to see
I
it.
have some of it
Yeah.
saved as well. I remember looking into it because I had a conversation with Scott and I looked into it, and it is like the rates of cluster B among trans people specifically is incredibly high compared to the general population. Like it's not even close.
The problem here is it's a chicken and egg scenario, right? Because the question is, do they legitimately have cluster B personality disorder? Because most of them are like non-symptomatic or non-type, right? Because it can be difficult to nail down histrionic versus NPD versus BPD versus ASPD because they kind of have overlap in all of them. My hypothesis, in my opinion, is that it's likely covert vulnerable narcissistic personality disorder, because that seems to match more so, and that is more difficult to test for because it's a fairly new subcategory of NPD. However, it could also, like I said, chicken and egg scenario. It could just be that individuals with gender identity, like confusion and like identity issues, right, show a lot of the symptoms of cluster B, but there's like a false positive mechanism here because they share a ton of similarities with cluster B personality disorder, but don't necessarily have cluster B personality disorder. They have something else, which is their gender dysphoria. I mean,
They
of
meet
course,
the
in either way,
diagnostic criteria, though.
Right. Yeah, they meet the diagnostic criteria. So in
Now,
either
are they
way, it's
also
either
including people who have
they have
traits,
cluster
or-
Bs or trans people is a mental illness. Like it's one or the other.
Right. So are they? I like that's also now. I'm just honestly curious, just in general,
Mhm.
because I'm like, is it people who are you're talking about are meeting enough of the criteria to meet the full diagnostic, or are we talking about people who have traits?
So we're talking about well, of course, it's like if you're trading in the test, right? Obviously, in order to get a proper diagnosis of any mental disorder, you need multiple sessions with a psychotherapist,
Right.
And a desire for the individual with a problem to go see a psychotherapist, right?
Which,
so you can't
of course,
pull
obviously
you
is
can't
some
pull
sort of-
people off of the street and then force them into multiple sessions and get a diagnosis that
Yeah.
way, right? Because they're not really forthcoming with that information.
Well, in a communist government, we could.
So
yeah,
so obviously they trait, right? Obviously they trait, but the criteria to trait in the way that the tests are putting forward is it comes down to the individual test, right? Like this is something that
Right.
you'd need to look at the individual tests and things of that nature. But when they're trading, right? But that's not the same thing as being like I took a dark triad trait and I trait kind of towards psychopathy. It is a trait designed specifically to catch cluster B personality disorders. So I mean, it's going to be
Talking
close.
about that versus
I want to
the full
expand. I want to expand the
diagnosis, like-
conversation to get more people involved. So I don't want to just focus on this.
Well, yeah, I was
the
just
studies.
gonna
Yeah,
say
it goes into
one
my area of
thing.
expertise and gets away from the general conversation. I get it.
Right, yeah. I was just gonna say that I was just interested in that as well because of kind of a lot of those there's specific criteria that if you don't have it you're straight out that involves like behavior, like for example.
Okay, hold on,
like,
before you go into again, I want to move past this.
Right, go ahead.
I'm not really sure what it has to do with which bathroom they get to use.
No,
That's
yeah, I
why.
was
mean,
just
we
curious.
seem to
I
be-
was just curious.
Yeah, I was saying I'll get away from it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So and I just want to get more people involved here. So I think we've all acknowledged that we think that Nancy Mace is doing like a stunt, right? So fair
What
enough.
do you mean by
right?
stunt? But but fair enough. I mean, it depends on what you
Well, I
mean.
mean, like you said, like well, maybe not you said specifically, but others said like mostly it's
I said she's doing it for
in the
political
Capitol.
reasons.
Yeah, she's doing for political reasons. Yeah, that's what I mean. You're
Well,
right.
I would say she's doing it for
well,
legal definitional reasons, right? Like, so it's not actually about the bathrooms.
Also,
it's about enshrining the fact that a woman is a biological female into law.
I think she's doing this for attention. I mean, I think that she's clearly doing this. But okay, fine, whatever. Maybe she's pure. Maybe she's completely
No,
pure.
no, she wants to bring attention to
one
the
can
issue.
do both, right? Like, obviously, she wants to
they're not
spread
mutually
her
exclusive.
message and her philosophy. And,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. I don't. That's not the important part of this, right? So okay. So I'm trying to make sure we're expanding this past, the congressional area, right? And it's been said, right? So I've heard some conversation about this, right? And okay, multiple things I've heard. So one, that this is a way to control trans individuals and keep them out of public spaces, right? Because if you can't use the bathroom, it makes things very difficult. There are plenty of trans women who present as female completely, right? That you would not suspect, none of us here would know. And if this became like some sort of national law, like it would be very difficult for them because, hey, like what bathroom am I supposed to use? Am I supposed to go into the male bathroom looking as a female? Right, whether you accept them as female or not, right? Yes, it's a safety issue, exactly, right?
And just like a what the heck issue,
is that,
because
is that the case?
So I think we,
go ahead.
I think we
Go
start
ahead.
crossing over into the area of like if you are capable of presenting that convincingly, and you don't make a big deal about it, who knows? Like, who cares?
I mean, who knows? Why do
you
need
need a rule? Why do you need a law?
Exactly.
Well, so it's the same. It's the same issue as like abortion, right? Right. There was a large faction of libertarian-leaning, if you will, conservatives that were perfectly fine with the status quo of abortion because there was a kind of social contract there, right? That didn't necessarily that wasn't necessarily enshrined in law, but was there in terms of living in a high trust society, which was abortions are meant to be safe, legal, and rare. Right, there was a large faction of conservatives that were perfectly fine with the way abortion was because they understood that people weren't going to use abortion as a form of birth control, and that abortions weren't going to be this super common thing, and that for the most parts, abortion was going to be used mostly in tragedies, right, in situations where it was. Right, where that, but that was the concept.
I don't know where that's from.
Yeah,
constantly disappointed.
Abortion rates have gone down since then, by the way. So like they were so wrong.
And so, I mean, the idea that people don't use abortion for birth control is just so insanely hilarious that you would argue.
Yeah, the idea that it happens with any regularity, though, is outrageous. Honestly,
it is the overwhelming majority.
One in four.
What is your definition of birth control?
1 in 4 women.
We'll go now, right? So
used to be 1 in 3 women.
Trans
No. That 1 in 3 women was a projected stat that never came true. And so
the Good Musher said 1 in 3, and then they changed it to 1 in 4 as abortion rates declined. 1 in 3 was correct.
No,
back in like 2010. Yep.
I want to know what you mean by birth
projected
control.
stat.
I mean that there is no threat to your life, and you are not raped. Every other form of abortion is a form
right,
of
but
birth
what if you were
control
using right? I understand that, but when people say they're using it as birth control and you weren't supposed to use it as birth control, they meant like, I don't care, I'm not going to use actual birth control because I'll just get an abortion. That's what people usually mean with that term. Not if birth control fails, like if I'm using 2 different forms of it and it doesn't work.
Cope. That's a complete cope.
That is
like if
so
you
much
get,
copium.
Like everyone knows that
mainline.
no form of birth control, in terms of in terms of condoms, in terms of hormone-based things, in terms of IUD, none of them are 100%, right?
Right.
Especially once you start acting in the human position, right? So, like for example,
before you do it, hold on. Before you do it, I have to get this out there, because someone actually gave me money for something. So thank you, Glare, marginalizing the majority for roughly 1.5%. Give it $2. I'm not exactly sure what you meant by that. That was
yeah, you're right, because 1.5% is astronomically higher than the actual percentage of trans people.
And then you're talking okay, and then for the second one, they gave another $2. Says they sodomize their boys, their T-boys. I'm guessing you're talking about in Iran?
Iran.
Iran, yeah, they sodomized. Thank you, Glare, for that. And then thank you, Sean, for gifting one sub as well. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Glare. That's really kind of you. So that was not too long ago. I think an acceptable distance between now and then.
Yeah. I'll circle back, right? Like, forget the abortion thing. What I mean to say is safe, legal, and rare was a contract that wasn't in law. It wasn't enshrined in law. It was an understanding that we are willing to compromise on this because we recognize that this is a tragedy. Right. And then as people began to like go on national television and have dances celebrating their abortion, talking about how abortion is so wonderful and they're so proud of it. And you had all of this, you had this resurgence of all of these other things within the culture. All of a sudden, that social contract is broken. Right? Like people understand that that isn't the actual game. The same thing is occurring with the trans bathroom issue and with transgender people in general in spaces. Like no one was really fucking concerned in the 1990s about a trans person in the bathroom, except maybe if it occurred to them and they weren't expecting it. And maybe they got a little offended because there wasn't a giant societal push to accept self-ID, to accept that a woman is whatever a woman says it is. There wasn't a push for social emotional learning to teach kids fucking queer theory in elementary school. There wasn't a giant shove this down your throat. You will accept us and we are coming into your spaces whether you like it or not, and we have the power of the cultural institutions, so you better agree with us. And so that is the backlash. That is where people are like, fuck this. And this isn't my opinion as an anarchist, but I understand the conservative opinion where their response is, fuck this, we need laws and we need this shit defined because
there
you guys are no longer obeying that social
like
contract.
obsession with blowing up every random story that occurs back in the 90s. So I mean, like people didn't have like the social acceptance kind of thing.
Did you see the Rodney King riots? Like it absolutely was a thing in terms of media.
I feel like
blowing
we had
up
media
stories.
back then.
That's great. So I'm talking about individual instances of people in bathrooms and stuff like that.
Right. So
like
what
stuff
you're
that
now
gets
saying is that the 5 people that it affects have the power to change the entire country's position on it.
No, I'm saying the people that, like the
that's
few
what you just said.
anecdotes that are negative has the ability to change things for everybody when
It's not a few.
in
What I
reality,
described
it's
is not.
Not
No,
what you
that's
said.
bullshit. You're. This is what lefties love to fucking do. Is they
That's
love
true.
they love to individuate certain policies and refuse to
No,
talk
I
about the greater
individuate
problem.
because
It's like
I
no. It's like you
individuate
see it
because
all the time.
People develop their policy positions that of things that don't personally have never personally affected them based on anecdotes they have seen and things they have seen online. This is how people are doing things right now. Like literally. This is how a lot of people make their decisions.
I agree that people see individual circumstances and it is farmed for outrage, right? But it's
Right,
like I
that's
hear
what I'm
the
saying.
same. I hear the same thing when people. The best example I see all the time is when we talk about some woke teacher that is teaching queer theory. They'll be like, "Well, what's wrong with the flag? It's just the flag." And it's like, no, it's not just the flag. It's like the totality of the fact that you have social emotional guidelines, that you have like them supporting BLM, that you have like all of these other paraphernalia that all come from different critical theory based philosophies, and their symbol and their symbols and things are forced into everywhere. So it's like, yeah, if I go to Home Depot and I buy a hammer, yeah, that's where you buy hammers. If I go to Home Depot and I buy zip ties, that's where you buy zip ties. If I go to Home Depot and I buy lye and a tarp and duct tape, Well, none of these are a fucking problem because that's where you go to buy those things. But if I go to fucking Home Depot and I put on the counter a hammer and a tarp and duct tape and zip ties and lie, you're going to be like, this dude's murdering people. What the fuck, dude? Like, it's the totality of all of these things that paints a much broader picture. And that is why conservatives are trying to fight on these individual things so that they can legally enshrine what a woman is, so that legally we can work within this landscape, because the precedent that goes in a bathroom bill will be used for interpreting Title IX. And if you think it won't, when legal definitions get entered into law and then they get challenged in the courts and they hold, those things will be how we interpret Title IX in women in sports. That's why she's doing this. It isn't just for fucking clout, and it isn't just for one congressman.
No,
She's
I
trying to
think
get
this
a win on defining woman legally.
I think I don't know if she's thinking that far ahead, to be quite fucking honest.
And so it's Republicans politicizing an issue to take away freedoms from a small amount of people just for their own ethical views. Again,
what
like this is
freedom are
what they
they
do
taking?
all the time.
You know what? If you think that, please continue to think that and say that this isn't a big deal, and
Well,
go
that's
ahead
what
and
you
let the
just
bill
said.
pass.
You just said
and
that.
then
You
once
just said
and
that
once the bill
Republicans are
passes,
trying to define women for their own like personal viewpoints
That's
or whatever.
literally
because
not what I
they want to
said.
take back. That's what I heard.
It's not for a personal viewpoint. It's because it needs to be defined. Because that is how the law is set up.
It needs to be defined. It's like your personal viewpoint.
Do you know who made the current Title
How are you gonna
IX
have a fucking
definition?
law with definitions that don't work? Like that's fucking batshit.
Let's
Like,
let our
what
friend.
law
You're
is- laughing at the idea of laws being defined and the words having meaning. Like this is the evil of leftism. Is a complete
That's
denial
really great.
of
The
logic.
evil of leftism is
Oh
that I
boy,
said that a law
grid
was
one.
not
Come on, Prime, get in there.
Good one, muscle in. Come on, you can do it.
So, guys, do you and this is more for the leftist among us. Do you know who made the current Title IX definitions of what a female is?
Nope.
I'm Canadian.
Your hero,
Obama?
Ruth Ginsburg.
Yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was your hero, the leftist of the left. who
She's not a
defined
hero,
woman
actually.
As a
She should have.
woman.
She should have
Under
gone off the
Title
Supreme
IX.
Court
Title
way
IX already
earlier
has
than
a definition of a female.
So okay, but what's your point there?
Congratulations.
So are you saying? Yeah, could you elucidate what's the point that you're trying to get to?
Well, no, I'm just saying that if you want to redefine Title IX, it's going to be a lot harder because you have to get rid of the whole thing. You can't just which was kind of
Title
challenging
IX?
Scott's point a little tiny bit because I do believe that that's the goal,
Challenge
but
me,
I
I
just
don't
don't
care,
think
brother.
that it can go
I
there.
don't think.
Huh?
What is
I
the
said, challenge me,
Title
brother. I don't care. I'm all for it.
definition?
Yeah.
By the way, I actually don't know why gender segregated bathrooms are actually allowed under Neil Gorsuch's ruling on the gender question. Because Neil Gorsuch made a ruling, I think it was Bostock is the case, that essentially ruled there was an employment case where if you fire a man for something that a woman can otherwise do and not get fired, then that's that's sex discrimination. And if we run with that logic, you could also argue, well, if you fire a man for doing what a woman could do, aka use the women's restroom, or you stop them from using the women's restroom in any way, this is also sex discrimination since you are holding one sex to a different standard than another, right? Women are allowed to use the women's restroom, but men aren't. This is discrimination. I think this is actually a really I think this is a implication of Neil Gorsuch's argument that is particularly bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't agree with him on
make
this,
laws
but-
all the time just to get it, just to get it to
don't
scope.
think that law here is
the
necessary.
bathroom specific argument. Like, listen, if the male bathroom is busy, I have used plenty of women's restrooms looking the way I do. Because fuck it, at this point in time, if I gotta pee, I gotta pee, no matter where I gotta pee. But
Yeah, I've done that.
Gross.
No, well, I mean, sorry, if I have to pee, I have to pee. But like for Katya and Gosi, like you guys keep laughing at the fact of like the needs to be defined or like having it defined like affects this like small group of people. Do you not think that having it not defined, like the terminology for men, woman, male, whatever it may be, do you not think it's that's negatively affecting the larger group of people? Because having conversations is getting to be like difficult around this subject, like exceedingly.
know. I don't want to just be obsessed with anecdotes or whatever personal experience. So I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring. But obviously, I know it's not the typical, I guess, experience. But I've gotten way more negativity from people who are, who are of the more like bathroom gender obsessed crowd. I've gotten more negative effects from them than any trans person ever in a bathroom, to be quite honest.
What have they done? Out of curiosity.
What have they done?
That's like choosing between a bear and a man in the woods. It's a fucking selection bias. It's fucking.
Well, no, I want to hear.
I just said anecdote at the beginning of it. I disclaimed. I said
it's just anecdote. I want to hear the anecdote.
Anecdote.
But it's not even an anecdote because it's a selection bias issue.
No, it could be an anecdote.
You're gonna
all anecdotes suffer from selection bias.
Right. No, but it's like you're going to deal with 50% of the country way fucking more than you are.
No, but I'm saying to the
like
point
less than 1% specifically in
that's
bathrooms.
true. That is very true. But I'm saying that I've personally, I've been told before that I don't belong in women's bathrooms.
Wait, you walked into. I want to hear this. Do you feel comfortable telling the story? I want to hear the story. Actually.
Yes. So this has happened to me more than once in fucking public. I've once in a bathroom as well, or I've had another person come up to me and say, "You'll never be a real woman, and you don't belong in here." Basically,
your body, my choice too. On top of it, yeah, I'm sure.
No, but that literally this happened though. Go ahead.
Yeah. People. This hasn't happened to me in person, but this has happened to me online, where people are like,
"It was in 2011." Right after that lynching, she.
I want to. Guys, hold on. I do want some people to be able to finish. So, Ghosty,
why do you think I'm? Do you think I'm like lying here? Or
I think you're full of shit.
Okay.
Why?
Go ahead and say. Sure.
Why do I think you're full of shit? Because I have no reason to believe you. You're a leftist.
Oh my god!
That's
great.
So then, why am I here? Let me just exit out
unlikely.
the fucking Discord call.
Hey, shut up! Thank you, Ghosty.
No, I'm only backing up what she's saying because people, this was the point I was going to make earlier. People will go up to cis women and assume that they're trans or something, and now it's just a ridiculous. I don't know. I just think we overblow up these issues online. We politicize for our own personal beliefs. I think the right does this a lot. The left does it too. But one example is all these women are shaving their heads, blah, blah, blah. I go outside, I don't see any women with shaved heads or anything. This is all blown up online. It's all politicized unnecessarily. And it affects people worse than just allowing people. I do think you should be able to pass pretty reasonably to go into a male or a female bathroom as a trans person. I do think there should be a level of passing. Probably just so that random men can't go into a woman's bathroom.
You're talking about enforcement. Holy crap! How do you enforce that?
Right. I mean,
for the record, by the way, people,
and that is actually your claim
to me,
because you're saying that she doesn't pass.
And I'm pretty sure it was over my height. By the way, the reason why these people have said that in the past, I'm not even that was the main reason.
Are you 6'3"?
No, I'm just under 6 foot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But so
you could be lying. She's a leftist.
We have
true. Fuck, I'm actually 4'11". Shit.
Let's not forget that the Republican Party went on a crusade during the Obama administration to say that Michelle Obama was a man, right? And that many on the right.
I feel like that was more recent now than then.
Many on the right still believe that. We have situations where parents, right? Right-wing parents get in their heads that there's a trans person here and they're gonna be a hero here, right? And they go into women's girls sports and they accuse girls of being trans. They're not trans, and now they have to go through the humiliating process of proving that they're not trans, right? We've seen these issues happen. So let's not pretend like this is costless. This is not costless to
Why is
cis
that?
women.
Why is that become a
So
thing?
why is it
It's
why
only
is it
become
that
a
it's
thing. Wait,
it's
wait, hold
only
on.
online and
it's
rare
that
and
Leah
these things aren't a big
Leah
deal?
Thomas
But then
effect,
when it's
right?
on your side, it's like we've seen the videos. I've seen the fucking 7 times this happened in the last 2 years out of like fucking 35 million kids playing sports. Like it's magically it's oh well the online thing is like, you know, it's blowing up this into this big degree and it's actually a really small thing, but whenever it fits your narrative, it's like we've seen it, this is a real problem. So it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either seeing a few instances makes it a real problem or it doesn't.
That seems to be directed at me, and I don't know. I didn't say that. I said this was a small thing overall, right? Like my issue is that
Kind
yes,
of
this
a
is,
small thing.
I mean, yes, in terms by small, sorry, I wouldn't mean what I mean by that is that it affects a small number of individuals, and this will, and whether you see individuals abuse this, like trans individuals abuse this, supposedly trans individuals abuse this, or you'll see
Oh no,
cis people.
Prime is a true trans believer.
Yeah. Well, no, sorry. I'm just whatever. Or you'll
got
see
you in hot
cis
water.
people,
It's okay.
right? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, try to enforce these things. These are all going to happen in small numbers, right? And but they'll be politically explosive one way or the other, right? These moments will rise to the surface because they're politically salient. People are interested in these topics, right? I know they're interested in these fucking topics. Holy shit! And so it'll make the news, and we'll have outlets on both the left and the right looking for stories that propagate their agenda. So I'm with you there, right? Like they're tiny on both sides, right? So yeah, I'm talking about like the cost of these things, right? Like that once we say that these individuals are necessarily a danger, give the general public the idea that they're a danger. Maybe not all of you are saying that each one of them are a threat. I'm not going to put those words in your mouth. You can put them there later. But that once we do this to them and the general public feels that way, there are going to people who are going to be on the lookout, vigilant for these things. And we're going to have these situations where, yes, parents will say, this child that's clearly a man, or they'll call him a man. It'll be a child, and they'll call him a man one or the other, right? There's that. There's going to be when a woman, a cis woman, goes to the bathroom and is told, hey, you don't belong here.
We're in a culture war.
Physically threatened. Yeah, exactly. We're in a culture war.
We're in a culture war for a
I
really
think that
small percentage of the population.
I guess
that wants
finally
to
that is that my idea is that my what I'm saying is that the cost here for the exclusion is not worth any sort of benefit of how do I want to say this? I don't. Let me rephrase this. I'm sorry, because I don't necessarily agree with everything that's part of the very much quote unquote trans agenda, right? Like what you like, I have like questions on my mind, right? For a lot of situations where maybe we should have a all cis female space. Maybe that does make sense, right? And I think we have to give people space to have these things. But however, what I'm pushing back on is specifically these bills that make it seem that trans individuals are a danger. Those bills come with the cost of increasing the danger to both trans and cis women without much of a benefit that they are accruing. Hopefully that was clear. That was a lot.
So we had an example of this over the past year, Riley Gaines and Leah Thomas. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened with that?
I think Riley Gaines came in like fifth or something.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
she
Leah-
got like
Gaines became a
Leah
famous
Thomas,
conservative commentator off of it. I
Yeah.
guess.
Leah Thomas exposed him or herself, whatever, to Riley Gaines and her entire female swim team, making them feel exceedingly uncomfortable multiple times. They were not told that it was going to be a trans athlete, and so that was shocking, and that led to a lot of the things that you were talking about, Prime. The reason that we are even talking about this is largely because of that case. That's changed, and the Olympics had the same thing with the and I cannot think of what country she was wrestling for, but the wrestler that was born with the it was
Oh
an
yeah,
intersex
yeah.
or whatever, have the genetics.
Was that ever
Would it
confirmed? I don't think it was.
would it have made you
By the
would
one
have made the
Russian
situation
source?
better for you if that trans individual simply used another changing room or locker room?
I'm sure it would have made the girls feel better. I don't know that it would have changed, but and I'm specifically I'm not talking about their performance on the field, right?
Okay, yeah.
I'm talking about
In the water.
specifically that if a normal, if a dude, well, yeah, in the water. Thank you.
But I would love to see you swing on the field. That would be great.
Yeah, let's swim
Yeah,
on the field.
So if all right, Kays, if you had walked in there and you started getting in your trunks in front of those girls, I'm assuming straight male.
Yeah.
You'd have gone to jail, sir.
I mean,
Okay. And
sure.
this person didn't.
They would have gone to heaven, but you know.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying
he may have more riz than I give you credit for, and that that's fine. But I got to be honest with you, it's the reason that we are having these conversations is because a specific subset keeps pushing in directions, and we're going to continue to have these conversations. And again, we're allowing how many trans women out there do you think currently right now in the United States of America could honestly pass as female to most men? Just
I think a lot. I think quite a lot. I mean,
it depends on the context. It depends on whether or not they're speaking, right? The number goes up massively if they're speaking, or sorry, if they're not speaking.
It depends how far in their transition too.
Well, right, but I'm just saying the overwhelming majority of trans male to
so
female,
100,
even with
500,
vocal coaching,
1,000?
no, it's probably a couple
thousands.
To be
Yeah,
honest.
thousands.
Yeah, way more than that. And the thing is too, when you have to hold trans and cis people to the same account.
25,000?
So
Okay, hold
if
on.
you're at
I'm
a
just trying to
point
get I'm trying
where
to get a number here.
I don't know how many trans people are there in general, and I would say a high proportion of those individuals. Oh, actually, I don't even know. I'd be pulling that out of my ass.
I literally
hard.
said, how many do you think can pass?
Yeah, I know, but you're like asking.
The problem. One of the issues is like whether or not you pass is going to be in the eye of like the observer.
Subjective.
So like for example, there have been plenty of people where I don't think that they pass, but I've talked to some guys and they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like,
I had a deal.
You didn't know?
And I was like, that's a dude, and he's like, no, come on. I'm like, no, I'm telling you, that's a dude.
Like, here's the thing: you have to hold trans and cis people to the same account. So if somebody, who's you're saying that you can tell because of XYZ feature. I mean, if it leads to, no, I'm saying people in general, because it's like there's going to be some overlap between with all these, with a bunch of false positives as well. So it makes it harder to tell.
We're making we're making exceptions for an exceptionally small group of people that you cannot define.
Because it depends on the person's opinion when they look at somebody. Yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah, actually, you literally just said you can't. First of all, you can't tell how many. You can't give me even a ballpark of how many there are. You can't tell me if the.
I can't.
To these people, they look good. To these people, they don't look good. I don't know. I don't have this problem. I know my wife was a
impossible
woman,
to
the
answer
first time I saw her,
question,
it's
my
like,
dude.
Yeah, you gave us an impossible to answer question. Like, well, you can't answer our question.
How many guys do you think have like a good enough knowledge of football to where you would understand that they're giving you good advice when they tell you what teams to play or whatever in your fucking fantasy football league? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? How many guys out there know enough to your amount? Yeah, like. This is a situation that it depends on what your opinion is or how you see things, and it's unanswerable.
You don't have a percentage of people that you think are passing. Like it's okay to say, like that's what I'm saying is like this conversation becomes murky because you can't say anything. You can't have any form of conversation unless you be like transphobic or you say a
I
single
never
word.
called anybody transphobic. I said
I know,
that
I
you
know, I
couldn't
know. I never
answer.
said
I don't
you
think
did.
that's
I'm
true.
saying
I don't think
I
that's
never
true.
said
We
you
have
did.
these
You guys-
conversations
I'm
all
not
the
accusing
time.
anyone here of anything. I'm saying the conversation itself becomes murky because if you start saying certain things like, well, these amount of people don't pass, and the people that don't pass shouldn't be able to, it becomes like you're just transphobic, you're just this, you're just that. It becomes a hard conversation to have to the point where no one can have an answer about anything, which is the issue at large. It's not so much that like this is like a small minority of people, but the conversation we're having at large is because it keeps coming up in certain areas, and it's coming up in social media, in sports, on TV, whatever it may be. The conversation is supposed to be had, apparently.
No, but
So
that's what I'm saying. I'm
It
kind of
keeps coming up
disagreeing with
because
you because I feel
people's
like these
entire
conversations happen
careers
a
are
lot.
there are 1.6 million people ages 13 plus identify as transgender in the United States. And then 1.3 million of them are adults, and 300,000 of them are youths. This is from the UCLA. So there, we can start there. And then you want me
I'll
to
go
come
with a
up with
couple
a
thousand.
yeah.
It's my ballpark.
I would say it's, I mean, of the 1.3 million, I would say hundreds of thousands of them pass for
You gotta hold on. You got self ID is the problem here, right? So like you have to figure out. You have to also figure out what percentage are like I'm trans, and then they don't literally do anything to be trans.
That's
right?
yeah.
It's the same thing is true. Like so like I worked
How are
as
they
a census
taking the
field
data?
So like so I worked as a census field supervisor for quality control for 2 missions. Right, I was in charge of Virginia with the exception of the DC area and like the Newport News area, and I was in charge of Northern Tennessee and like all of Appalachia that was in the West Virginia side. Right. And one of the things that's really interesting is people when that census data came out, they were like, wow, the whites all of a sudden dropped down by like 6%. Except the problem is that nobody is actually checking your genealogy to determine whether or not you're white. They're just asking you. So 2 things occurred that caused whites to go from like 59.5% down to like 54%. The first one was we started counting illegal immigrants on the census and saying that we were going to count illegal immigrants, right? So a larger group of people that already were here, you know, some millions of people started getting counted because we weren't asking their citizenship and we were counting them. And then the second one is there's a group of white people that before politics of race became an obsession, were like, yeah, I'm white. And then all of a sudden they're like, I'm mixed race. I'm part this, so I'm mixed race. The mixed race category shot up without the black portion or the Asian portion shooting up like at all. So when the black portion remains right, so it's like when the black population and the Asian population remain stagnant, and there are 2 factors. The Hispanic one goes up, and I can tell you why. Illegal immigrants started getting counted, and then it's like, well, why did the white go down but the mixed race went up? But there was almost no change in blacks or Asians. It's because a group of people that previously identified as white just started identifying as mixed race because they don't want to be white. And so the same thing is going to occur.
Okay, but most
that happened in the census.
What happened in the Hispanic population?
Well, what happened was before in 2010 and before, we would ask people if they were illegal immigrants, and then if they were illegal immigrants, we either wouldn't count them or they would stay away. And then we got rid of the rule saying that you were supposed to ask if they're a citizen or not. Once we did that, the Hispanic category shot up. Now, some of that is going to be natural growth. Well,
is it citizen or illegal immigrant, or would
sorry, it was
somebody could be a legal immigrant?
It was their immigration status, right?
Okay.
So we stopped asking their immigration status in general, right? So if because of this, there were people that were avoiding being on the census to avoid having their records show that they're not a citizen and that they're in the country illegally. And then once that went away, they were being counted. So that's why the Hispanic population went up. Now, obviously, there also could be some natural growth in the Hispanic population. Obviously, with a ton of immigration, you're going to get that. But why is it that the Black and Asian population stays relatively similar? The best and easiest hypothesis you can draw from that is that some number of white people stopped identifying as white and started identifying differently. The same thing is true especially with the younger generation of LGBT. Like there are so many people that are just identifying as LGBT because now they're not the problematic straight white person. Now they're a part of a minority group. And they're like, you see this all the time, like with like, especially with like bisexuals and women, you'll see it constantly where it's like a bisexual kiss, like some girl kisses a fucking another girl in college and all of a sudden she identifies as bisexual and she's a member of the LGBT community, but then she marries a dude and doesn't cheat on him and has kids. And it's like, okay, all right. You experimented a little in college and now all of a sudden, now that it's like, it's
only
cool.
ridiculous. Because it's about attraction. That's what sexual orientation is. And I mean, a lot of the times, obviously, like, you know, there are more straight guys out there than there are, you know, like gay and bisexual women. So, I mean, I kind of feel like that's not really something that you can generalize on just by how somebody.
What I'm saying is that there is that when you have self ID, and then you have incentives. Now, you can have incentives in both directions. Previously, it is very obvious that our cultural incentives were not pushing anybody in any type of incentive structure to identify as LGBT. And it was the exact opposite. There were people in the closet. Right. Now, some of that is going to be alleviated, and it seems to be relatively stable throughout the 90s. You don't have a large increase in self-ID throughout the 90s because it was generally socially acceptable, but not completely socially acceptable. Right. And now you see this massive boom, and it's not it's not because trans people are accepted now. It's because you have power in identifying as LGBT. You no longer have to be the straight white evil person.
Yes.
In most situations,
Victimhood
I don't
comes with
understand
power.
where the heck people are, where this is what they're thinking about first and foremost.
Is there any argument you're going to engage with? Honestly, like
I have
like really.
So okay, so I'm.
This is tantamount to an opinion, okay? Like I don't see evidence of this, and you haven't presented it. So
he just gave you.
You don't see any evidence. You don't see any evidence of individuals saying I'm gay, and now that they gain some social status from that. Anywhere
I don't see
in America
people,
culture.
Sorry, I don't see people who aren't actually gay doing that.
Okay, so
what about
I'll
people
push
that
back.
are foxsexual?
Sure. I'll push back.
Some other made up fucking word.
Hey, oh wow! It's like, am I not even talking? Do people not hear me?
Non-binary.
I hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I got fired up. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Just that one time.
Research. So I've been trying to just gather data for the questions I was asked previously. The conversation has moved. But this is a survey of trans individuals. Researchers surveyed 27,715 transgendered adults, including 17,151 people, 61.9%, who said they had gender-affirming treatment, right? So 62% of adults, transgender adults, have gender-affirming treatment. So there's that, right? And then because, Scott had previously said, well, how many people have actually done any steps to be trans, right? Then among them, like how many of them pass, right? So that a number I gave you before about how many individuals are trans.
You said like 1 million, 1.3 million with 300,000 being underage, right? So you're saying roughly 60% of that 1 million adults, which would be
we
about
have to divide it even
600,000.
further. We have to. That's the thing that I neglected to say. Is I have to divide it in further because it says 39% of the group is transgendered women, and then 36% is transgendered men. I'm a little confused about this divide. Maybe those are children who make up the difference, because that's not 100%. But
there's something else. That's what it is.
Maybe there's something else,
but also non-binary.
Maybe there's something else. Yes, I don't know. But yeah, so that's 40% of that group. But maybe it's like the full group, like the 1.6 million of like 13 plus individuals who are trans, right? So that may be including children as well. I don't know. I don't. What's 40%?
Well, the other problem is it's changing too. Right?
Yeah,
it isn't impossible to answer a question. I just gave a guesstimate. But the other problem is that, like, traditionally speaking, there were more male to females. And there has been a complete reversal in that in the younger generational group. because females are more likely to engage in
0.4.
in peer pressure and things of that nature,
So
right? Like one person gets
600 and-
anorexia, it spreads. Same thing with
640,000. That would be the amount of trans women, right? And among them, 60%. No, so yeah, so times 62, times dot 62, right? So 39%. So let's see, maybe 300,968. No, 396,000.
400,000.
396,000 are transitioned women, right? People who have done some sort of
presumably,
nearly
I mean,
400,000.
some percentage is
400
probably lying, but that's
nearly
close
400,000, right? And then among them, how many can pass? This is the question that was originally posed to us, right? that I've been trying to work out, right? How many can pass? In the end, I don't know. But
Voice or no
let's
voice,
say,
I think is a good question too.
Let's say 200,000. Let's say half.
Well, you don't have
Let's
to
say
talk
200,000 individuals.
There's no
around
fucking way.
Are you being honest with yourself?
I
when you
would say half. I'm
Why
honest.
Half?
Why not? Yeah, why not half?
Okay.
Why not half?
200,000 is not even. It's not even Vail, Colorado. I mean, come on.
Nope. I would just say. If
No, that's not. Wait a minute. Let's not try to move the goalposts here, right? You asked like a extremely ridiculous question, and I'm actually been trying to answer your extremely ridiculous question, right? Literally doing the math for
20%.
you, right? As to how many people could possibly pass, right? How many male to female individuals could possibly pass, right? Yes. So I'm going to say sure. Okay, so I would say 200,000. 200,000.
Given your number breakdown, I'm changing my answer to roughly 8,000. I'm thinking 2% could like legit pass with overwhelmingly men wouldn't be able to tell the difference if they're speaking. I'd go with like
women
I'd
wouldn't
go
be
with
able to
8,000.
tell if this person presenting as a woman walked into a ladies' restroom, would the woman in there see her as passing?
Yeah.
Is this in the normal amount of like interaction that you have in the bathroom? Because if so, I'm going to raise
I
that
don't
number
know. I
to
don't go in the ladies'
75%.
restrooms.
Because like usually you don't
I don't go in the
stare
ladies'
at people in the bathroom. Usually
Wait, I
talk
thought you guys
people
went
in
to the bathroom together all the time and talked. Am I wrong?
I go in there. I fucking go to the side and leave. What the fuck?
Well,
So you're saying you go to the
there's
bathroom
so many-
like a man? All right, maybe.
No,
maybe
there have
I
been so many people. There have
Maybe
been
I
so
believe
like
that someone accosted you in the bathroom. Now that you
okay,
say
when
you go to the
I hear
bathroom
women
like a
talk
man.
about this, they're always like, "Hey, I got to run to the bathroom. Will you come with me?" I have
I never
never in
understood
any
that,
of my
but okay,
life.
that's usually if you're out with friends, like at a club or something. If you're at
No, I've seen it
Walmart
at
or
work.
whatever, like
I've seen it
what
at
the
work.
fuck?
I've seen it out.
Yeah, no,
At work?
yes,
Yeah.
at work, yes. Women generally,
Coworkers.
at least in my experience, women tend to ask each other to go to the bathroom
If
with
more than
them
one person goes to
to
the
have
bathroom together at work, a
conversation.
lot of the time your manager is going to be like, "What the fuck
I would
are you
also
doing?"
like to
Not if they're
Premier
women.
Katya, I would like to extend an olive branch for the first time. I am willing to accept your 75% of those people pass rule specifically for in Walmart bathrooms. I am willing to believe that there are
He's
all
not
kinds of
saying
creatures
lady
in
boy
the Walmart
passing.
bathroom.
He's talking
all right?
just good
Right,
enough. for
exactly.
some
That's
wild
why I'm
shit
saying
at
that there's a
Walmart.
lot
All
of
right, fair enough.
overlap and a lot of people who are like, it's difficult to tell because
clothes
like
are all
people,
baggy, too.
Yeah, shit's different. People look different.
That's
Life.
boy modding, sir. Don't you dare insult the boy modders.
Yeah.
But like, by the way, guys,
Okay.
I've never at one point asked a friend of mine, "Hey, you want to go to the bathroom with me?" It just never happens. It's not like a cultural
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
And
usually
I think in some regards, like the women's bathroom is sort of the plot, like the town square of women's
The
conversation.
girls' room in the Amanda show. They had a couch. I remember, and throughout the 90s,
The
all the TV
girls'
shows,
room.
girls' room had the
True.
girls' bathroom always had a couch in the bathroom, but that's always how it was depicted, at least on every.
Is there a
TV show.
couch in
Yeah,
women's
that never
bathrooms?
fucking
What show is that?
It was for a long time throughout the.
If there's like a chair for somebody who's like breastfeeding like a child, like that's
And then
Yeah,
the girls'
so
room
yeah,
has always been
sometimes
the
there's a
hub.
love
So
seat
much
specifically
so-
for that.
So much so that the Amanda show had the girls' room, which was a great sketch.
it was
sketch.
good.
And
I
it was
love
girls
the
hanging
Amanda
out in the
show.
bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
the original
look,
podcast.
we have.
I can confirm. I can confirm as a single dad that female bathrooms no longer have the couches, right? Because I do have to go to female bathrooms often and be like, "Hey, is there anybody in here?" Because like having to change diapers as a single dad. There's no woman to fucking like allow me to like deal with this issue. Like I have to go into a female bathroom. But of course, I announce myself
We were
and make sure there's
discussing
nobody
that
in there.
today.
We should have. Sorry, go ahead. You want to say something?
No, no, no. So we were actually.
You may have just
discussing that
repeated the whole
today.
argument.
That's actually one of the things where the guys reminded me that's where a man could enter a woman's bathroom and not seem threatening. A woman would walk in and see you with your daughter and understand immediately what's going on and not have a problem.
Yeah, there's a social context there where where
yeah. There's an
threatening with a
immediate
toddler.
understanding of, hey, this dude is just taking care of his business with his daughter.
So they don't have like a baby
Not in
changing
Benthorpe.
like infrastructure.
That's changing, by the way.
It's
Yeah,
changing, but like there are plenty of places I go where it's still only in the female bathroom.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And then
exactly. Right.
I would understand it if you wouldn't want to go in the
they're-
gentleman's bathroom to do that too, because like, especially if you have a daughter, like there's plenty of fucking creeps out there.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's creeps.
Flactoids.
Well, hold on. Wait. Here's the problem. Here's the problem because if
No,
you're saying there's creeps, you want to let some of those creeps
usually out in the open, and we're talking about
Katya,
Couldn't some of those creeps go over to the women's restroom if they're allowed to?
Katya, I
Right?
want
Just
you to
put on
know
a
that
dress,
you've driven
and now they're in the
at
women's
least two
restroom.
members of my
That,
chat
Katya.
to drink tonight.
what'd you say?
Actually, one of them is out buying more alcohol. You've succeeded.
Based. Yeah, we
Like,
should all be alcoholics.
I feel
kidding.
like you failed our argument, Katya. by
Alcoholism's
saying
bad.
that. I really think that
I hate the men's restroom. There's all those creeps in there.
Yeah, there's also
okay.
men's restroom. What? Like, what?
It's almost like people are uncomfortable with certain people that go to their bathrooms.
It's a different standard. So then are trans women like a higher standard of men or
No,
whatever? Like,
because we're
what
talking
what is
about-
happening
We're talking
here?
about people who are actually doing something to people versus like accosting somebody in the bathroom versus just creepy dudes who are looking at people weird, who are like
you misspoke.
That's what
This is not
literally.
helping.
That's the
I can
problem when
argue
you
it.
can self ID as a woman.
cleaned it
When
up.
you can just say you're a woman,
Cleaned
put on a
it up.
dress, you can go be a creep, specifically in the women's restroom, where all the things you want to ogle are.
Or locker room.
It does seem the logic here is like it's like
Locker room's a better argument
Or
for that.
bathhouse.
it's like
yeah, but
the
there's stalls
NPC
in
were
the
like
women's bathroom in which a lot of
crime.
the time the
Or
changing
crime.
fucking thing is just out in the fucking thing, like
Or-
just
Yeah,
but
sitting in the
Katya,
middle of the
you know what
bathroom.
Wait, can I ask?
Locker room is
Applies
kind
that
of
way.
more what people are talking about generally when it's about this. Like the bathroom thing is that they're talking about like their high school kids, but people are kind of like it's the locker room thing that's a little bit.
Well, we're also talking about the bathroom, but let me.
I'm
Katya,
going to
can I ask
say that
you?
there's a difference if we're talking about right in the middle of the bathroom versus in a stall. There's a difference here.
Well, hold on, let me ask you. Wait.
Like,
So
you're gonna ogle more
if
in
the men
fucking
if the
middle.
men in the male's bathroom, like if all of a sudden they self ID, does like the combat music stop and then all of a sudden it goes to like peaceful music? Like all of a sudden the creepiness ends. All of that's gone.
Nope. The likelihood goes down though, because as we talked about percentages here for most of the time.
Okay, I don't.
How do you?
I-
How do you?
Wait.
arrive at that
I'm not
conclusion?
going to go into this. I'm not going to go
Let
into
him
this
have this
on.
argument.
I'm not going to go into this
No,
on
that-
Twitch, but I can
Can
send
you
you some
back up
data
that
on this
claim at all?
afterwards if you want.
Can you back up? Can you back up that claim at all?
Can you black up that?
Yeah.
Black it
Okay,
up.
back
Prime,
up-
can
can
you
you-
black up that
Black
claim?
it up, Prime.
No. Don't, I
okay,
get it.
yeah.
I had a funny Freudian slip because I'm super duper racist. But setting that aside, right? Can you back up the claim in any way, shape, or form that because they are self-IDing as trans, that the likelihood that they are creepy people that would do things like try and take upskirt videos or ogle women goes down as they leave the male bathroom, put on a dress, and go in there? Like why? Where are you getting
Nope,
that
it's
from?
the
Is that just
likelihood of them
intuition?
doing that to begin with.
Right? Can you back up that claim? I understand that that's the claim. Can you back it up? Or are you just saying?
Can I back up the likelihood that fewer people would do that than wouldn't do that? Like, yeah, it's obvious.
So you can?
Well,
you
this
back
is
it up,
also
though?
true with creeps in the men's bathroom too, isn't it?
Not if they're already in there.
But you're telling them they can leave there and go somewhere else,
Yeah,
specifically the women's bathroom.
Right, you're just making a claim and saying it's self-evident. You're just self-referencing your claim. Like, can you back that up, or is it just a feeling that you have that trans people are allies to women, and even though they can just kind of be whatever they want whenever they say they are by self-ID, you still have an intuition or belief that wouldn't happen. But do you have any reason
I was never
to believe
talking about that. I'm talking about the very existence of a lot of like the baby changing stations in bathrooms versus like bathroom stalls, because I've been in plenty of bathrooms where those are just in the middle of the room. But last I checked, toilets are usually not in the middle of the room. Those are usually in stalls.
You're not making an argument. You're just saying words.
That was my statement. I have
no. We're asking on the creeps because you called them specifically creeps, right?
It's my daughter that I'm talking about, right? So I, as a single dad who has a daughter who's now potty trained, but in the past when I took her to bathrooms, right? And you're saying in the event that there is a changing station
bathroom.
Because more often than not, they would only be in the woman's bathroom. There wouldn't be one in the male bathroom.
There's a standard.
Yes, that
was the standard.
Throughout most of the country, that was the standard. It's changing over time, but that doesn't mean a lot of places that I go, public parks, museums, etc. There's a changing station. Sometimes they have family rooms, sometimes they don't. In this hypothetical, you said that it was better for me to go to the female bathroom anyways because there's a lot of creeps in the male bathroom, which is to say men specifically are where the creeps are. The entire argument from the LGB people or the gays against groomer people or the conservatives that are arguing this is that men are predominantly creeps, and what we need to do is protect women in women's spaces from men who can simply put on a dress and call themselves female and enter spaces that normally if they entered without, let's say, a baby with them or something like that, people would freak out and tell them to leave. Now, where are you getting the idea?
That happening is always going to be well below anybody, like who's like just in the action or who's just in the men's bathroom, besides somebody
sorry,
like pretending to be okay, hold on. Do you think it's more likely that a guy is in the men's bathroom versus
I'm not
a guy
answering your fucking question until you actually tell me why you keep making your claim. You keep repeating your claim. You keep saying that the likelihood is higher that there are creeps in the men's bathroom than the fact, and that I ought take my daughter or my son into the women's bathroom and I as a male enter that space because there won't be creeps there, based off of the very concept
unless you're there to be creepy,
that the women aren't. Don't try and fucking deflect. You've done that like 10 different times. Answer the question or just say that you're vibing it out. Where are you getting this idea that somehow men are creeps, but that ceases to be a problem when we allow those same men to just enter the women's bathroom with a dress on? Where are you getting that intuition?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that even if the numbers were exactly the same, which I mean the men's numbers are, pretty self-evident when you look at statistics, but even if that applied
number of what?
Sorry, what?
Number of what?
Number of creeps?
The men's numbers,
creep per capita?
No, like crime rates and stuff.
Okay, so the number of creeps then, yeah. So basically, right? So you're saying
the creep rate per capita.
The creep, creep.
Hey, just for the record, if you want to get into a statistic, hold on, pause. If you want to get into a statistics argument, we can bring up the fucking data because the crime rate from trans male to female is higher than the general male population.
Specifically, the sex offense ratio.
Men will literally claim to be a trans female to be able to go to women's prison. Think about that. Why a guy will literally choose himself.
That's a different conversation.
Well, to avoid harm, at the very least. Maybe not be to be a creep. That might just be to avoid harm. But still, I hear.
I would rather go to a women's prison than a male's prison. 100%. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 100%.
Holy shit! 100%. I'm like what? 2% more likely to get shivved? Yeah, because I don't want to be in a prison with a bunch of dudes that are creeps and are gonna stab me. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna leave this here.
Or rape me,
past this because I've kept you guys long enough. I want to give people space to leave. Hello all. This was interesting. Where that ended up at the end. But thank you. Thank you all for being here. This was a lot of fun. Consider supporting the channel. We did get a like 5 subs from STB Philly. Thank you. I'm not sure if you're still here, but I did shout you out previously. So hey, no laughter, Corey. All right. But thanks all. We're gonna give an outro to all these kind individuals. They can continue talking they want afterwards, but I want to give them an outro. Thank you, Lactoid, for coming through. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed our back and forth banter. I actually like to continue our conversation about media at some point.
Sure.
To really dig into this, because I think there's a lot of agreement between our positions. And I think that we're just coming at this problem from different perspectives. But I think we can arrive at least some sort of consensus.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it'd be an interesting conversation. I really appreciate the conversation today, and I appreciate all of you here who've spoken to me. You know, specifically about the, I guess, I'll word this carefully. You know, the trans question. I think that I have over time, you know, initially,
I thought the same thing. The TQ.
You know, initially, I think I was, you know, not too long ago, I think I was, you know, super like pro one way, right? Super pro trans. But over time, I've, I guess, heard more arguments from the other side, and I've looked into more information, and actually just recently watched a argument that was on Modern Day Debate with Andrew Wilson was the one who made the argument on this question specifically, and it actually moved me quite a bit on the issue. So I would encourage people to go take a look at the debate. I think it's a very interesting discussion, and it's a very interesting question. But you know, I think it's something that needs to be we need to be able to have conversations about, and I think that a lot of places don't allow you to even have these kind of conversations, which is I want to, I guess, thank you, Prime, for even being willing to have the conversation, and hopefully we'll continue to do so as long as Twitch allows us. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope none of this is interpreted as hate speech. Oh boy. I'm
deleting my bot.
Let's
yeah,
go
I'm
to
yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. Find me on YouTube or X predominantly. I too would like to thank you, PrimeCayes. I would also like to thank the Israelis for bombing Palestinians because it has taken the heat off of the trans question as far as Twitch and YouTube are concerned. Nobody's really worried about the TQ right now because they're more worried about policing the JQ, and I appreciate that. So thank you, Israel. Hashtag I stand with Israel, because it allows me to have these conversations about trans people and evil queer theory.
Wow.
Kidding, obviously.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
But yeah, no, normally I don't because it's funny. That's the thing about humor, is if it's not actually funny, you get fucked. But normally I don't like reiterate any of my points and outros and stuff, but I just wanted to rehash from the very, very beginning of the question again. From the NCAP perspective, the entire reason that this is a problem is because of public property. That is the reason why this is a problem, right? The fact that we fund universities with FAFSA and Pell Grants, and because of that, we have government control over universities, and we have government-funded sports programs, and we have government and public facilities, is the whole reason that we are having this bathroom spaces debate. Because ultimately, this is completely solved by just letting property owners handle their property as they want to handle their property. If Starbucks wants to let anybody in the women's bathroom, let them fucking do that. And if you have a problem with them, then go to your local coffee shop and don't go to fucking Starbucks, right? And maybe it turns out that Starbucks is perfectly fucking fine with that, and maybe it doesn't. And let that shit be handled by the police, and let that shit be handled by private property owners. And, you know, as far as government facilities, again, we should be we should be defunding all universities, and we should get rid of all federal student loans, so that universities can be private again and stop teaching woke bullshit that destroys our society with our tax dollars. And we would have a lot less fucking public bathrooms, and we can just let property owners decide. And the same thing is true of sports. Right? Stop fucking putting money, government tax money and tax breaks into sports programs. And if someone wants to have a trans league of a bunch of fucking like jacked 6'2" fucking hairy girls fucking playing fucking rugby, like, let's go. It'd be entertaining as fuck, right? But like, it's a problem when like my daughter's sports scholarships mean that she has to compete with individuals that have unfair advantages, such as taking testosterone or, being born a male. So that normally I don't reiterate my position, but I never really got to bring in the ANCAP position again because it got so heated. I appreciate you guys. If you want to listen to libertarian stuff, just check me out there.
Thank you so much. Corey, thank you. This is great.
Thank you. This was a lot of fun. As always it is. I always look forward to Monday. And I agree with some point that Scott made of, stop funding sports, all sports, both public and private, and ban football. I'm consistent with that position. I'm gonna say it over and over. And also to answer the question that you posed, Prime, about 2 hours ago, I think it was along the lines of, do I think companies co-opt, wokeness for, basically, making more money? I say the answer is yes, I agree. And I have a specific example, at least in my mind, because I don't know if anybody recalls when Disney made that live action remake of Beauty and the Beast. Like, leading up to that movie, like, they marketed it as like they had, I think it was called like literally like an exclusively gay moment, like, in the movie. I think you can like Google it.
Yeah.
Which was like really, and it ended up being like nothing, or like, the most like milk toast.
They just danced together. There was like two characters who danced. I don't think they even kissed. Right?
Two like male characters held hands.
Two male characters.
Exclusively gay.
It's like old school fucking J.K. Rowling, where she'd be like, "Of course Dumbledore's gay, whatever."
Yeah,
it's like, bitch, I read the books. All right, there was 8 of them. All right, like there was nothing gay in there. Like, I mean, I understand that like a gay person doesn't have to like fucking like throw out extra sparkles with their wand to be gay. Like, duh. But like, come on, we all know Dumbledore was just a normal fucking dude.
She was rainbow washing it. Absolutely, 100%. But yeah, that's a good example. Do you have anything else?
Well, no, that's pretty well. I'm sure there's many others I could pull in, but I want to respect everyone's time. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Katya, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Pleasure to meet you, Grade 1 Motorsports, and love you, Prime.
Good to meet you too, friend. And Katya, thanks for being amazing, and always giving us plenty to talk about. Whenever Katya's around, we get plenty to discuss because you're very dynamic and you engage us all in conversation. So thank you. I mean, I know that sounds badly. I don't know. That might have sounded bad. Like, I meant like it's really good. Yeah.
You know what? I'll admit that I put myself in a very, very difficult to defend position just a minute ago. But one thing I will say is that if we went under my assumption of the basically like you can't tell world, then technically my logic holds up somewhat. So you know what? In that framework, we're gonna go with maybe. You can follow me on Twitter and fucking Blue Sky at Premier Katya. I am extremely fucking tired.
Understood.
And it is after midnight.
Ali, thank you for coming here. You had some interesting opinions thrown about, so I appreciate you, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What the fuck is Blue Sky? Just real quick.
It's Twitter.
It's the safe space, but for lefties.
Yeah, so it's a Twitter alternative.
I thought that's what Threads was.
That's another
Threads
Twitter alternative.
Yeah, they're trying.
And you have to have it connected to your Instagram account.
Blue Sky will be better. Yes.
Well, yeah, because you don't have to connect it to
Not better
Instagram
at catching
and Facebook.
child porn, apparently.
This one's gonna be good. Don't worry, Ali. This one's gonna be good. Yeah.
Yeah. Sociologic. Twitch,
at least
Twitter,
they try
YouTube.
to, unlike on Twitter.
So for the trans bathroom debate, listen. It's apparently 200,000. You think half of trans people pass, Primes and Katya, which is like, I don't know. So honestly, I think that all the passing should follow the law, right? Go to their their sexed bathroom, right? I think Buck Angel should just use the women's bathroom, and I think that like for the trans women.
Fuck?
Well, you know what? Because it'll cause up a bigger stir, right? Since like they're going in, they follow the rules. No one wants Buck Angel there. That's the actual argument. Instead of trying to like work around it, let them follow the rule. Don't have a counter argument or a culture war online, and then see how much the rule they don't even want the rule to exist. And then I think everyone will do Fabian's thing, which is private property and so on and so
Based.
forth. But yeah,
For a government building, just to be clear.
I solved it.
So to be clear, wait, let me just put this out there, right? I said 200,000, and that would be half of the portion of adult women who've transitioned. Oh, yeah, so,
medically,
like I think part of the issue when people talk about transitioning is that they associate transitioning with being attractive, right? There are a lot of unattractive cis women. And when they look at a trans individual who is classically unattractive, right? Classically unattractive. They're like, oh yeah, okay, that's just another lady that doesn't turn my head, and then they ignore them. Right? So when you're saying like will they pass, right? By pass, I mean they'll be ignored because yeah, this is a person I don't find attractive, and I turn my head. But they wear the outfits, they have the hair, they have all these things, and I don't take a closer look. So that's but yeah, that's how I think it works for lots of individuals. They're not necessarily hot.
I think this is the most damaging thing you can say to the trans community. And the reason I say that is because, and I think we have to be honest about how few of them actually pass in day-to-day life scenario, because there is a reason that the trans suicide rate does not drop in any statistically significant difference between pre and post medical transition. And the reason is because so many of them are sold this false hope from so many people within their community that gaslight each other, within their servers, and within the general public that lie about this. And what ends up happening is they do a ton of damage to their body. They go through all of these procedures. They get facial feminization surgery. They go into massive amounts of debt, and then they still don't pass effectively. And look, if you want to change your body, you ought to be able to change your body. That's your right as an adult. But when we tell so many people these lies that like half of them are passing in day-to-day things, it is what feeds so many people into delusion that when they don't pass, they feel like they're uniquely ugly. They feel like they are the exception to the rule that most trans people eventually pass. And that is where so much sadness and trauma and suicidality comes from. And we have to be honest about the fact that as of right now, you're probably not going to pass, but it's okay that you want to do these things to your body and you want to live the way that you want to live. But we have to accept reality, or we're going to continue to see them.
I'd like to talk
a lot of the suicidality, by the way, is about social acceptance, and also we should then just destigmatize being fucking ugly.
No, it's not. Literally, their suicide rate is higher than Jews under Nazi occupation. It's not about social.
You cannot end this, Prime. It's not ending.
End the panel. Can you continue the convo?
I just wanted to. Yeah.
What are your thoughts in Israel-Palestine? We can talk about that. No, kidding. Go ahead.
Oh boy. So we can continue afterwards. We can continue afterwards. I swear. If you want
I can talk about that. Grid needs his moment, and I fucked it up, but I had to say something because I actually care about these people.
Okay, fair enough. And I'd love to engage with you more. Good one. Thank you for coming through. It was a pleasure having you.
No, thank you for having me.
In the future.
I'm glad you had me up. And it was great. It was a good time. I just have to point out that the entire conversation was moot because there are unisex bathrooms in the House of Representatives, so they don't even. This never needed to be a thing. It's just for proving a point, as Fabian Liberty expressed. And so I just, it's okay. It's okay. Nobody's out to hurt you. It's okay. Anyway, it was great to be here. You can find me at Grid1-Motorsports on YouTube. I am the Unreasonable Man. And it was good being here. And I had a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Again, thanks so much. We hope we can have you here again in the future. I know it's not always going to be so easy for you because this is a tough day. You got family obligations, but hopefully we can have you, when it's convenient for you. So thanks so much.
Monday nights are open, so for the most part.
Okay. Thanks so much. So anyone can leave. The panel done. If you want to leave, I'm going to yell at Scott some more if he if he sticks around. But anyone, you can
yell at me.
say
It's
go.
okay, brother.
But the panel is over. Also, I guess I probably want to yell at Lactoid. For just
I gotta go to
Nighty night,
bed, bro.
everybody.
Okay. Night.
Just
Night,
push it up
friend.
for a
Good night.
change. Katya,
Yeah.
take care.
All right.
I gotta
Bye,
go to bed
Lactoid.
too.
We gotta
Peace.
go. See ya. Uh so in terms of the trans thing, the passing, like again, I'm pulling that number out of my ass. I actually I don't know. To be very clear.
No,
right? Yeah.
I'm not trying to judge you on it, right? I'm just
Sure.
like it's a thing that I don't think. I have studied this issue as someone that like went to grad school for counseling, as someone that has like deeply looked into the research in this, right? As someone that was looking at it both from the education side and from like the research side, and genuinely trying to understand what this phenomena is, and like, so I don't judge you in any way, shape, or form in like having some subjective, out of your ass number about like, how many people pass, because like pass is, I mean, you have to recognize that trans people are a highly neurotic group. And you can be people can be mad about that all they want, right? But it is a group that has high levels of neuroticism and a lot of other comorbidities, right? Depression is super common, and you can say, oh well, that's that's because of social issues. It doesn't matter why those issues are, right? I'm not saying like, oh, transgender mental illness, ha ha ha, dunk, right? But it is important to recognize that when we have a group of people that have a really high suicidality rate, we ought, if we care about these people, if we want to show empathy towards these people, and we want to make sure that their lives are better just as much as everybody else's lives are better, then we need to look at the way that we communicate things and be responsible about how we communicate those things, right? And it's like when there are so many, like gender dysphoria, is very similar to like body dysmorphia of other issues. Like, why would it not be, right? It has a lot of the same precursors and social patterns as, let's say, anorexia or bulimia, right? And one of the things that you have to understand about anorexics or bulimics is they can be massively underweight and still feel like they're fat, right? And so their standard for passing is higher than your standard, without a doubt, because they're living in a world where every sly look that they get, very often, I'm not saying all of them, right? Like I'm just making a generalization, right? But very often, every like little look that they get, they're sitting in that space where they're like, am I getting looked at because they've clocked me? Am I safe here? Like, is someone going to come up to me and like assault me because they know that the assault rates are higher, et cetera? Like, am I going to be accosted? Am I going to be able to sit down and just have a fucking meal, or is someone going to have a problem with me because I exist? And so once you recognize that and combine with the fact that surgeries, we have a selection bias where we look at like, what's that actress, like Schaefer, I can't remember her name, right? Where we pick out very gorgeous trans women who are the exception to the rule. And then we show, it's the same effect that girls have on Instagram, where they see filtered girls that are hot, and then they go, why am I not good enough? You put all of those factors together, and then you sit out here and be like, oh yeah, like half of them pass, right? It really tends towards that deep feeling that like they're a special kind of fucked up, and that they're the ugly one, and there are all these other pretty girls out there, and they're like, why is it that like my bald spot didn't go away? Why is it that I'm having a hard time being skinny because the hormones make it difficult to lose weight? Why is it that I never got buds, but I only got like puffy nipples, right? Like whatever it may be, there are all of these different effects. And so like we have to be careful about being like, oh yeah, a bunch of them pass and stuff, because it has a rough effect on this group of people that I do genuinely feel sorry for, so long as they're not fucking with kids. Like, like I really want what's best for these people, whatever that may be.
So I hear you. On your messaging. I think it's very powerful. Especially, I hadn't considered the idea, like what happens when we like put forward individuals who are like gorgeous, right? Like the gorgeous trans women that push, and like how that would be taken in by like a young trans person going through the process, hoping for great results, and who knows what we'll get. So I think that's a really good point.
Tote Blair White as like the token
Yeah.
trans girl, because like how many people have that kind of money to look like her?
100%. I will keep that in mind in the future. Actually, it's a really good point. I'm going to try to incorporate that into my thinking.
Also think about it. And there's another element I forgot. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Grid.
I was going to say that one of the things that came up in our discussions today was the amount of hormones and other chemical things that go on that they may not, even with under a doctor's care, can have really radical effects that can't be predicted, and which just exacerbates what Scott is talking about.
There's another twofold problem here, right? So I want to say what I was going to say before and then address your concern, right? So the other thing I forgot is you also have to recognize that cosmetic surgery is way more socially acceptable within the trans community, right? Whereas, women can be pretty harshly judged for getting a nose job or something, whereas facial feminization surgery is seen as like once you have the money, you should do this so that you affirm your gender. But when you put all of these other issues with cosmetic surgery, the likelihood of cosmetic surgery addiction goes way, way up with trans people as well, because they feel like one more surgery and I'll pass. One more surgery and I'll look right. So there's that. And then to Grid Motorsports or an unreasonable man, whichever we're going by, right?
It's fine, man.
Yeah. To your point, there has been research, and part of this is due to legal concerns. And this is part of the problem that I have with legislation of healthcare in terms of the trans adults, right? Is there is a lot of research to show that there are a ton of people that, so doctors are conservative with prescribing, specifically endocrinologists are very conservative with their prescription of hormones, right? They don't want to do a lot of estrogen. They want to slowly put you on estrogen, right? And they want to wait a very long time before they put you on progesterone, right? Obviously, we're talking about male to female here, but it is also true of the testosterone supplements that that trans female to males receive. And the thing is that because of this, there is a large push in a lot of online communities of trans people to say to utilize the black market to double your dosage on things like this. That like these doctors don't know what they're doing. They're too conservative. The reason you don't have developing breasts is because your dosage is too low, etc. And so because there is this, I am really afraid of the government stepping in to try and like utilize more regulation and restrictions on hormone replacement therapy for adults specifically, being like, no, you need to do this and you need to do that. Because what I'm worried about is that it's going to cause a spike in the black market sale and distribution of hormones to these people. And when they're not under the care of an endocrinologist, their dosage can cause legitimate problems. Like under an endocrinologist, yes, there are side effects, obviously hormonal issues, obviously cramping issues, there are internal issues, there are cancer issues, etc. But these things aren't, I don't want to say they're controlled by a doctor. They're not, right? These are still experimental and they come with a lot of side effects. But more often than not, you can be fairly well informed, right? Assuming that the W path and these people don't keep fucking lying, right? If we can get some of the ideology out of it, they can be reasonably well informed about the side effects of their care. But the moment that you start getting like communities to utilize the black market, this is this is already occurring, much less if we start over-regulating or getting the government involved in the regulation of hormone replacement therapy. You're going to see a boom in black market sale and distribution of HRT, because not only is there a market for it and money to be made, but now you're seen as a moral good. Imagine if being a drug seller is morally righteous, right? how many more people would be in the business? I mean, look at Keffels, right? Like on her Discord server, she refused to police and allowed people to engage in black market sale to underage children hormones because she felt that it was righteous to do that. And even though she wasn't specifically doing it, she was supporting it within her own Discord server, and nobody bat an eye. Nobody at Twitch came to her for offsite behavior, for literally funneling drugs to children. I mean, that's a known fact, and yet nobody went after her because it's seen as a moral good. So if the government gets into regulating this shit too much, we're going to see way more medical issues of trans people that are not going to an endocrinologist and getting what is already a radical treatment done under care and constant blood work like they should be.
Oh, sorry. If anyone wants to respond, then there was something I was going to say to Scott. Grid One, if you want to say something, I don't know.
No. I mean, I didn't know about the black market thing, but I was actually there is a trans person in our community that has been doing a bunch of the debate stuff, and a little off kilter, but one of my guys just said that just told me that that they actually use the black market for their drugs. And you were talking about that, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it can,
like
when insurance doesn't pay for it, and there's no clinics in your area, and there are so many people saying that the endocrinologists, and to be fair, a lot of endocrinologists, they're not. This concept that like every gender affirming doctor is woke as fuck is nonsense, right? Because there's obviously going to be a spectrum, right? Where some fully buy into, everything, we have to do everything. And then there's going to be some that like, yeah, they'll do the service, but they're going to be really, really conservative about their treatments. And to a certain degree, they're kind of going against the patient's wishes. And it can be like pulling teeth to get what they feel is an appropriate dose for their body, because it's a risk reward analysis that should be up to the individual. Like if you want to take the risk with your own body, you ought to be able to do that. And it can be difficult. And so there's no wonder that a black market already exists in that domain, and further regulation is only going to make that worse. And as we know, when the government does a drug war, right? The consequences of that are fucked, right? Like the consequences of something being secret, where you can't, like, you're going to get people that are giving you bad drugs. You're going to get things that weren't stored properly, right? Or fake drugs, right? You're going to get so many issues that arise. And it's like Pandora's already out of the box, and the conservative like tradcon, righties that think that they can put Pandora back in the box are fucking insane. And a lot of people are going to be hurt, and some people are going to die from it if they continue to push.
Well, I was going to say previously to your response, I was acknowledging your point on, attractiveness and how that's perceived by a trans individual, because I think it's really poignant. But at the same time, I wanted to make it clear, like, what the thing that I said, because you said that in response to me, and you're saying we have to be careful about the messages that we're sending out. Fair.
Yeah.
But
to be fair, we're getting a little bit further away from your original claim. I'm talking about the issue in general. This isn't all against you just saying like, oh, I think half of people could pass in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I just mean like in general, like the way we talk about attractiveness and who passes, and because you'll see people within those communities that gaslight each other, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they'll be like, oh, she's beautiful, and like they're like, I don't see it. You know what I mean?
Well, okay. So what? Actually, I hear the opposite when I talk to trans women. I hear the opposite, in fact, that they like tear each other down like a lot, like a lot. That like
trans women tear each other down in interpersonal positions. I'm talking about social media usage and like the greater community, like gaslight people into thinking that they pass. And what can be worse sometimes is being told by a bunch of people that you pass when internally you know that you don't. And then on top of that, you have all these other issues that make it even harder for you to accept it, even if you do, or if you're on that cusp.
So, like, okay. So I want to just go back to the point that had been trying to make about like attractiveness. No worries, no worries. I think this is really interesting about attractiveness, right? Because yeah, like there are the ones who I are the rarities that like look like supermodels, because supermodels in general are rare, even among cis women, right? But I do think there is a greater amount of individuals who do pass and are just looked as regular, right? Just like a person of regular attractiveness or little attractiveness. But when you see them, you're like, yeah, that's a woman, I guess, right? Because there are cis women who are in this general shape as well. So I think that inflates the numbers. How much it does, no idea, right?
Well, so to your point, go ahead.
Yeah, go. You go, and I have something else after that.
Well, I was just saying to your point about that, right? Like, passing is such a vague word, right? Because there's different levels of interactions that we have with people, right? So, while we're passing by, right, there are plenty of trans women who quote unquote pass. And that was kind of what I was saying before. I was like, well, what do you mean by passing? Like, are they talking? Are you having a conversation with them? Because like someone walking down the street, you might have a question about, or you might not have a question about, right? But then having a conversation with them where you're up close, where you might see, like maybe they didn't get electrolysis, and so you can see their 5 o'clock shadow, and you're like, yo, you know what I mean? Like there are all these other factors that start to play in. Or like, look at Ben Shapiro with that trans female to male, right? It was like he knew something was off on that Jubilee interview the second he sat down. He was like, oh, you're a bro. You're getting real bro-y here, because he like put the chair down and flipped backwards. It was performative masculinity, right? It was like a performance of what that person thought masculinity was, but it was weird to every dude that watched it because it was over the top and goofy. And then they said that they were trans, and it was like, oh, it makes sense now, right? So they didn't clock him as a trans male, but they clocked something's off. And there's this weird social interaction that occurs in these liminal spaces where like, I don't know you're trans, but I know something's off. And people can notice when other people notice something is off. And they're sitting there going, does he know? Right. And they're sitting in that space of like, I've been clocked, or, they're feeling some type of way about that because they just want to live without having weird fucking interactions. They don't want to go to Starbucks and have someone all of a sudden get strange at them the moment they open their mouth, because like, what the fuck, like who wants that, right? And also it goes even further with like when we look at dating and things of that nature. That's where it gets even deeper in terms of it, right? There are so many young men, for example, who feel that being told that they're good looking, being told that they have a decent job, being told that they're a decent guy, and yet they're incapable of engaging in the dating market in any real way because they're just not quite great at anything, right? They're not super rich, but they're okay. They're not super good looking, but they're okay. They're not really tall, but they're not really short either. Like they don't have anything that really stands out in a dating pool, especially with online dating, where they feel like they're being gaslit by society that like, well, they're, just go to the gym, bro. And it's like, I'm hit the fucking gym. I'm doing all right. Like I'm getting muscles, like no one wants me right now. Imagine that same issue when we talk about passing, etc. When you are a trans person and you're forced to come out. And on top of that, if someone is interested in you, you know that more likely than not, they're sexually fetishizing you. And then that is an insult to your ability to pass as a woman anyways, because they're into you specifically because you're not a woman. At least from their perspective, they're into you because you're an other. So it's like there's all of these other variables. And it's like we have to be careful about just being like, yes, queen, you're gorgeous, you're great. Plenty of people pass, you know what I mean? Because like there are all these things wrapped up in it that we have to be kind of honest about the fact that it's gonna be a struggle, and that's okay because you want to be you.
Do you know?
Have you ever read? Do you know who Nora Vincent is? There's a book. She wrote a book called Self-Made Man, and what she did is she was a lesbian.
Yeah.
She was a lesbian. She was an author, and she was a raging feminist, and she was convinced that men had it easy. So she lived as a man, I think, for 3 months. I mean, she went to work, she joined a club, she went bowling, she did all of that. And she wrote this book, Self-Made Man. And if you read it, it is a terrible story of pain. And she talks about how bad that she never really knew how bad men had it. And it actually drove her to depression and eventually assisted self-deletion in Switzerland.
Yeah.
And that's how you know how and this is someone that willingly did it. Think about somebody who did it to thinking that they were going to be a man or a woman and discovered how tough it is to live like the opposite than what you are.
I would definitely like to hear more of this story at some point in time because
Yeah, it's
curious.
a really interesting story. Once you said the book title, I was like,
really
oh, yeah,
interesting book.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's dark and weird, to be fair.
The point I was making before, that's something I'm going to engage with later on. The point that I was making before is I think what we're arriving at is that there is a scale, right? Spectrum. Everything is a spectrum, as I always say, right? Of passability. And I loved how you like pointed out all these different measures of it, right? And we could say that, well, you know, this individual can go this far down the scale, right? And past this point where, yes, that's where you're going to tell, right? In terms of, you know, that 5 o'clock shadow idea, or maybe like when it comes to dating. I'm reminded of James Stephanie Sterling. Are you familiar with this person, Scott?
I'm horrible with names. If you start talking about it, I'll probably remember.
Sure,
It's kind of how that works with me.
They're a video game critic. Yeah.
Yep. Immediately remembered who James Sterling was. Yep.
Yeah. So they originally James Sterling, but then they decided to transition, and now they go by Stephanie Sterling. But they still they usually say James Stephanie Sterling to acknowledge that like they exist on the internet.
They had a brand. It's a little bit different when you have a brand.
Yeah. Their channel's still Jim Sterling. But in any case, so I've heard them talk about their transition a lot. Like, so I've been a fan of them for a very long time. And I've heard them talk about their transition. And she said that, you know, people will look at her and say like, well, you can't pass, right? And they'll use that to hurt this individual, right? But
yeah, of course.
And I'm gonna take their word on this, and I think it makes sense. Is that like, well, actually, I pass all the time. Actually, this individual who I think a lot of people would say is not maybe classically attractive, right? They're like, you know,
You're so nice.
Right. Who knows who's watching on Twitch? I don't know. But they, you know, they're a bit overweight. And look, I'm just leave it alone, right? The point is that they're not classically attractive. Yeah, but again, right? Like, but they're like, yeah, people just, you know, when they interact with me, yeah, they think I'm a woman all the time. Like, there's like questions are harassed, and I get looks in the same way that you think that I do. And then they talk about their voice, right? Because I don't think they've ever done any work on their voice. And like they say, well, when I speak, right, they don't have like a very bass voice, but still, right, when I speak, yeah, people hear my voice, but it's like not a problem. Like they don't question, they didn't tip them off either. That women have a wide range of like how they sound, right? They don't all sound like, you know, they're all in the upper register, right? And all these things, you know, combined to be like,
to be fair, Stephanie Sterling is also older, right? There is something to be said about when you are accepting and when you have transitioned into an older age, right? There is less of an expectation of like femininity and youth and beauty, etc. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like there are plenty of older women in their 40s and 50s and 60s, right? That are very lacking in femininity. But the same expectation and pressure is going to be wildly different for a woman in her 20s.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. Right. So like,
yeah,
what
I mean,
does,
like, there's no
yeah.
like passing is already subjective because it's based upon the individual that you're interacting with, right?
Mhm.
So I mean, there's a million different layers to it, and it's just like all I mean to say is like, it's oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, there's a million different layers to it, and like, yeah, I don't want to, like, there is no way to define it. I mean, there is a way to define it, right? Which is, but again, it comes down to, like, it's a subjective kind of analysis. Like, it's held in the individual. It's like value, right? How do you define value? Well, we can define value, but when we define value, we have to recognize that value is subjective, right? Like a hot dog that costs $4, I'm probably not going to buy it, but if on my way to work. But all of a sudden, when I get out of work, that $4 hot dog might sound like a really good idea because it's lunchtime or dinner time. I'm hungry. It's a different time of the day, right? So what do I value a hot dog at? Well, that's going to be different for literally every individual, and it's going to be different on all of their different circumstances. And I think the same the same is likely true in when we talk about passing.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Scott, but I'm going to have to jump off. I'm sure my wife
I
is
gotta go
wondering
here
where I'm
too.
at
It's
and
like,
getting
okay.
annoyed. So
Yeah.
there's a
Have a good
limit
one.
to how far I can push her.
Yeah, like I said, you can
Yeah,
leave
fair enough,
anytime,
brother.
right? Yeah.
You guys have a great night. It's been great.
Um,
I'm going to say goodbye to my chat, then I'm going to be out of here. So
Um,
really
Yeah, all
appreciate
right,
it.
brother. If you had
Yeah.
any other thing that you wanted to say to me before I dip out of here, like, now's the time.
I did actually want to talk to you about something completely different, but now we will have to talk about some other time. Because I actually really wanted to get your opinion on cryptocurrencies. Right? Again, there's way too much
Oh, God.
for this
Yeah,
moment.
I mean, is there a
because
specific question you have, though, or something like?
I really just want to get your general ANCAP view on it because of like there's a discussion about, like, since Donald Trump and the Republican Party and a lot of the Democratic Party have been paid by the crypto crew to, like, basically, like, regulate it, to pull it within the regulatory framework for legitimacy's sake, right? Like, there's a discussion of, like, well, what's this going to lead to? Are you basically going to be legitimizing scams? Because I think you understand that there's a lot of scams that happen within that crypto space.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, I kind of, like, wanted your take on that. Like, well, do you think that crypto is mostly scams? Do you think that well, I know you don't want to regulate anything, so that's fair. Well, do you think regulation would make things worse? But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely think regulation is going to make things worse for sure.
Yeah.
Because the big strength of cryptocurrency is not necessarily its lack of regulation, right? But the fact that it's not controlled by the Federal Reserve, right? Like that is one of the things that makes it valuable. Obviously, there's the blockchain technology, which has a lot of other uses beyond just the currency itself, right? Like, I've heard plenty of people talk about the concept of voting via the Ethereum blockchain, right? That this is like the ability to commit fraud is drastically reduced because you can very quickly and easily tie each individual vote to a specific voter to a specific place, right? Like the way that the technology is more than just the currency, right? So there are a lot of developments that are good. Ultimately, I think crypto is necessary because I think a competition in currency is necessary, right? But once the government gets their hands on it, there's no telling where that road ends, right? It's kind of inevitable, and it's unfortunate that it's inevitable. But
it's a bunch of libertarians asking for it.
Well, see, the thing is first of all, they're not libertarians. Pause.
Okay. I'll leave it. I won't push.
It's a bunch of. There are a bunch of liberty-minded paleo-libertarian people that are worried about central banking digital currencies, right? And they see some level of regulation into crypto and some legitimization with that regulation as a means to be able to utilize blockchain technology and crypto free of central banking digital currencies, where the state is essentially just issuing a new form of currency, right? I don't want that fucking compromise. I don't want that compromise at all. I don't want the government's fucking hands in regulating and having oversight, because here's the thing. What they say is not what they do. You know what I mean? Like, we all saw Edward Snowden. We all saw how the NSA, the director of the NSA lied to Congress and then got a job at CNN and never went to prison. But meanwhile, Edward Snowden is and has been living in Russia since he escaped. You know what I mean? So it's like, just because they write some fucking bill about, meaningful regulation, I know exactly what it's going to be. They're going to do everything they can to secretly get backdoor access into the blockchain so that they can track all cryptocurrency, and they'll utilize things like FBI looking for sex trafficking rings, or like the NSA or CIA trying to track terrorist payments and things like that. They will utilize any minute regulation to weasel and worm their way into being able to track everything that we spend and all of the money that we use. So I am extremely reticent to allow the government to have a fucking thing to do with crypto. And just because it's Donald Trump, like, that's supposed to fucking mean something. Like, I don't trust him any more than anybody else. Less so in certain circumstances. So like I'm very concerned about it.
I won't. Okay, so I'll just ask you this one thing, and I won't expect like a full answer from you, because it's late. But like scams, right? Like, I mean, the rug pulls are endless, especially when we're talking about like meme coins, right? You can say that like for instance, like Ethereum, like you said, might have some built-in safeguards there, but like other coins are specifically built for scams, and they just keep working on people, right? Even though they really shouldn't by now, but they keep doing it. And then we have like things like Tethercoin, which from what I'm hearing is Tethercoin is just associated with like a whole bunch of money laundering, and like helping drug dealers. I think drugs should be legal, but still, like drug cartels, dangerous drug cartels, move a lot of money. Like, do you not think any of that is a problem, or it's just like, well, you as an individual,
I'll say two things. First and foremost, if you're buying meme coins, or you're buying brand new coins, as with all things, caveat emptor, buyer beware, right? It's a high risk, high reward business. It is one of the most high risk, high reward business. If you're wasting all your fucking money on some coin and you haven't done any fucking research on it, I don't feel bad for you when it crashes or when people take it. Now, if they commit fraud, there's no need to have additional regulation for that, right? If I lie to you about how the currency is backed up, or I lie to you about, this is how we're going to introduce new coins in the market, and then I just flood the market. If I lie to you about it, and there's no meaningful way for me to like go on your website and like look at it further and kind of see the fine print, right? That's just fraud. You don't need any new regulations for that. That's already completely controlled by the laws in that. But if you buy some meme coin because it's a meme coin and then it blows up, like whatever. The second thing about money laundering, this, as far as I'm concerned, is complete propaganda. There is no more money laundering being done through FTX or through coins than there are with real estate in New York City. Like, money laundering is a fucking thing that has been happening long before these coins occurred. And it's just but for whatever reason, we really got to talk about the specific dangers of coin being used for money laundering. And it's like, there's no part of me that buys that in any way, shape, or form. People do it with real estate now. They were doing it with real estate before. And if they can't do it with real estate, then that means the amount of money that they're laundering aren't large enough sums for it to have any real big economic impact, right? So what this is this is just one of many ways that people engage in money laundering. And so the government and people that want to have control keep selling you this through their media outlets of like, oh, look at this dangerous thing for money laundering. Ooh, this people, the American government does money laundering every time it does war. Like you think it's just bad accounting that literally every year the Pentagon fucking can't pass its audit and it lost the $1 trillion? You think they just, no, it's money laundering. It's money laundering with politicians and weapons manufacturing and fucking warlords that they need to pay off, and then that money gets laundered through a warlord in the third world country to someone else. Money laundering has been here since the dawn of it started with fucking kings clipping their gold coins. This is a scare tactic to make normal people think that it is reasonable to have the government have oversight over this coinage so that the government can have control over the usage of these coins so they don't have legitimate competition.
Well, the argument that I was hearing on this was that not to have it regulated in that same way, or they don't want, the people did want to bring it into the regulatory framework to just have it illegal outright, right? To like especially any of the scams just to be illegal rather than saying, well, in this case you can use it, and then basically having giant loopholes that allow for scams to take place legally is what they were afraid of.
Yeah, but it's not true. Like look, everything that the state does is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That is how this shit always works, right? It's like everything is a temporary thing and not a big deal. And we're only doing it for this specific group of people. Like, look at the income tax, right? The income tax was temporary for World War I. Like, you know, it's unconstitutional to have an income tax, but we need to do it in a time of war. And it's only going to be for the super rich. Only the super wealthy are going to pay an income tax. And then the middle class started paying income tax. And then the poor started paying income tax. And all of a sudden, this World War I tax has become a tax that we all pay, and we have been for over 100 years. Like it's like they worm their way into a part of a process and they never fucking leave. And then sometimes they back off and then they go for a little bit more control and they go for a little bit more. Any way that can help the government gain power is a way that they can help their rich friends and their corporations gain power. And any time they want to get into regulating or being a part of a space that was used to be free, at the very least, I know you're not an ANCAP, but like at the very least, you should be really fucking wary when the government all of a sudden has a vested interest in getting into a market that they didn't regulate before and regulating it now. And you should be very leery of the bullshit that they tell you as the justification for it, especially when you're not actually seeing the evidence. You're just seeing the news reports of people far off and away.
That seems fair. I'll leave it here. If I have more specific questions, I'll like send them your way, because I'm like, my mind isn't settled on this at all, so I'm like definitely open to hearing other viewpoints. Even when my mind is settled, I'm open to hearing other viewpoints as well, but still. But yeah,
all right, brother, I'm gonna get out of here. I need to as well.
I thank you for your perspective, buddy. Like, I really do appreciate it. And have a good night.
Yeah, well, it's 1 o'clock. I gotta get out of here. All right, brother. Peace.
See ya. All right, people. I'm gonna send you guys off to a lady. I don't know. She's watching a thing. It's like a popular YouTube program. I don't know, the thing with the balloons and the popping thing. I don't know. Whatever. It's like a dating thing. I haven't watched it. I don't care. But I'll send you guys off because I'm sure one of you care.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. I was stuck in the Discord call and I didn't mean to be. Oh, fuck. All right, 1 second. All right, boys. I'm going to get out of here pretty soon. But I will say I will be back Wednesday. We're going to do a pre-Thanksgiving special. We've done this before on the channel. I think there is a YouTube video of the old Twitch stream, but we'll do the stream again because it's one of those ones that I just like to do. Let me go to Google's Slides. Here we go. What? How did this end up? Oh, here we go. And it is... Where did it go? Where did it go? Times. Thanksgiving. It should be good. It's only 9 slides. But I love doing this this presentation right before the holidays on Thanksgiving. It should be good. And actually breaking down some of the myths that are told about Thanksgiving, because you're going to hear so much shit when it comes to Thanksgiving about like the slaughter of the native tribes and like the evil white colonialists and like how we were bad. And, you know, and like, I want to talk about like the history of Thanksgiving, right? I want to talk about the Wampanoags, you know, the Sachem. We're going to talk about, you know, the treaty and the Pequot War from 1636 to 1637, the New England Confederation, you know, kind of the fight over the Wampanoag, Metacom's rebellion leading into King Philip's War, of course, which is 1675 to 76, and like the history of Thanksgiving and what it actually was, and not this bullshit kind of glaze over thing they say, and like where did Thanksgiving come from? Right? Like looking at the Thanksgiving Proclamation in October of 1789 by George Washington, kind of the reframing by Abraham Lincoln, and just kind of like, and go over the whole kind of history of it and just talk about like, you know, like I said, dispel some of these myths, and genuinely engage with the history so that like, you know, when your family are bringing, you know, some woke lefty family brings up, you know, the slaughter of the natives, you can be like, actually, that's not what fucking happened. Like, this is what happened. This is why we celebrate Thanksgiving. And, you know, kind of arm you guys. I like to do that before certain holidays. I think I'm going to make a habit of doing that with more, like probably do it with Labor Day, other like historical holidays that people have a kind of false view of. But I'll be back Wednesday for that. Normally I stream on Thursdays. I'm not going to stream fucking Thanksgiving. I have shit to do. And then, you know, this coming weekend, this Sunday, we'll probably do a Sunday fun day or something. I'm going to be honest with you, not this coming weekend or the next one, cause I have my kids, but like when we start doing Sunday fun days, like I'm going to be playing a lot of Path of Exile 2. I am super stoked to play some PoE 2. I watched like the whole hour and 20-minute kind of presentation that they gave, and I am fucking pumped. It looks amazing. So yeah, that should be fun. Again, join the Discord. That's where you're going to get the go live notifications. Follow me on Twitter or X, you know, whatever, if you want to get toxic. Please like the video, share it if you want to, subscribe to the channel, turn that notification bell on. But again, you're not going to get notifications unless you're in the Discord, because a lot of people have that notification bell turned on and they don't get my go lives. But in case you're new here or you're returning and you're wondering when I go live, usually it's going to be Mondays on PrimeCayes, Wednesdays and Thursdays, somewhere either 6 or 7 o'clock at night. And some Sundays we're going to do, Sunday fun day, play some games, just hang out, do some AMAs and stuff. Peace. I love you guys so much. I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you guys.